The portable Malcolm X reader. Malcolm X was born in Omaha, Nebraska, in 1925 and raised in Lansing, Michigan, where his father was killed in 1931. Malcolm Little moved to Boston to live with his half-sister Ella after living briefly with a foster family following his mother's institutionalization in 1939. Influenced by his siblings as well as personal writings from Elijah Muhammad, Malcolm converted to the Nation of Islam, NOI, in 1948 and assumed the last name X to represent his lost original name. Malcolm quickly became a leading figure within the Nation of Islam and a dynamic media figure, uncompromisingly preaching the nation's rhetoric of racial separatism and self-determination. However, unresolved tensions within the NOI led to Malcolm's break on March 8, 1964, and the forming of a new Orthodox Muslim group, Muslim Mosque Incorporated. MMI. That June he also helped establish the Secular Organization of Afro-American Unity, OAAU. Malcolm then traveled again, as he had in 1959, to Africa and the Middle East as a spiritual sojourn and in order to make political alliances. Through the OAAU and alongside other civil rights groups that he had formerly repudiated, Malcolm hoped to transform the issue of civil rights into one of human rights and bring it before the United Nations in a show of Pan-African unity. He was assassinated in the early afternoon of Sunday, February 21, 1965, as he addressed an OAAU rally at the Audubon Ballroom. He left behind his wife, Betty Shabazz, and 6 daughters. The autobiography of Malcolm X, co-authored with Alex Haley and published posthumously in November of that year, became an international bestseller and remains a celebrated classic of 20th-century American literature. Manning Marable, 1950–2011, was M. Moran Weston and Black Alumni Council Professor of African American Studies and Professor of History and Public Affairs at Columbia University. He was founding Director of African American Studies at Columbia from 1993 to 2003 and directed Columbia's Center for Contemporary Black History. The author of 15 books, Marable was also editor of the quarterly journal Souls. Garrett Felber was the key researcher for Dr. Marable's Malcolm X biography, Malcolm X, A Life of Reinvention, and is currently a doctoral student at the University of Michigan, Ann Arbor. Preface. In 2006, Manning Marable outlined his concept of living Black history, the reconstruction of African Americans' hidden, fragmented past into something usable in the present context of colorblind racism, mass unemployment, incarceration, and disfranchisement. Preserving the past, he wrote, creates a living legacy that can help shape the future. One preservation, however, is only part of the practice of living Black history. In effect, we must all become historians of our past and present, critical interpreters of the many competing narrative streams before us. As Marable noted, being true to Black history, for me, means accepting and interpreting its totality too, gathered in this reader in the form of oral histories, newspaper stories, speeches, legal documents, government surveillance, and scholarly articles, is a remarkable record of the life and legacy of Malcolm X. It is, however, merely the raw material with which scholars, activists, and the young will have to critically engage if they hope to make use of it in the ever-changing present. At a time when students' understanding of the history of civil rights struggle in America appears to be on the decline, it becomes even more imperative to bring forth a fresh and nuanced body of literature on Malcolm X. 3 Malcolm has been invoked by figures and organizations as disparate as Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas, white Talibanist John Walker Lind, Black youths in Harlem donning X baseball caps and T-shirts, the Iranian government of Ayatollah Ruhollah Mossadegh Khomeini, and the United States Postal Service. He was even deployed by Al-Qaeda during the 2008 election to denounce presidential candidate Barack Obama as a house Negro. Malcolm X's trenchant critiques of police brutality, American racism, and neocolonialism, as well as his positive message of Black unity and cultural pride, remain as relevant, and in many cases radical, as they were during his day. However, as many of these examples demonstrate, his legacy is not only continually relevant but also susceptible to distortions and appropriations. This collection does not suggest a single meaning to Malcolm's legacy but rather offers an imperative to continually grapple with his meaning to our past and present. The first section of the Reader, Documents, historicizes primary materials relating to 35 key events in Malcolm X's life. This section grew out of the chronology constructed for Professor Marable's biography, Malcolm X, A Life of Reinvention, 2011, as well as materials used in his yearly seminar on Malcolm X. Many of these documents provide greater depth to the early life of Malcolm Little portrayed in the autobiography of Malcolm X, 1965, the transcript of the Michigan State Police interview with his father, Earl Little, for example, following the arson of his home in Lansing, Michigan, and a mental health file that documents the financial strain the family felt following the institutionalization of Malcolm's mother, Louise Little. Letters and newspaper articles from Malcolm's years in prison, 1946–52, demonstrate his growing politicization as he fought for Muslim prisoners' religious rights within the Massachusetts correctional system. While some documents offer fuller insights into the events in his autobiography, others fill in missing historical gaps. Documents relating to Malcolm's establishment of the Philadelphia Temple in the mid-1950s and his popular lecture series in Detroit offer a window into his influence as an orator and organizer within the Nation of Islam, NOI. Sections on the writing of the autobiography with Alex Haley and his travels to the Middle East and Africa in 1959 illuminate obfuscated or missing portions of the book. Debates with Bayard Rustin, James Farmer, and Louis Lomax exemplify the charismatic speaking style that was responsible for much of Malcolm X's exposure and popularity in the 1960s. Rather than position him somehow outside the stream of the civil rights movement, these debates demonstrate the way in which he actively engaged the movement and pushed it toward a more radical posture. Finally, this section offers a historical perspective on the Nation of Islam. Malcolm and the NOI organized against police brutality in Harlem in 1957, in Queens, New York City, in 1958, in Los Angeles in 1962, and in Rochester, New York, in 1963. Throughout 1962 the NOI waged, in the black press, a rhetorical battle with other American Muslims over the organization's religious legitimacy and place in the Muslim world. Documents also cover the NOI's problematic relationship with George Lincoln Rockwell of the American Nazi Party, as well as the NOI's widespread denunciation of Malcolm X after his departure in 1964. The second section, Oral Histories, includes excerpts from interviews compiled by Professor Marable in preparation for his biography. Those with James 67X Shabazz, later Abdullah Abdurrazak, and Thomas 15X Johnson, later Khalil Islam, tell complicated stories of loyalty and betrayal in the Nation of Islam. Shabazz left the NOI with Malcolm and offered his services, for a year, to organize the Muslim Mosque Incorporated. MMI. He was one of Malcolm's closest confidants and one of the few people from within his inner circle to speak to scholars over the decades. Johnson served on Malcolm's security detail in the early 1960s, even buying groceries for the family and ensuring that Malcolm had a parking spot at the mosque on Sundays. After the break, however, he denounced Malcolm X and was eventually convicted, in 1966, along with two other NOI members, of his assassination. Johnson was finally paroled in 1987 and maintained his innocence until his death in 2009. The remaining oral histories come from two very different individuals with unique perspectives on Malcolm X's life. Herman Ferguson was an educator, activist and revolutionary nationalist who lived much of his life in exile in Guyana. He first met Malcolm X through the Rochdale Movement, a community mobilization against a Queens housing development that refused to employ or house blacks. Ferguson joined the Organization of Afro-American Unity, OAAU, in its early stages and became a founder of the group's Liberation School, which offered classes to both children and adults. Gary Fulcher was a young, white police officer who was quickly promoted to the New York City Police Department's Bureau of Special Services and put in charge of illegally wiretapping the MMI and OAAU offices at the Hotel Teresa in Harlem, but became enamored with Malcolm's speeches and ultimately questioned the legitimacy of the surveillance. In his oral history, Fulcher recounts the day of Malcolm's assassination and voices suspicions about the NYPD's handling of the case. These first-person histories represent multiple accounts of Malcolm X from the point of view of Nation of Islam loyalists and defectors, a secular community activist, and even a government agent. The final section, Articles, offers a historical review of the literature that has shaped Malcolm X's legacy. The process of immortalization and subsequent mythologizing began almost immediately after his death in 1965. Eldridge Cleaver's influential memoir Soul on Ice featured a chapter on his reactions, while in prison, to Malcolm X's assassination. In 1972 James Baldwin wrote Malcolm and Martin, one of the first essays to suggest that the political trajectories of two of the most prominent voices of Black America in the 1960s were moving toward, not away from, each other. These foundational articles from the first decade after Malcolm's death were followed by a second wave of scholarship during his re-emergence in the early 1990s. Among the most influential was an essay by Black feminist scholar Farah Jasmine Griffin that interrogates and rethinks the gender politics of Malcolm X and its relationship to Black nationalism. In examining the role of moral respectability and class striving in the Nation of Islam, Robin Kelly's essay on Malcolm X and the Black bourgeoisie importantly complicates Malcolm's condemnations of the Black elite while at the same time acknowledging the continued significance of his class critique. Ted Vincent's brief but important article on the Garvate roots of Malcolm's parents fills a crucial historical gap left by the autobiography, particularly with regard to his mother's political activity in the Universal Negro Improvement Association. Finally, Manning Marable's essay on Malcolm's life after death reveals the deep and sometimes troubling ways in which this icon of 20th-century Black America has been revisited and refashioned. Embodying some of the most formative scholarship on the subject, this selection gives a narrative arc to the historiographic sources on Malcolm X. Manning Marable invited me to co-edit the Malcolm X Reader during a lull in the otherwise chaotic summer of 2010. I had worked with Professor Marable for 3 years as a research assistant on Malcolm X, A Life of Reinvention, and we were both in the anxious waiting stages that are part of the back and forth of the editing process. Always looking forward to the next project, and never content to rest on his laurels during a lull in a nearly completed one, Dr. Marable proposed a sourcebook that would act as a companion to the biography. Its core would be drawn from a 400-page chronology of Malcolm X's life constructed for the biography, and the book would document significant events in his life as charted by its nearly 2,000 daily entries. Just days after I set upon the task of identifying the key events in Malcolm's life, Professor Marable received a long-anticipated call to undergo a double lung transplant. Despite the severity of the operation, he optimistically anticipated that we would have the sourcebook ready by fall. Within weeks of his surgery, he began reading through my proposals and soon suggested doubling my initial list of 20 key events. I continued to work on the project, but as the biography moved closer to publication and required more of our attention, we decided to table the reader until after the biography's release in the spring. In a tremendous blow to all whom he touched as a husband, father, mentor, scholar, and activist, Manning Marable passed away on April 1, 2011, just days before the publication of the biography of Malcolm X he'd been working on for a decade. Like many who have been fortunate enough to experience Dr. Marable's unmatched generosity, I wanted to continue to usher his intellectual legacy forward. Although Malcolm X, A Life of Reinvention has been called a comprehensive biography, Professor Marable saw it first and foremost as an entreaty to scholars and students to critically engage with Malcolm X. Whether as a companion to the biography or as a standalone collection, the portable Malcolm X Reader was conceived in the hope that it might act as a valuable resource to those in and outside academia who wish to participate in a deeper dialogue about the life and meaning of Malcolm X. This project faced multiple challenges, and consequently many thanks are due to those who helped bring it to fruition. Very early in the process I was aided greatly by Kevin Loughran, who helped gather many of the primary materials as I worked from a distance at the University of Michigan. Dr. Marable's assistant, Courtney Teague, was a constant source of support during a hard time for us all. We are greatly indebted to Professor Marable's literary agent, Elise Cheney, who kindly helped find a home for the manuscript. At Penguin, Wendy Wolfe, Kevin Doughton, and Elda Roeder were instrumental in perfecting this work. Many thanks are due to Mason Taub and Brittany Ross for their help with permissions. I cannot thank Dr. Leith Mullings enough for helping me keep this project afloat in the sad and difficult times of the last year. I could not have completed this project without her commitment and support. Finally, the debt I owe to Manning Marable is an unpayable one. The void he left as a mentor, scholar, and activist will remain felt by many. It is my hope that this book sufficiently carries forward his intellectual legacy. It is dedicated to his memory. Garrett Felber. January 2013. Introduction. Since the assassination of Malcolm X on February 21, 1965, the Black leader has come to symbolize the political and cultural awakening of urban Black America in the mid-20th century. By 2000 the name Malcolm X could be found in the titles or subtitles of nearly 1,000 academic articles and several hundred books. Literally hundreds of poems, plays, and even an opera have taken him as their central figure or muse. With the release of Spike Lee's biographical film on him in the early 1990s, the charismatic leader was introduced to a new generation of African Americans, who incorporated him into the galaxy of hip-hop heroes. In 1999 the U.S. government moved to celebrate the legacy of Malcolm X by issuing a commemorative postage stamp with his image. The most important source for interpreting Malcolm X's life has long been the autobiography of Malcolm X, which he co-authored with the journalist Alex Haley. Published in November 1965, it almost immediately became an iconic text. By the late 1960s, hundreds of colleges and high schools throughout the United States had assigned it as required reading. By the late 1970s, over 3 million copies had been sold. Time magazine, in 1998, named the autobiography of Malcolm X one of the 10 most influential nonfiction works of the 20th century. Indeed, its popularity obscured its contradictions and limitations as a reliable or objective interpretation of the subject's life and history. Characters and many events in the autobiography are fictive. Malcolm excluded major figures who helped to shape his public life. There is surprisingly little information about his political and religious evolution during the critical years of 1963 to 65. While the autobiography of Malcolm X largely defined the popular representation of Malcolm, several anthologies or readers attempted to interpret the Black leader's impact upon both Black America and America generally. The most comprehensive of the anthologies produced in the initial years after Malcolm's death was John Henrik Clarke's Malcolm X, The Man and His Times, published in 1969. Clarke's book featured excerpts from Malcolm X's speeches and writings. The bulk of the book, however, was made up of commentaries and articles by associates and friends who had worked closely with him throughout his public life. There were also articles debating his final transition from the Nation of Islam, NOI, to his independent activities during the years 1964 to 65. Despite its strengths, the anthology also had its limitations. For example, it did not include perspectives from leaders or members of the NOI who opposed his decision to leave the Nation of Islam. Most notably, these might have included either speeches or articles by NOI leader Elijah Muhammad and Malcolm's chief protege, Louis Farrakhan. Clarke's reader presented Malcolm X's evolution as a direct transition from Black nationalism to Pan-Africanism. There was little if any analysis that explained Malcolm's spiritual journey from the NOI to Orthodox Islam and his embrace of the tenets of Sunni Islam. Nothing addressed Malcolm's growing interest in the cause of Palestinian rights or his connections with Arab and Muslim leaders in the Middle East and Africa. In the years since Clarke's Reader was published, other anthologies have made their way into print, but none of them has possessed the range and scope of Malcolm X, The Man and His Times. The sole exception, perhaps, is Joe Wood's Malcolm X, In Our Own Image, which was published in 1993. Unfortunately, Wood's untimely death only months after its publication meant that the book was not adequately promoted, and it soon went out of print. The reader featured original essays by several of the most prominent black intellectuals of the 1990s. Contributors included Angela Davis, Patricia Hill Collins, and Robin D.G. Kelley. As with Clarke's earlier reader, there were limitations to Wood's book. Despite the availability, by the early 1990s, of both oral history and archival materials documenting Malcolm's life, Wood decided not to include any of this new information. Like Clarke, Wood only presented content that advocated Malcolm's point of view, neglecting to include the Nation of Islam and its critical perspective of Malcolm X. Indeed, there is in the literature related to Malcolm X as a historical subject a lack of balance and objectivity, both in the selection of material and in its interpretation of the subject. The overwhelming majority of writing on Malcolm X, unlike that on Martin Luther King Jr., W.E.B. Du Bois, or Booker T. Washington, uncritically celebrates its subject and fails to provide a critical, analytic interpretation of his strengths, as well as the errors and weaknesses that sometimes characterize decisions he made in public life. He has all too frequently been presented as a statue, or frozen icon of black liberation, rather than a real human capable of extraordinary growth and courage, yet also capable of making mistakes. Serious historians and researchers have consequently passed over research projects involving Malcolm X, who has come to be treated like a secular saint by the many defenders who insist he was perfect and consistent throughout his public career. In 1987 I began collecting materials related to Malcolm X, with the aim of writing a modest political introduction to his life. While at the University of Colorado Boulder, from 1989 to 1993, I initiated the Malcolm X Project, which collected hundreds of FBI documents and published literature on the subject. When I accepted the position as director of the Institute for Research in African American Studies at Columbia University in 1993, I set aside my work on the Malcolm X biography for about 7 years in order to build the institute. It was only in 2000, as my term as director neared its end, that I re-engaged my efforts to complete a full and richly detailed biography of this black leader. During the next several years, I collected primary source materials with the principal goal of compiling a comprehensive chronology of Malcolm's life as he lived it, day by day. I wanted to know exactly what he did during his remarkable and all too short 13-year public career as a minister and political spokesperson. Almost immediately I encountered 4 major problems in telling Malcolm's life story. The first was the embargo on information imposed by the attitude and decisions taken by Malcolm X's widow, Dr. Betty Shabazz. Following her husband's assassination, Shabazz decided not to collect and archive his papers and original documents in preparation for either giving or transferring them to a library or archive. Instead, for more than 3 decades thousands of pages of correspondence and documents written or issued by Malcolm X, even his Holy Quran, were left rotting on the basement floor of her Mount Vernon, New York, home. Shabazz aggressively sued writers and scholars who utilized or reprinted sections of Malcolm's speeches or writings in their published works. For example, when Claiborne Carson produced a volume documenting FBI surveillance of Malcolm X, in the early 1990s, she insisted that he cut a good section of the material because, she argued, it infringed on her ownership of Malcolm's intellectual property. After Shabazz's death in 1997, one of her daughters, Malika, transferred, through a series of haphazard errors, nearly all of Malcolm's private papers from her mother's basement to a Florida lockbox. Because she failed to pay the monthly rent in a timely manner, the material was sold to a speculator who immediately saw its value on the market. That speculator offered the Malcolm X memorabilia for $600,000 on eBay, and a national controversy about Malcolm's intellectual property ensued. When a small selection of Malcolm's letters and documents was released prior to the public auction, researchers were shocked by the poor physical condition of these rare materials. The documents were yellowed and brittle, and the Shabazz estate offered no explanation for its negligence in acting to preserve Malcolm X's intellectual legacy. Eventually, in 2002, the pending sale was voided due to a legal technicality, and the materials were returned to the Shabazz estate. In 2005, the New York Public Library's Schomburg Center for Research in Black Culture announced that it had acquired the Malcolm X archives, which had been loaned to it for 75 years, under fairly strict conditions, by the Shabazz daughters and estate. The materials became available to the public only in the summer of 2008. These remarkable holdings include a travel diary kept by Malcolm when he visited the Middle East and Africa in 1964 and hundreds of letters he received or answered, both of which provide a stunning window on his personality and political evolution. The second impediment to researching Malcolm X was the refusal by the majority of the individuals who worked with him to go on record or to be interviewed. Following Malcolm's assassination, several of his key associates either went underground or fled the United States for many years. For example, Malcolm's chief of staff, James 67X Shabazz, relocated to Guyana in the 1970s and 1980s. Lynn Shiflett, the first organizing secretary of the Organization of Afro-American Unity, refused to be interviewed or to say anything on the record from 1966 until her death in 2007. Gradually, as word of mouth circulated about my project, several of Malcolm's associates appeared and agreed to be interviewed. Consequently, by 2008 I had accumulated a number of key oral histories in the form of interviews with members of Malcolm's organizations and his inner circle of supporters. The third roadblock in developing Malcolm's life story was presented by the Nation of Islam, which since the early 1980s has been led by Louis Farrakhan. After years of effort, I secured a 9-hour interview with Farrakhan in May 2005, which led to a much more comprehensive interview in December 2007. Farrakhan's approval permitted me to interview Larry 4X Prescott, who had been one of Malcolm's assistant ministers in NOI Mosque No. 7 but disagreed with Malcolm's opposition to Elijah Muhammad and refused to leave the sect with Malcolm's departure. I also interviewed Norman 3X Butler and Thomas 15X Johnson, two of the three men convicted of the murder of Malcolm X, both of whom served more than 20 years in prison for a crime they did not commit. Finally, the greatest challenge in the reconstruction of Malcolm's life has been the continuing suppression of information about the illegal surveillance and disruption of Malcolm and his organizations by law enforcement, specifically the FBI and the New York City Police Department. The FBI collected tens of thousands of pages of surveillance records pertaining to Malcolm during his relatively brief public career. It has made only about half of this information available to scholars and researchers. The remaining surveillance materials are still redacted and unavailable. Similarly, the NYPD maintained a secret investigative Bureau of Special Services, BOSS, which carried out illegal wiretapping, surveillance, and disruption of Malcolm's organization. Despite repeated requests under the Freedom of Information Act, BOSS and the NYPD have to this day refused to turn over sensitive documents related to the surveillance of Malcolm X during the last year of his life. BOSS even refused access to information related to Malcolm's early career in the 1950s and early 1960s that has no direct bearing on the assassination. My way around this was to obtain information on individual BOSS agents. For example, I located Gary Fulcher, the BOSS detective in charge of the telephone tapping of Malcolm X's office in the Hotel Teresa during 1964 and 1965. Fulcher's oral history provides strong evidence that BOSS and the FBI had infiltrated Malcolm's organizations and knew in advance about plans for the assassination. One of Malcolm's principal bodyguards, Gene Roberts, was a BOSS detective. Evidence of his actions on the day of the assassination suggests that Malcolm's head of security, Reuben Francis, may have been an FBI informant. Fulcher was deliberately kept out of the assassination's investigation, and a narrative was constructed by police officials to deflect scrutiny of the department's activities leading up to Malcolm's murder. With its publication in 2011, Malcolm X, A Life of Reinvention made available a historical narrative grounded in fresh archival and oral documentation, one that presents a new interpretation of this Black leader's life and legacy. This collection, the portable Malcolm X Reader, has been designed as a companion volume to the biography. It documents the most important events that defined Malcolm X's life. The initial section, Documents, addresses in chronological order the significant activities that confronted Malcolm and his family. It begins with documents related to the firebombing of Malcolm's family home in Lansing, Michigan, in November 1929 and the suspicious death of Malcolm's father, Earl Little, in September 1931. Malcolm's career in the Nation of Islam is fully represented in this section. Included are materials related to the police brutality trial of Betty Shabazz and other NOI members in Queens in 1958, Malcolm's initial travels to the Middle East and Africa in July 1959, and the repercussions from Mike Wallace's controversial 1959 television series The Hate That Hate produced, an exposé of the Nation of Islam. The period of the 1960s is fully covered in this section, the debates Malcolm held with civil rights leaders Bayard Rustin and James Farmer, excerpts of Malcolm's key speeches, including the Message to the Grassroots speech, delivered in Detroit on November 10, 1963, the famous "Chickens Coming Home to Roost" comment, made following a speech given in New York City on December 1, 1963, which led to Elijah Muhammad's silencing of Malcolm the following day, and Malcolm's close relationship with heavyweight boxing champion Muhammad Ali. The second section, Oral Histories, presents excerpts from interviews with important individuals who worked directly with Malcolm X and offer different points of view about his evolution and split from the Nation of Islam. These include interviews with Thomas 15X Johnson, who was convicted in 1966 for his role in Malcolm's assassination, Malcolm's Chief of Staff, James 67X Shabazz, Organization of Afro-American Unity activist Herman Ferguson, and NYPD boss Detective Gary Fulcher. The third section, Articles, presents recent scholarship and original articles by researchers on Malcolm X and the Nation of Islam. These materials represent the essential texts necessary for reinterpreting and understanding the complex and textured life of one of America's most remarkable leaders. Malcolm X was a gifted and charismatic figure, but he was not perfect and was capable of making errors. Indeed, one of his great strengths as a leader was his ability to be critical of himself and statements he had made. During his last year of life, for example, he went out of his way to apologize to civil rights leaders like James Farmer for intemperate personal remarks and some of his criticism of the civil rights movement. What Malcolm sought was a broad united front of Black Americans incorporating the spectrum of Black opinion from Republican to Communist that could be organized to fight for Black freedom and social justice. Internationally, Malcolm had evolved as a Pan-Africanist and Black internationalist who pursued a strategy of taking the United States to the United Nations and other international bodies and charging it with suppression of human rights. By the end of his life, Malcolm was recognized in Africa as a virtual head of state, addressing parliaments and presidents across the continent. His life was a remarkable journey of self-reinvention, from poverty to power. Had he survived, his growth might have culminated in new directions for the history of Black America. Those who sought to silence him did so with recognition of how dangerous it was to those in power to permit his voice to continue to be heard. The portable Malcolm X Reader presents the essential materials necessary for the critical re-evaluation and appraisal of this remarkable man's life. I want to thank my co-editor, Garrett Felber, for his tireless efforts in identifying and editing most of the material in this collection. Special thanks also to Elise Cheney, my agent, who has assisted in representing this work and taking it to publication. Manning Marable. September 7, 2010. Chronology. 1890 July 29 Earl Little is born in Reynolds, Georgia. Note that 1930 census lists Earl's birth in 1891-92 and Malcolm claimed 1889 on his 1959 passport. 1897 Louise Little is born in La Diga, St. Andrew, Grenada. Note that 1930 census lists Louise's birth in 1898-99 and Malcolm claimed 1896 on his 1959 passport. 1925 May 19 Malcolm Little is born in Omaha, NA. 1926 December the Little family moves to Milwaukee, Wisconsin. 1929 the Little family relocates to Lansing, MI. 1929 November 8 the Littles' home is set on fire. Police investigate arson. 1931 September 28 Earl Little is killed in a streetcar accident. 1934 May 28 Betty Sanders is born in Detroit, MI. 1938 Malcolm is placed with a black foster family. 1939 January 31 Louise Little is received at Kalamazoo State Hospital. 1939 August Malcolm is placed in Michigan State Detention Home. 1941 February moves in with half-sister, Ella Collins, in Roxbury district of Boston, Ma. 1943 June 1 registers for the draft in Manhattan, wearing a zoot suit and yellow knob toe shoes. 1944 November 29 steals his aunt's fur coat and pawns it for $5. Ella calls police, and he is arrested for larceny. 1944 December 4 classified as 4F by U.S. Army. 1945 March 17 robs an acquaintance and is arrested for grand larceny in Lansing. 1945 December 11 Malcolm and his crew of 5 break into their first home. By January 10, 1946, they have stolen nearly $10,000 in goods and are arrested 2 days later. 1946 February 27 convicted of 4 counts of breaking and entering. He and Malcolm Shorty Jarvis are sentenced to 8 to 10 years and sent to Charlestown State Prison. 1947 January 10 transferred to Concord Reformatory. 1948 March 31 transferred to Norfolk Prison Colony. 1948 After much correspondence and visitation by his siblings, Malcolm converts to the Nation of Islam, NOI. 1950 March 23 transferred back to Charlestown after refusing a standard typhoid inoculation on religious grounds. 1950 April Malcolm and other Muslim inmates demand a menu without pork and cells facing east, gaining the attention of local newspapers. 1952 August 5 request to leave state and live with his brother Wilfred is approved, Malcolm is granted parole and his sister Hilda meets him at his release. 1952 August 31 meets Elijah Muhammad for the first time and eats dinner at his home in Chicago. 1953 April prepares for the ministry at University of Islam in Chicago. 1953 June 8 quits job at Garwood Factory after being appointed assistant minister at Detroit Temple No. 1. 1953-54 helps open Boston's Temple No. 11 in Roxbury and becomes acting minister of Philadelphia Temple. 1954 June Muhammad appoints Malcolm minister of Harlem's Temple No. 7. 1956 Betty Sanders joins Temple No. 7 in late summer or fall. 1957 February travels to Alabama to legally and spiritually assist a Muslim who beat a sheriff after being harassed at a train station. 1957 April 26 Johnson X Hinton is beaten by New York City police. Malcolm intervenes and organizes protest outside precinct in Harlem. 1957 July 6 to 7 Malcolm hosts the 2-day 34th annual Feast of the Followers of Messenger Muhammad in Harlem. 2000 attend, including honored guests from the Syrian mission to the UN and the Egyptian attaché. Wallace Muhammad is principal speaker. 1957 August 14 lectures for 4 weeks at Detroit Temple. 1958 January 14 marries Betty Sanders in Lansing. 1958 March travels to Los Angeles for 2 weeks to build membership. 1958 May 14 home is raided by New York police while Malcolm speaks at Boston Temple. All mosque members in duplex, including his pregnant wife, are put on trial. 1958 August 1 speaks for second consecutive year at Marcus Garvey Day celebration in Harlem, Hull and Jack and Earl Brown also speak. 1958 November 16 Betty gives birth to couple's first child, Adela. 1959 January 1 speaks at African Asian Exposition at Temple No. 7. J. A. Rogers also speaks before 1,600 people. Play called The Trial is performed by Boston Temple. 1959 March 2 to 18 The Tens Wifes and Others Trial in Queens, which ends as longest assault trial in New York City's history. 1959 April 15 speaks at African Freedom Day and calls for a Bandung Conference in Harlem. 1959 May 31 introduces Elijah Muhammad at Uline Arena in Washington, D.C., before 7,000 to 10,000 NOI members bust in from across the country. 1959 July 3 to 22 leaves New York for 19-day trip to Middle East and Africa. Travels to Egypt, Saudi Arabia, Sudan, Israel, Nigeria, and Ghana. 1959 July 13 to 17 The Hate That Hate produced airs on New York's Channel 13. 1959 November 11 Elijah Muhammad and Sons visit Asia and Africa for several months. Malcolm is put in charge during their absence. Louis X, Farrakhan, takes over in Harlem during interim. Upon his return, Muhammad changes name of temples to mosques. 1960 May Malcolm produces a newspaper called Mr. Muhammad Speaks, which sells for 15 cents a copy and is published monthly. 1960 September 20 just after midnight, Malcolm meets with Fidel Castro, at the Hotel Teresa in Harlem, during his visit to the UN. 1960 October 20 debates NAACP Youth Secretary Herbert Wright at Yale Law School. Louis X's record is distributed to the crowd. 1960 October 29 The Tens NOI sponsored African Asian Bazaar with Dr. Mahmoud Shawarbi as surprise guest. This is the first NOI event Shawarbi attends. 1960 November 7 debates Bayard Rustin on WBAI radio. 1960 December 25 Betty gives birth to second child, Kubila. 1961 January 28 Malcolm and Minister of Atlanta Mosque meet with KKK to work out agreement concerning NOI land purchases. 1961 March 24 debates Walter Carrington of NAACP at Harvard Law School Forum. 1961 April 23 appears on NBC's The Open Mind with C. Eric Lincoln, George Schuyler, and James Baldwin. 1961 June 25 speaks before 8,000 at Washington, D.C.'s Uline Arena. George Lincoln Rockwell of American Nazi Party attends with 10 to 20 supporters. 1961 October 30 debates Bayard Rustin at Howard University after his speech earlier in the year was cancelled by the university. 1962 February 24 to 25 attends Savior's Day, where he is described as heir apparent and chief aide by Elijah Muhammad. Delegation from American Nazi Party attends. 1962 March 7 debates James Farmer at Cornell University. 1962 April 27 Los Angeles Mosque is invaded by police, several members are wounded by gunfire, with one paralyzed and another, Ronald Stokes, killed. Malcolm conducts the funeral the following week. 1962 June 3 after a jetliner crashes in Paris, killing 130, including 121 people from Georgia, Malcolm calls it a very beautiful thing and frames it as divine retribution for Stokes's murder. 1962 July 22 third daughter, Ilyaza, is born. 1962 October 23 appears on stand at trial of 5 NOI members at Attica Correctional Facility, charging that the state is violating their religious rights. 1963 January 11 leads NOI demonstration at New York County Criminal Court Building, protesting police hostility toward 2 Muslims who were selling Muhammad Speaks in Times Square on Christmas 1962. 1963 February 13 leads a demonstration of 230 Muslims in Times Square protesting police brutality. 1963 February 26 Master of Ceremonies at Savior's Day since Muhammad absent for health reasons. Royal family is resentful and animosity grows. 1963 March 23 speaks at Harlem rally to raise money for blacks in Mississippi. Dick Gregory, Adam Clayton Powell Jr., Percy Sutton, and Louis Michaud also speak. 1963 August 28. Despite Muhammad's edict that no NOI member attend, Malcolm witnesses historic march on Washington, calling it a picnic and good show. 1963 November 10 delivers message to the grassroots speech in Detroit, before 2,000 people, at King Solomon Baptist Church. 1963 December 1 describes Kennedy assassination as a case of the chickens coming home to roost despite Muhammad's insistence that he not address the president's death. 1963 December 5 at monthly meeting with Elijah Muhammad, Malcolm is informed that he has been silenced for 90 days for his comments on Kennedy. 1964 January 6 travels to Phoenix, Arizona, for a hearing with Muhammad. Raymond Sharif and John Ali are also present. This is the last time Malcolm meets with Muhammad. 1964 January 15 to 21 travels with family to visit Cassius Clay in Miami. It is the first vacation he and Betty have taken. 1964 February 4 interviewed by 2 FBI agents at his home, he states he is more devoted to Muhammad than ever before. 1964 February 26 sits ringside in Miami as Clay defeats heavily favored Sonny Liston in 7 rounds. 1964 March 9 having heard formally that he will not be reinstated to the NOI, Malcolm publicly declares his separation and the formation of his new religious group, Muslim Mosque Incorporated. The group is officially announced 3 days later at Park Sheraton Hotel. 1964 March 26 visits U.S. Senate Gallery to observe civil rights filibuster. He crosses paths with Martin Luther King Jr., and the two are photographed shaking hands. This is their only meeting. 1964 April 3 delivers the ballot or the bullet speech during debate with Louis Lomax in Cleveland. 1964 April 13 to May 21 departs New York with plans to travel through Cairo, Jeddah, Khartoum, Nairobi, Lagos, Accra, and Algiers while making the Hajj. In addition to the religious transformation of the Hajj, he spends a portion of his final weeks in Ghana with American expats Maya Angelou, Julian Mayfield, Alice Wyndham, and Leslie Lacey. 1964 June 13 attends meeting in upstate New York with Whitney Young, Clarence Jones, Ruby Dee, Ossie Davis, and Sidney Poitier to discuss future of the civil rights movement. 1964 June 15 to 16 attends and testifies at 2-day eviction trial, in Queens, filed against him by the NOI. He is represented by Percy Sutton. 1964 June 28 first public rally of his second group, the Organization of Afro-American Unity, OAAU, is held at the Audubon Ballroom. Meanwhile, Elijah Muhammad speaks at the nearby 369th Regiment Armory. 1964 July 3 Lucille Rosary and Evelyn Williams file paternity suits against Elijah Muhammad. 1964 July 9 to November 24 departs for Cairo via London. Spends over 4 months traveling throughout Africa and consulting with religious and political leaders. 1964 December 3 debates at the Oxford University Student Union. 1964 December 31 fourth daughter, Gamila, is born. 1965 January 26 speaks at Dartmouth College before crowd of 1,500. 1965 February 3 to 4 speaks to 3,000 students at voter registration drive in Alabama. Addresses activists in Selma the next day with Coretta Scott King and Fred Shuttlesworth. Milk Jr. is in jail. 1965 February 9 flies to Paris, but French government cites his undesirable presence and deports him to London. 1965 February 14 home is firebombed. No one is harmed, and despite Betty's wishes Malcolm attends speaking engagement in Detroit. 1965 February 20 looks at a home with Betty and Long Island realtor. Dines with family, Ella and Rodnell Collins, and Sheikh Ahmed Hassan. Stays the night at the New York Hilton Hotel. 1965 February 21 awakened by threatening phone call at hotel. Just after 3 p.m., at an OAAU rally at Audubon Ballroom, Malcolm is shot multiple times, in the chest, legs, finger, and chin, with a sawed-off shotgun, .45, and Luger in a plot executed by 5 men. At 3:30 p.m. he is pronounced dead at Columbia Presbyterian Hospital. 1965 February 23 Mosque No. 7 is burned down by firebomb. Malcolm's body is on view at Unity Funeral Home despite multiple bomb threats. 1965 February 27 buried in Ferncliff Cemetery in Hartsdale, New York, after a ceremony by Alvin Childs, Bishop of the Faith Temple Church of God in Christ, and a eulogy by Ossie Davis. 1965 September 30 Betty gives birth to twin daughters, Malik and Malika. A note on the text. Reproductions from primary sources have been kept true to their original form as much as possible. As a source guide for students and researchers, it is important that readers make their own critical evaluations of the texts. While in some instances corrections to spelling and punctuation were made so as not to distract the reader, typos and misspellings that are historically significant have been retained. Part I. Documents. Lansing Fire. Just after Malcolm's younger brother Reginald was born, the Little family relocated to Lansing, Michigan, purchasing a 3-lot property in a largely white neighborhood. Unbeknownst to Earl Little, the small 1.5-story home carried a restrictive racial covenant, and neighbors promptly initiated an eviction process. Prior to the eviction, on the morning of November 8, 1929, the Littles' home was set on fire. Malcolm's newborn sister, Yvonne, was almost lost, and the family escaped with few possessions. As Malcolm later recalled, "I remember being suddenly snatched awake into a frightening confusion of pistol shots and shouting and smoke and flames. My father had shouted and shot at the 2 white men who had set the fire and were running away. Our home was burning down around us." 1. Later that day, police officers G.W. Waterman and Charles B. Allen of the State Fire Marshal's Department located the now homeless Little family at the house of a nearby black family. Waterman and Allen interviewed Malcolm's mother, Louise, and his eldest brother, Wilfred, then 9 years old. When Earl's story failed to mesh with those of his wife and son, the officers interviewed a local gas station and store owner, Joseph Nicholson, who had first reported that the fire department refused to respond to his call on the night of the fire. Nicholson claimed that Earl had given him a revolver the night before. He produced the gun, which had 5 remaining shells and 1 missing. He also added that Little had purchased 2 gallons of kerosene the night before the fire. Officers then found the can in the basement rubble, beneath a set of bed springs. Although police were suspicious of possible arson, the district attorney ruled insufficient evidence, and Little was instead arrested on possession of an unregistered handgun and arraigned, with bond set at $500. On November 11, Waterman and Allen visited Little in the city jail to secure a statement admitting that he'd fired a shotgun that night. Speculation that Malcolm's father set fire to the home, a theory fueled by the kerosene purchase and the fact that he held a $2,000 home insurance policy and $500 in insurance on household contents, has continued to this day. However, Little had allowed his insurance to lapse and even made a payment the following day, hoping to reactivate the policy, leaving these claims largely unsubstantiated. Point 2. The hearing was postponed several times before the case was finally dismissed on February 26, 1930. Interview of Earl Little, November 11, 1929. Special Report, Chas B. Allen and G.W. Waterman, Michigan State Police, Case Number 2155, November 8, 1929. Interview of Earl Little. November 11, 1929. Earl Little, being duly sworn in by Mr. Allen, swears to tell the truth as to the following statement. Your full name? Earl Little. Age? 40. Married? Yes, sir. How many children? 6. You lived on M16? Yes, sir. Fire occurred at your house, Friday morning? Thursday night about 2:30. Well, that would be Friday morning, November 8th. How did you discover that fire? From a noise. What kind of a noise did you hear? Blow up. Well, where were you when you heard the noise? On the bed. What did you do? I jumped up. What did you do after you jumped up? I yelled for everybody to get up, and put on my pants. What did you do then? I went outdoors. What did you do when you went outdoors? I saw up on the house ablaze. Whose house? My house. I saw the blaze whooping up on my house. Just what part of the house was this fire in? In the rear end where you go down in the basement on the northwest corner on the west side. What did you do when you went out there? Well, I shot. What did you shoot? A single barrel shotgun. What next did you do? I came back in the house. What did you do then? I got my coat and sweater and helped my wife and children get out. My wife said call the fire department. I went next door to Mr. Nichols and called the fire department. Your wife did not get up when you first got up? Yes, sir, she got up. I went next door to Mr. Nichols and called the fire department. What did you do with the shotgun when you fired it? I carried it around with me, and came back in the house, where I laid it down in the house, or out in the yard, I am not able to tell. You did not take the gun when you went over to Nichols? No. Did Mr. Nichols come over there then? Quite a bit later, 2 or 3 of the other neighbors were there first. Is the shotgun the only one you had in the house? No, sir, I did not say that. Did you have any more guns in the house, besides the shotgun? I am not able to say. Did you give anybody a gun over there? No. You won't say there wasn't another gun in the house? No, I would not say that. Where did you keep this shotgun that you fired? Behind the trunk at the wall. Where was this other gun? I did not say there was another gun in the house. Well, was there another gun in the house? I say, I would not be positive there was another gun in the house. Now, did you have another gun in the house? I did not refuse to say that I had another gun or not. What kind of gun did you have in the house before that? I have a shotgun in the house. What kind of other gun did you have in the house? I had a gun that belonged to my brother, once. What kind of a gun? An automatic. Was that gun in the house? I would not say. I am not able to say. Did you have any other gun in the house besides the shotgun? No, sir, I did not. Did you have any gun that you had borrowed from your brother? No. Not besides the shotgun? No. You did not give anybody the gun? No. Did you have a .38 caliber Colt revolver in the house the night of the fire? No, sir, not that I know of. Did you carry one out of the house? No, sir. Did you give a .38 caliber revolver to anyone that night? No, sir. Signed. By Earl Little. November 11, 1929. MER. Special Report. Chas B. Allen and G. W. Waterman. Michigan State Police. Case number 2155, November 8, 1929. Special Report. Sir, I have the honor to submit the following special report covering my investigation of the suspected arson case at Near Airport on M16. County of Ingham, showing the result of my investigation in detail and the present status of the case. History of this case. At about 2:30 am, Friday, November 8, 1929, the house owned by Earl Little, colored, burned down. Earl Little had secured this property consisting of 3 lots and a small house, 1.5 story, and some small outbuildings located on the 2 east lots. This property is located on the south side of M16, near the airport. Mr. Little was unaware of clause in the original deed to this addition prohibiting colored people from living on this property. The neighbors resented the presence of the colored family, and started proceedings for theater removal. Judge Carr had ruled against Earl Little in this litigation a few weeks prior to the fire. This ruling was common knowledge to the residents of this addition. I was detailed on the above case by Lieutenant L.W. Morse, At 3:00 p.m., Friday, November 8, 1929. Upon arriving at the scene of the fire, I met Mr. Rouse, of the Rouse Insurance Company of Lansing, and a Mr. Burr, of the Westchester Fire Insurance Company. I learned from Mr. Burr that Earl Little held a $2,000 policy on the house with his company. Mr. Rouse informed me that Earl Little held a $500 police on the contents of the house with his company. I interviewed Mr. Wolfe, who lives on the adjoining lot to the south of the Earl Little property. Mr. Wolfe stated that he and his wife were awakened during the night by an explosion. Mr. Wolfe got up and went to the north window and discovered that Mr. Little's house was afire. The fire was located at the southwest corner of the house, and the flames were rising 15 or 20 feet high. Mr. Wolfe dressed and went to assist the Col family. Upon going to the front door, he met Mrs. Little, who was getting the children out. Mr. Wolfe entered the front bedroom in which Mr. and Mrs. Little were sleeping, and got a trunk out of the room. Mr. Little then came up and told Mr. Wolfe not to go in the other part of the house. At this time Mr. Dennis, who lives on the lot adjoining Mr. Little on the east, came and assisted in getting the family out of the house. I next interviewed Mr. Dennis, whose statement was that he and his wife were awakened first by someone knocking on the kitchen door. Mrs. Dennis stated that she did not get up, as she thought that if anyone wanted them real bad that they would knock again. While awaiting for the person to knock again, she heard an explosion. She and her husband got up and looked out of the west window and saw that the colored family's house was afire. The flames were rising at the south end of the house, and on the west side of the kitchen. Mr. Dennis dressed and went to help. I next interviewed Mr. Joseph Nicholson, who runs a gas station and store, located about 20 RDS West, and on the north side of M16. Mr. Nicholson stated that someone awakened him by knocking on his window and told him that a house was afire, and to call the fire department. Mr. Nicholson dressed and went to the store to telephone. At this time he discovered that Mr. Little's house was burning. Mr. Nicholson then called the fire department, who refused to come. Nicholson then went over to the burning house. Mr. Nicholson was impressed by the fact that the fire was burning in a straight line from the wall to the eaves of the house, and covered about 1/3 of the south end of the west side of the house. Upon returning to the scene of the fire, I met Mr. Ches B. Allen, of the State Fire Marshal's Department. We looked over the ruins. It was so hot, however, that we were unable to dig about in the basement. We returned home, and at about 6:30 p.m., Allen and myself located the Little family at the home of Herb Walker, colored, at 732 Clark Street, Lansing. Mr. Little was not at home at the time we arrived, and did not come until about 9:00 p.m. We interviewed Mrs. Little and her son, who was about 10 years of age. Mrs. Little informed us that she was awakened by her husband in the night by his telling her that the house was afire. She got the children and some articles that were handy, out of the house. She claimed that she and the children went to bed at about 7:00 p.m., and that her husband came home from town about 9:00 p.m. Mrs. Little appeared to be telling the truth as far as she knew. The boy told us that he got up and unlocked the kitchen door for his father the night of the fire. He did not know what time it was that his father returned, however. We talked with Mrs. Little until her husband returned. We then met him outside. We all got in Allen's car and talked with Mr. Little until about 11:00 p.m., as there were several points in his story that did not check with that of his wife and son. We decided to lock Mr. Little up for further investigation. November 9, Allen and myself interviewed Mr. Joseph Nicholson at his place of business. Mr. Nicholson told us about his part in the fire, except the part in which Little had passed a revolver to him. After leading him up to this point as near as we could, giving him the opportunity to tell about it without our asking him about it, and he made no mention of the gun, we asked him if Little had given him a revolver the night of the fire. Nicholson answered, "Well, I might as well tell you about it, as I guess you fellows know anyway." Well, the night of the fire, I went over as soon as I had called the fire department. I was met by Earl Little, several RDS from the house, Little stepped up close to me and handed a revolver to me, saying, "Keep this gun for me, will you?" I then asked Nicholson for the gun, which he then produced from the rear room of the store. It was a 38 calories. Cold revolver, blue finish. One shell had been fired, the other 5 were loaded and in the chambers. We gave Mr. Nicholson a receipt for the revolver, which I turned over to Lieutenant L.W. Morse, upon my return to the office that afternoon. Earl Little had told Allen and myself, the night we interviewed him, that he had run outdoors when he was awakened by the explosion, with a shotgun, and had fired once with it, then later that night, had given the gun to someone at the fire. He however did not know who the man was. Up to this time, we have been unable to locate the gun, and we have talked with everyone at the fire. On November 11th, Allen and myself talked with Mr. Little at the police station, then we went to the office of the state fire marshal. We took a statement from Earl Little relative to his actions the night of the fire. In this statement, Mr. Little stated that he did not give the shotgun to anyone. Allen and myself then went to the scene of the fire. In digging about in the ruins, we found a 2-gallon oil can, that Nicholson later identified as the same in which he had placed 2 gallons of kerosene oil the evening prior to the Little fire, November 7th. This can was found in the basement, southeast corner, under a set of bed springs. Mrs. Little had told us the night we interviewed her at Herb Walker's, that she had filled the container on the oil stove with the oil which her husband had brought from Nicholson's store the night prior to, or the night of the fire in fact, and then had set the can behind the kitchen door. The kitchen was built on the south end of the house, and there was no basement under it. November 11th, Allen and myself drove to 7.32 Clark St., Lansing, for a further interview with Mrs. Little. We were informed by Herb Walker that Mrs. Little was downtown. Allen and myself then went to the city jail and talked with Earl Little. We then brought him to the office of the state fire marshal, where we secured a statement in regard to the firing of a gun, and as to whether it was a revolver or a shotgun. Little stated that it was a shotgun which he fired, and then denied having given the gun to anyone at the fire. We then returned Earl to the city jail. I then secured a warrant charging him with the possession of an unregistered revolver. Earl was then arraigned before Judge McSellen. Earl pled not guilty, and demanded an examination which was set for 9:00 am, November 19th-29. Bond set at $500. November 19, 1929. The examination was set over to November 22, by John Bird, prosecuting attorney. During the afternoon, Mr. H.F. Springer, agent for the Western Adjustment Co. and myself drove out to the scene of the Earl Little fire. We talked with Mr. and Mrs. Wolf and Mr. and Mrs. Dennis. While we were at the Dennis home, Earl Little and wife came to look over the ruins of the house. I again questioned them in the presence of Mr. Springer, whose business was not known by the Littles. We then called at the home of Jesse Walker, 318 Beaver Street N. Lansing, to inquire for Will Jones, colored, who was at the Little house about 9:00 p.m., the night of the fire with 2 girls. Dennis told us that Will was working on the construction job at the corner of Capitol and Allegan Estes. I called at the job and questioned the foreman regarding this Will Jones. The foreman stated that he did not know this man, and further, did not have a colored man on the job. November 22nd. The Earl Little case was set over to December 3rd, by the prosecutor. December 3rd. Examination set over to December 16th. December 16th. Examination set over to January 15th. January 15th. The examination held up pending the decision of Judge Carr, who was to be interviewed by the prosecutor regarding the decision Carr would make should the case get to circuit court. The examination was then set over to February 28th. February 28th, case dismissed. Respectfully submitted. G.W. Waterman. PST. Approved. 1 Malcolm X and Alex Haley, The Autobiography of Malcolm X, New York, One World / Ballantine Books, 1992, 5. To Louis A. DeCaro Jr., On the Side of My People, A Religious Life of Malcolm X, New York, New York University Press, 1996, 46. Earl Little's death. Following the destruction of the Littles' home, Earl, who was a carpenter by trade, built a new home for his family on the outskirts of East Lansing. Malcolm's younger brother Wesley was born several years later, putting further strain on Earl's modest income as an itinerant preacher and laborer. Despite the move from a predominantly white neighborhood, the family's Garvey principles of black economic self-sufficiency and pride still chafed local racists. Just as the Ku Klux Klan, KKK, was enjoying a revitalization in the 1920s, another white hate group, the Black Legion, began to take shape in nearby Detroit. Substituting the iconic white garb of the KKK with black robes, the Black Legion operated in a more clandestine manner, harassing blacks, Catholics, and alleged socialist sympathizers through nighttime raids and beatings. On September 28, 1931, Earl set out to Lansing's north side to collect money from residents who had purchased his poultry. Hours later, a young police officer, Lawrence Burrill, notified Louise Little that her husband had been in a serious streetcar accident a block east of the town's boundary. The accident was gruesome, and Little was dead by the time his wife reached him. He had been run over by the car and his leg had nearly been severed from his upper body. Although the coroner and the local newspaper reported his death as an accident, Malcolm's then 8-year-old brother, Filbert Little, would later remember that somebody had shoved him under that car. Malcolm wavered throughout his adult life on the question of who was responsible for his father's death, at times calling it an accident and at others attributing it to the Black Legion. 2. Malcolm also later recalled in his autobiography that the insurance company holding one of Earl's policies refused to pay his mother. 3. Although a $1,000 policy was collected, the debts left in the wake of Earl's death quickly erased most of it. From dental bills and the birthing costs of Wesley and Yvonne to land rent and burial costs, the policy's benefits were soon depleted. Louise was doled out the remainder in a widow's allowance of roughly $18 a month. Earl's death left a void in the family both emotionally and economically, and the circumstances of his death would continue to shape Malcolm's racial perspective. State of Michigan. The probate court for the County of Ingham. State of Michigan. County of Ingham. SS. Louise Little, being duly sworn, says, "I reside in the township of Lansing, Lansing RFD. Number 5. The foregoing statement of account against the estate of Earl Little deceased, is a true and correct statement, and said account is a just claim against said estate. There is now due and unpaid on said claim, over and above all legal set-offs, the sum of $562.76/$100. Louise Little. Subscribed and sworn to before me this 15th day of February AD 1932. Alvin A. Miller. Notary Public, Ingham County, Michigan. My commission expires Sept. 23, 1932. State of Michigan. The probate court for the County of Ingham. John L. Layton, being duly sworn, says, "I reside in the city of Lansing. The foregoing statement of account against the estate of Earl Little deceased, is a true and correct statement, and said account is a just claim against said estate. There is now due and unpaid on said claim, over and above all legal set-offs, the sum of $93.47/$100. John L. Layton. Subscribed and sworn to before me this 16th day of January AD 1932. Illegible copy. Notary Public, Ingham County, Michigan. My commission expires June 17, 1932. Dr. Ulysses S. Bagley. Physician and Surgeon. Lansing, MICH. January 26, 1932. Judge L. B. MacArthur. Judge of Probate Court. Mason, Mitch. Hahn. Judge. The following is a claim filed against the estate of the deceased Earl Little for professional services rendered. Very truly yours. U.S. Bagley, MD. Petition for appointment of administrator. State of Michigan. The probate court for the county of Ingham. To the probate court for said county. In the matter of the estate of Earl Little deceased. I, Louise Little, respectfully represent that I reside in the township of Lansing in said county, and am interested in said estate and make this petition as widow of said Earl Little, deceased. Underscore 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 on. Underscore 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 on. Underscore 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 on. I further represent that said deceased died on the 28th day of September AD 1931, leaving no last will and testament, as I am informed and believe. I further represent that said deceased was, at the time of his death, an inhabitant of the township of Lansing in said county and left estate within said county to be administered, and that the estimated value thereof is as follows: real estate, $none or thereabout; personal estate, claim for insurance in amount of $1,000 or thereabout, as I am informed and believe. I further represent that the names, relationship, ages, and residences of the heirs at law of said deceased are as follows. I therefore pray that the administration of said estate be granted to Frank R. Robinson of the City of Lansing, State of Michigan, 609 North Washington Avenue, or to some other suitable person. Louise Little. POR.F.D #3, Lansing, Mich. On this 9th day of November AD, 1931. Before me personally appeared the above-named petitioner, who being duly sworn says, that she has read the foregoing petition by her signed, and knows the contents thereof, and that the same is true of her own knowledge, except as to the matters therein stated to be upon her information and belief, and as to those matters she believes it to be true. Gertrude M. Perkins. Notary Public, Ingham County, Mich. My commission expires March 29, 1935. 1 William T. Strickland and Cheryl Y. Green, eds, Malcolm X, Make It Plain, New York, Viking, 1994, 25. 2 Manning Marable, Malcolm X, A Life of Reinvention, New York, Viking, 2011, 31-32. 3 Malcolm X and Haley, Autobiography, 14. Louise Little's institutionalization. Already burdened with her husband's debts and burial expenses, Louise struggled to support her children and maintain the pride and self-reliance that she and Earl had always valued. The 2 eldest children, Wilfred and Hilda, took on the tasks of hunting and babysitting, respectively. Despite a pension law that provided $3 a week per child to poor families with state-approved guardians, Malcolm recalled that the checks helped, but they weren't enough. As many as there were. One in 1938, Malcolm's half-brother Robert was born, but the father spurned Louise and left during the pregnancy. That year Lansing welfare agents placed the young teenager in the Black Pentecostal foster home of Thornton and Mabel Gohana Point II. Although Malcolm enjoyed the older couple's attention and seemed to be excelling in his new school, West Junior High, Louise protested the state's decision to move her son. As food was scarce in the Little household, Malcolm had taken to petty robbery, and welfare workers saw it as a necessary change of scenery. It was just before Christmas of that year that Louise was found, by police, wandering through the snow with her newborn child. After being examined by Drive E.F. Hoffman of nearby Mason, Michigan, Louise was diagnosed as having a paranoid condition, probably dementia praecox, and was committed to Kalamazoo State Hospital, where she would remain for the next 24 years. A state-of-the-art facility when it opened in the mid-19th century, the hospital was perpetually understaffed and overcrowded by the 1930s. Its primary method of treatment was occupational therapy, although electroconvulsive shock was used in select cases as well. 3 Despite her admittance as a public patient with no estate available to support her, the hospital later, in 1957, billed her son Reginald nearly $13,000 for her care. Reginald seemed an odd choice since he was the fifth youngest child and had battled with mental illness of his own following his expulsion from the Nation of Islam, NOI. 4 With his mother institutionalized, Malcolm was placed in a juvenile home in Mason in August 1939. It was only in 1941, when his half-sister Ella Collins proposed that he move with her to Boston, that his new life began. Mental Health File of Louise Little, B 4398, Ingham County Probate Court. Mental Health File of Louise Little, B 4398. Ingham County Probate Court. Notice from Kalamazoo State Hospital on January 10, 1964. Re. Louise Little File No. B 4398. Mentally ill. November 12, 1964. Patient placed on convalescent status. State of Michigan. In the probate court for the County of Ingham. Now comes Thomas M. Cavanaugh, Attorney General of the State of Michigan, on behalf of the State Commissioner of Revenue, and respectfully shows unto this court. 1. That as will more fully appear from the records of this court, the above-named Louise Little was duly committed to the Kalamazoo State Hospital by this court and was duly admitted to said hospital as a patient, and that said Louise Little received care and medical treatment as shown by attached sworn statement of the Michigan Department of Revenue. 2. That said Louise Little was ordered to be admitted to said hospital as a public patient and is an indigent person. 3. That the said Louise Little has certain relatives who are liable for his/her support and for the expenses paid and to be paid by the State of Michigan and County of Ingham for the care and maintenance of said patient in said hospital. 4. That the names of the said relatives, their relationship to the said Louise Little, and their last known addresses are. 5. That your petitioner verily believes that said relatives have been and are possessed of means sufficient and adequate to reasonably enable them to contribute at least in part to the care and maintenance of said patient in said hospital and to reimburse the said state and county for the expenses paid and to be paid by them, but they have neglected so to do. 6. That said relatives are indebted to the state and county in the total amount of $13,499.63 as of April 30, 1957 as shown by said sworn statement. Your petitioner therefore prays that a citation issue out of this court directing each of the aforesaid relatives to appear before this court on a day certain and show cause why an order should not be entered by this court directing them to reimburse the State of Michigan and County of Ingham for expenditures heretofore made as aforesaid and to be made on behalf of said patient. Thomas M. Cavanaugh, Attorney General. Roland V. Remington, Assistant Attorney General. State of Michigan. County of Ingham. SS. On this 19th day of May 1957, personally appeared before me Roland V. Remington, Assistant Attorney General, who made oath that he has read the foregoing petition by him subscribed for and in behalf of said Attorney General, he being authorized so to do, and that he knows the contents thereof and that the same is true of his own knowledge, except as to those matters stated on information and belief, and as to those matters, he believes them to be true. Illegible copy. Notary Public, Ingham County, Michigan. My commission expires August 4, 1958. Kalamazoo State Hospital. Kalamazoo, Michigan. September 24, 1940. Hahn. John McClellan, Judge of Probate. Ingham County Probate Court. Mason, Michigan. Dear Sir. Re. Louise Little. Our patient, Louise Little, is making some progress. At the present time she is engaging herself in occupational therapy and for the most part cooperates quite well, although at times she is disagreeable and resistant. Her physical health is good and she is apparently not suffering any marked delusions at this time. The prognosis in her case still is not favorable. Very truly yours. Medical Superintendent. Kalamazoo State Hospital. Kalamazoo, Michigan. April 27, 1939. Martha Thayer, Deputy Probate Register, Ingham County Probate Court, Mason, Michigan. Dear Madam Re. Louise Little, we wish to acknowledge the receipt of your recent correspondence concerning Mrs. Louise Little, who is a patient in our hospital. We have questioned Mrs. Little concerning the guardianship of her baby, Robert Langdon Little, and she is very resentful concerning this. When questioned whether or not she would like to have Mrs. McGuire, the guardian of her child, visit her, she became very resentful and in no uncertain terms stated that she did not wish to see Mrs. McGuire. Because of her marked resentment and because of her irritable disposition, we would not advise Mrs. McGuire to visit her, and we certainly would not advise that the child be brought down to the hospital to visit the mother. Very truly yours. Medical Superintendent. April 12, 1939. Kalamazoo State Hospital, Kalamazoo, Michigan. Gentlemen, we are enclosing here with a notice of hearing to be served on Louise Little in the matter of Robert Langdon Little, her 8-month-old baby, together with blank proof of service to be filled out and returned to this office. In the matter of the service of these papers, we anticipate that Mrs. Little may be somewhat disturbed over the situation, and we would like to request that, if possible, that the person who serves these papers explain to Mrs. Little that this proceeding is necessary in order to give the guardian of the child authority to care for it during the time Mrs. Little is in the hospital. Also, would it be possible for you to furnish this office with a report on Mrs. Little's present mental condition, and if you deem it wise for Mrs. McGuire, the guardian of her children, to visit her at the hospital. If you feel such a visit would not prove harmful, she would undoubtedly arrange to come over sometime soon. If she should come, would you feel that it would be all right for Mrs. McGuire to bring the baby above referred to? You would be able to determine better than we, whether Mrs. Little should see her baby in the near future or whether such visit might have a tendency to aggravate her mental condition. Thanking you for your consideration of the above matters, I am yours truly. Deputy Probate Register. Self-addressed stamped envelope enclosed for reply. State of Michigan. The Probate Court for the County of Ingham. In the matter of Louise Little. Insane. County of Ingham, SS. I, Dr. E.F. Hoffman, do hereby certify that I am a permanent resident of the city of Mason, in said county, and a graduate of Medical College, University of Chicago, an incorporated medical college, that I am registered according to law, and have practiced as a physician 312 years, that, acting under the direction and by the appointment of said court, I did on the 3rd day of January AD 1939 personally examine said Louise Little. I further certify that in my opinion said Louise Little is an insane person and her condition is such as to require care and treatment in an institution for the care, custody, and treatment of such mentally diseased persons, and that the facts and circumstances upon which such opinion is based, are as follows. Observations: Mrs. Little gives a history of maladjustment over a period of years. Began talking to herself a few years ago following the death of her husband. She has gradually lost interest in family, has had a decided change of personality, and has neglected the care of the children to the point of their becoming delinquent. Recently she has given birth to a child. She has had several controversies with various agencies and is extremely suspicious of everyone. She claims people talk about her and point at her when on the street. She claims to have been discriminated against. Diagnosis: the patient is suffering from a paranoid condition, probably dementia praecox. The patient is being hospitalized on the recommendation of Dr. J. G. McCarthy of the Kalamazoo State Hospital, who examined her on December 15, 1938. I further certify that I am not related by blood or marriage to said Louise Little person, or to the person applying for this certificate, that I am not a trustee, the superintendent, proprietor, officer, a stockholder, attending physician in, or have any pecuniary interest directly or indirectly, of or in the said Kalamazoo State Hospital. E. F. Hoffman, M.D. Subscribed and sworn to before me this 3rd day of January AD 1939. Jeanette Severance. Notary Public, Ingham County, Michigan. My commission expires September 7, 1940. Mrs. Louise Little, about 43. On M922 house north of Jolly Road on East Side. Lansing No. 1 Junior. S. Pleasant Grove School. Post office address. Children. Mr. Earl Little was killed in 1931 at the age of 42 in a trolley car accident. Arrest and prison. Malcolm's move to the Roxbury district of Boston opened his eyes to a world drastically different from that of the rural Midwest. Over the next 4 years, he held a variety of jobs that introduced him to urban nightlife and black celebrities, as well as to dope peddlers and pimps. As a shoeshiner at the Roseland State Ballroom, he met jazz musicians and entertainers. As a cook on the New Haven Railroad, he traveled to Harlem, where he worked at the notorious jazz club Small's Paradise and the less glamorous Jimmy's Chicken Shack. He even performed part-time at Abe Goldstein's Lobster Pond in Midtown Manhattan under the stage name Jack Carlton. 1 In addition to the string of odd jobs, Malcolm also continued the life of petty crime he had begun in Lansing. His first arrest came at the age of 19, when he stole his aunt's fur coat and pawned it for $5. For this indiscretion, his sister Ella promptly called the police and turned him in. The following year he brazenly robbed an acquaintance, Douglas Haynes, at gunpoint in Detroit, prompting his brother Wilfred to post a bond of $1,000 before Malcolm then fled Michigan and the warrant for his arrest. 2. What sealed Malcolm's criminal fate, though, was a string of robberies in the Boston area during the Christmas season of 1945. His prison record suggests that he, along with his Armenian girlfriend, Bea Karagolian, her younger sister, Joyce, a third woman, named Cora Martirosian, and 2 of his friends, Francis Sonny Brown and Malcolm Shorty Jarvis, robbed as many as 8 homes between December 11, 1945, and his arrest on January 12, 1946. They stole a motley assortment of goods, ranging from clocks, jewelry, and fur coats to 20 pounds of sugar and a swig of whiskey, ultimately valued at over $10,000, from Boston area homes and resold the wares in New York City. Ultimately, it was Malcolm who was responsible for the group's arrest, with the exception of Brown, who somehow eluded police. He amateurishly took a stolen watch to a repair shop and the police were waiting when he came to pick it up. Since he was carrying a loaded, unregistered gun, the officers agreed to waive the charge if he would turn in the rest of the gang, which he did. Malcolm and his partner in crime Shorty Jarvis were incarcerated at the oldest penitentiary in continuous use, Charlestown State Prison. The prison, best known for having held anarchists Nicola Sacco and Bartolomeo Vanzetti before their execution, was decrepit and offered few common areas for prisoners to interact. Malcolm later recalled that his first year was spent berating visiting family members and smuggling hallucinogens, such as nutmeg, into his cell. A prison interview from this period deemed him calculating and cautious, has fatalistic views, is moody, cynical, and has a sardonic smile which seems to be affected because of his sensitiveness to his color. 3 In 1947, though, Malcolm met a fellow inmate and former burglar named John Elton Bembry, who encouraged him to use his time in prison for intellectual pursuits. After a brief stay at Concord Reformatory in 1947, Malcolm secured a transfer to Norfolk Prison Colony. Norfolk was the brainchild of penologist Howard Belding Gill and was considered first and foremost a reformatory. It was arranged like a college campus, with dormitories around a central quadrangle, and allowed inmates to wear normal clothing and use the remarkably well-stocked library. 4 There Malcolm enrolled in and completed courses in elementary German and Latin, also earning superior scores on a psychometric test in arithmetical ability and abstract reasoning ability. 5 Norfolk also allowed Malcolm more flexible visitation and correspondence, of which he quickly took advantage. Likewise, the Little family recognized this new opportunity and set about revealing to Malcolm the tenets of the Nation of Islam, which they had recently joined. After some initial resistance, Malcolm converted and began an intense correspondence with both the members of his family and Elijah Muhammad, the sex prophet and leader. He also began a campaign within the prison to convert inmates and incorporated many of the Garvate notions of racial pride instilled by his parents into his letters to government officials. In 1950 he refused a typhoid inoculation on religious grounds, prompting a transfer back to Charlestown State Prison. 6 He also wrote a letter on behalf of a Muslim being held in solitary confinement at Norfolk for 4 months. With his small following growing, Malcolm got the attention of the local press when he and fellow Muslims demanded a menu without pork and prison cells facing east. After an initial refusal, the warden consented when Malcolm threatened to appeal to the Egyptian consul. 7 In 1952, after 6 years of incarceration, Malcolm was granted parole and secured a job through his brother Wilfred as a porter at a Detroit department store. It was there, while living with Wilfred's family and attending Detroit's Temple No. 1, that Malcolm became one of Muhammad's most devoted and loyal followers. Prison file of Malcolm Little, number 22843. Massachusetts Department of Corrections. Family and Personal History, interview with Ella Collins, May 17, 1946. Malcolm Little, MSP 22843. C. Peterson Mrs. Ella Collins, half-sister. May 17, 46. Family and Personal History. Subject's half-sister redacted of REDACTED was interviewed at her home at the above-mentioned address. She is a very sophisticated person, who has obviously elevated herself to a high standard of living and possesses a great deal of affectedness. She is a good-looking nigger who uses cosmetics, is well-groomed and is a smart dresser. She has a 9-room house, very well furnished in taste in a good residential district of Roxbury, a section in which very few colored families live. The interview was entirely unsatisfactory due to her refusal to answer any questions regarding family background to any extent, giving her reason that she could see no value in having innocent persons' names on records in correctional institutions. The little information she did furnish the investigator believed little credence could be placed in it, because of obvious discrepancies in her statements. The following is the only information obtained from redacted. Father redacted was born in Georgia, and died in Lansing, Michigan in 1931 at the age of 41 years. He was killed by a streetcar. Most of his life he was a Baptist minister. He married one Redacted in either Canada or Philadelphia and by her had 7 children, the oldest 25 years, the youngest 13 years old. All these children are living in Michigan. Mother redacted. My informer claimed to have seen this woman only once in her life and stated that she considered her colored and not white. Redacted would have nothing else to say about redacted other than she claims that she is now confined in some hospital suffering from a nervous breakdown and has been there 7 or 8 years. My informer refused to give the name of her mother, whom subject listed as Redacted, but did make the slip that she is living somewhere on the Cape. My informer stated that subject lived with one Redacted who operates for some time after his mother's breakdown. Subject wrote to his half-sister redacted requesting permission to come to live with her. She in turn sent for him and he arrived here in Boston at the age of 13 years. Subject refused to go to school and she got him a job in the town's drug store in Roxbury. He remained there until he got a job on the RR, traveling between NY and Washington, D.C. Informer claimed subject had a nice group of friends while in Boston, but claims to know nothing about his associates after he left Boston. She admitted that subject never was disciplined to any extent because of the inability of his mother to control him, and since her confinement, subject had his own way pretty much. She believed that subject went as far as the 9th grade. She states that redacted and Redacted of Redacted are aunts of subjects on the father's side. Redacted is a cousin of subject. Although redacted was questioned a great deal, no further information could be obtained from her. She was polite enough and seemed to have an interest in subject. She would answer very few questions. From a number of her statements it appeared that she believed subject received a much longer sentence than he deserved and laid the blame to racial prejudices in view of the fact that he was keeping company with a white woman. It would be wise to make an effort to locate her mother on the who perhaps could furnish a more comprehensive picture of this family's background. In person would undoubtedly be contacted by REDACTED and warned not to furnish any information should they be contacted. Edward Grennan to Elliot McDowell. March 20, 1950. The Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Department of Correction. State Prison Colony. Norfolk. March 20, 1950. Elliot E. McDowell, Commissioner. Department of Correction. State House. Boston 33, Mass. Re. Malcolm Little, SP #22843. MR #33428, SBC #8077. Dear Mr. McDowell. On February 27, 46 the above-named was arraigned in Suffolk Superior Court on 4 counts of breaking and entering, nighttime, and larceny, and on the same day was sentenced to 4 concurrent terms of 8 to 10 years. On April 10, 46, on a writ of habeas corpus, he was taken from state prison to Norfolk Superior Court where he was charged with 3 counts of breaking and entering, nighttime, and larceny, for which he was sentenced to 3 concurrent 6 to 8 year sentences to be served concurrently with the sentences imposed in Suffolk Superior Court. On January 10, 47 he was transferred to Massachusetts Reformatory, and on March 31, 48 he was transferred to this institution. Since he has been at this institution he has been unnecessarily race-conscious and has taken up the Muslim faith. He has frequently complained about the prejudice of officers and interference in his religious beliefs. On March 19, 1950, he requested an interview with Assistant Deputy Dacey and was interviewed on March 20. He stated that he anticipated we would soon be given typhoid inoculations and that he had recently found out that this was against his religion. Mr. Dacey explained that the water at this institution was not treated water and it was mandatory that every inmate at this institution be inoculated and that should they refuse they are returned to the institution from which they came. Subject stated he was aware of this ruling and did not mind being sent back to state prison. Accordingly it is respectfully requested that the above-named inmate be returned to state prison. Very truly yours. Edward S. Grennan. Deputy Superintendent. Family data, important items in health or mentality and in parental or married home life. Subject's last address. Subject's father was previously married to one REDACTED and had 3 children by her. He divorced her in Boston, Massachusetts in 1917 so he could marry subject's mother. Parents very devoted to each other. Both did missionary work. The father was colored, the mother white of Scotch antecedents. This intermarriage resulted or led to racial prejudices against the family because their missionary activities took them to many cities of the U.S., and homes were either purchased or rented in the most desirable white sections of the communities. After the accidental death of the husband, the mother changed from Baptist missionary to Seventh-day Adventist. The racial prejudice and discrimination against her mixed blood offspring was contributory, if not the main reason, for her breakdown which resulted in her confinement to Kalamazoo receiving hospital redacted. Both parents were strict disciplinarians, especially the father. Following the confinement of mother, the children became wards of the state of Michigan, and subject was under the supervision of REDACTED, Lansing, Michigan from 1936 to 1939. Education, on aliens, show literacy, when entered U.S., naturalized steps, etc. Subject claims 8th grade education in Michigan. No grades skipped or repeated, no truancies. Employment. The following are subject's claims of employment: odd jobsman, shoe shine boy, clerk, warehouseman, dishwasher, porter and messenger, waiter, bartender and drummer, packer, butler, dancer, mattress maker. Also dancing under name of Rhythm Red at REDACTED Ballroom and REDACTED. Special facts for detailing, health, drugs, homosexuality, escapes, enemies, etc. Gonorrhea 1942. No recurrences. Subject admits occasional use of drugs but claims they have illegible copy. Occasional use of liquor to excess. Subject owns share in small farm with other brother and sisters, the resident of the estate of illegible copy. Criminal history, see separate sheet for report from Mass. Board of Probation. No previous record. Subject's version of the present offense. Subject states that early in December, 1945, he arrived in Boston from NY and went to live with his half-sister redacted Roxbury. He had been in Boston but a short time when he met REDACTED, missing accomplice sought by police, whom he had known while working in a drugstore in Roxbury, and told him that he was having trouble with his wife and needed some money right away. He suggested to Subject that they break into some house and Subject agreed. They went to Belmont in an auto obtained by REDACTED, where they broke into a home and obtained watches, jewelry and other valuables, which were taken to the home of the Subject. In 1941 Subject had made the acquaintance of REDACTED, age 23, co-defendant WR 5 years, and her sister redacted, age 18, both of REDACTED, at the TIC-TOC restaurant, Boston, where he had approached and conversed with them. Redacted husband was in the army at the time, and Subject escorted her to many nightclubs. Over a long period of time. He renewed this acquaintance with her at this time and called on her at the home of her mother, when the mother was away, on REDACTED, where he was introduced to REDACTED, age 23, co-defendant suspended sentence. All of the above named girls were white and the men in this case colored. On one of his calls on REDACTED, Subject took redacted with him, and REDACTED and Subject went out riding, and stopped at a home in Belmont, which they also broke into. On this occasion the girls did not know what redacted and Subject were doing. While in the company of the girls, 4 nights in a row homes were broken into in Arlington, Belmont, Brookline, and Walpole, and although girls did not participate by entering these homes, they were aware what was being done. After breaking into 2 homes, Subject brought redacted, age 22, co-defendant REDACTED, to Arlington with him and introduced him to the girls, and REDACTED accompanied them on all the breaks that occurred at the first 2. He had met Malcolm about 3 years previously, in Roxbury, and with various musicians. Redacted did not know what was happening on the occasion of the break in Arlington, the first of many to follow, and told Subject that he was not going to get mixed up with the white girls, and stealing, but Subject says that he threatened redacted by saying, "If I ever get caught, I'll tell the police that you were with me." The procedure of the breaking into these homes was always the same. Redacted would jimmy the back door and allow Subject to enter by the front door, and REDACTED would stand watch, the girls remaining in the car. The loot would be taken to the home of the Subject or REDACTED and disposed of by Subject the following day. Of this, Subject states that instead of selling the merchandise he was putting it away, so as he could get enough to start a business, and would pay REDACTED $10 or $12 a piece, telling them that he had disposed of the thefts. The accumulated thefts amounted to property around $10,000 in value being stored away by Subject, and he says that the police recovered 97% of it. On December 16, the 3 girls, Subject, redacted, and a friend of REDACTED went to NY and remained there until December 23. While in NY they sold some jewelry and watches for expenses. Upon his return from NY, Subject gave one of the stolen watches to his REDACTED as a gift for Christmas, and shortly afterwards redacted sold the watch to a jeweler for $40. The jeweler recognized the watch as being stolen and reported it to the police, who suspected that Subject was responsible and were waiting for him. In January, Subject dropped one of the stolen watches that was very valuable and took it to a jeweler's store on Warren St., Roxbury. When he returned to get it 1 week later on January 12, he was arrested by REDACTED of the Boston police. At the time of his arrest, subject had a gun on him, and the detectives said that they would drop the gun charges if subject would name his accomplices, and so subject told about the girls, only when he had been assured by the police that they would not be brought into court, and that the charges against them would be dropped. He also told about the activities of REDACTED and REDACTED. When arraigned on February 27, subject pleaded guilty and was sentenced to 8 to 10 years. State prison, and the gun-carrying charge was placed on file. Subject felt that inasmuch as this was his first conviction, that he should have received a lighter sentence, and the excessive sentence was because he had associated with white girls. Subject also said that he had anticipated such a severe sentence that he would have used the gun for armed robbery, and thus attained ready cash. Remarks: subject is a light complex Ionid mulatto and served calculating and cautious throughout the interview. He has fatalistic views, is moody, cynical, and has a sardonic smile which seems to be affected because of his sensitiveness to his color. To offset this, he seems to assume a nonchalant, complacent, superior attitude. He is worldly, wily and amoral, and states, "I've been heading here a long time." He further says that prior to accepting a life of crime he had weighed the penalty, of what he thought would be a 3-year sentence, against what he hoped to gain. He again says that had he anticipated the 8 to 10 years sentence, that he would have gone in for armed robbery instead of burglary. Note: subject started using marijuana at the age of 17. This habit was acquired, as was the use of other drugs, by subjects associating with people in the theatrical world. Marijuana was the principal drug used because of its easy accessibility, and 1 stick a week at the beginning to 1 stick a day just previous to commitment was the amount used by subject. Of the stimulation received by the use of this drug, subject says that it would last a few hours with him, although the same amount taken by others would last a day. Subject says that he is allergic to needles, and the following drugs were taken by him orally, with the exception of opium, cocaine redacted. The use of the opium and cocaine were confined to the occasional parties that he attended with theatrical people, where it was more or less common for it to be used. He says that he never purchased any of these dopes himself, and that is perhaps the reason for his not acquiring the habit, as the cost would have been prohibitive. He did have to leave NY on a number of occasions to dissociate himself from those with whom it was habit forming and with whom he was constantly in contact. The use was from 3 or 4 times a week to occasional use, but only during the times that he was in New York. 2 Yenzi, the scraping of opium bowls, was taken occasionally by subject when he was in contact with those who used this drug. This was used by dropping Yenzi in drinks. Occasionally subject would use REDACTED, purchase an inhalant and drop the wrappings in liquor, occasionally means about once a week or less. Subject has had on occasions also used redacted and REDACTED, one producing a sleepy effect and the other a stimulating, but the use of all of these drugs was confined to the times that he was in New York, with the exception of marijuana, which he has used regularly since he was 17 years of age. Out of State Progress Report, February 14, 1953. State of Michigan. Division of Pardons, Paroles and Probation. Lansing, Michigan. Date February 14, 1953. Attention, Mr. Gus Harrison Re, Malcolm Little. No. 22843 Massachusetts. Reported by Godfrey G. Agriesti, Parole Officer, Detroit. Reason for report: out State Progress Report. Recommendation underscore 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 on August 7, 52. Paroled from Massachusetts. August 8, 52. Arrived in Detroit. August 9, 52. Initial interview. Will follow through on pre-parole progress. Please refer to request for outstate pass report of August 28, 52. August 16, 52. Reported for work at the Cut Rate Furniture Company, 8940 Oakland Avenue as a part-time salesman and porter. August 26, 52. Home call. The sister-in-law gave favorable reports. Subject working every day and she is certain that he has good intentions. Is taking an interest in their church. August 29, 52. Report. Listed earnings of $36.52. No time lost. September 15, 52. Home call. Sister-in-law reported no changes. Made trip to Chicago without incidents. Has not gone out once without being accompanied by either herself or her husband. Stays home evenings. September 23, 52. Report. Earned $164. No time lost. Said he has REDACTED condition that needs immediate attention. Lacks funds for an REDACTED was sent to receiving hospital. September 28, 52. Telephone call. Brother said subject will have to take time off from work for an operation. Had a REDACTED at the institution in Massachusetts. Redacted. October 27, 52. Telephone call. Subject said he is scheduled for an operation at receiving hospital. Took temporary layoff from job. Has to obtain welfare order permitting entrance in hospital. November 2, 52. Home call. Sister-in-law said subject has been given the runaround at receiving hospital. Was told to report 4 days in succession for admission and was sent home each time. Subject cannot eat. Is extremely nervous. Said he has no associates outside of the family. Asked PO to help subject in being admitted into hospital. November 6, 52. Job check. Manager of the Cut Rate department store said subject hasn't worked this week. Said it was obvious that subject tried hard but he was ill. November 18, 52. Telephone call. Subject said he was admitted at the hospital on November 12, 52 and released on November 16, 52. Has been redacted. Was told to report back for checkup in 2 weeks. PO advised him to report redacted. December 8, 52. Job check. Manager said subject hasn't returned to work yet but has been contacting them frequently. Understands that subject has been keeping himself in spending money by making leather billfolds, bags, etc. December 23, 52. Report. Still convalescing. Plans to work in a factory. Wrote to Omaha, Nebraska for birth certificate. Subject didn't look very well. Lost considerable weight. Looked anemic. January 9, 53. Telephone call. Subject claims that he is too ill to work yet. Has consulted a private doctor. January 15, 53. Telephone call. Obtained a job at Lincoln Mercury today, assembly line, $1.80 per hour. Badge number #61-70, day shift. January 26, 53. Home call. Subject said he was fired from Lincoln Mercury after working 1 week. Just couldn't keep up on the assembly line. Job was to guide automobile bodies on the chassis. Put in an application at Garwood Industries in Wayne. Expects to be called this week. Said he still is not strong enough to do heavy work. January 27, 53. Report. Earned $69 at Lincoln Mercury. To report to work at Garwood Industries on January 29, 53, as a grinder, day shift. Did not receive his badge number yet. Debts total $143, mostly for board and room. Evaluation. The subject continues to reside with his brother and sister-in-law redacted and REDACTED Michigan and is now employed at Garwood Industries as a grinder. The subject has had considerable difficulty in making an adjustment through no fault of his own. At first, P.O. suspected him of malingering, but it was very obvious by his physical appearance that he was actually ill. He has lost considerable weight and has a tired, weary, run-down look. P.O. is reasonably assured that the subject has good intentions. So far he has shown no inclinations to return to his former pattern of living. He does not appear to have any associates outside of the family and has been developing an interest in church activities. He lives in a very religious home and undoubtedly his brother and sister-in-law are a good influence. Prognosis in this case appears favorable at the present time. It is noted that the subject is eligible for discharge on May 4, 53 with good behavior. CC, Central Office. Detroit Office. State of Massachusetts Godfrey G. Agriesti, Parole Officer. Illegible copy. Assigned at SBC. April 9, 48. Laundry. June 19, 48. Transferred to kitchen, kettleman, average worker. July 12, 48. Transferred to laundry, hand finisher, below average worker. January 1, 49 work report, lazy. June 30, 49 work report, below average worker, dentist work in any illegible copy. January 4, 50 work report, below average worker, accepts and performs given work seemingly in silent disgust. Education. Library. 7 fiction, 10 non-fiction. Academic. June 12, 48 to Elam. English and Rhetoric, 7 of 10 assignments completed illegible copy of good plus. August 7, 48 to January 15, 49 junior high average student dropped for being disturbing influence. September 12, 49 to January 4, 50 senior high average ranging from 60 to 95. Attitude poor dropped at own request. February 15, 50 Latin Part I3 assignments turned in average of excellent. Great Books discussion group attended 15 of 17 meetings, quit active discussion, had his own ideas but was okay. Spare time activities. Recreation. Reading, writing letters, walking yard, chatting with other inmates. Avocation. July 7, 48 plaster work. October 5, 48 dropped because of lack of interest and no activity. Community. None. Religion. Studies Muslim faith. Medical. August 22, 50, up-to-date medical summary. April 15, 49 Hinton negative. Had several admissions in the hospital redacted. Mental. May 1, 46 MSP, IQ 101, average intelligence. September 26, 49, SBC, psychiatric note by Dr. Weissman. No psychiatric diseases redacted. Conduct. Present term. At MSP. November 12, 46, shirking, detention 3 days, work changed. At MR. March 6, 47, shirking, poor, work, adjusted. April 29, 47, suspicion of possessing contraband adjusted. September 4, 47, disturbance in shop, shirking, poor work adjusted. December 18, 47, shirking, poor work adjusted. At SBC. No infractions reported. Prior conduct. No reports. Personality. Subject is reported to be a shrewd and cunning individual. One who complains about prejudice of officers and interference with his religious beliefs, Muslim. He appears unnecessarily race-conscious and is outspoken about the superiority of his race. 4 convicts turn Muslims, get cells looking to Mecca, Boston Herald, April 20, 1950. 4 convicts who were transferred recently from the state prison to the Norfolk prison colony were back at the prison yesterday, having become Muslims in the meantime, according to their own assertion. They demanded a special diet, special jobs, and special quarters facing east, in accordance with the Muslim practice. The last demand was satisfied. They were placed in standard cells whose barred windows happened to look toward Mecca. Warden E. Lawrence Spur said there was no basis for a report that several other convicts had proclaimed themselves fetish worshippers and demanded hacksaws in their cells. Local criminals, in prison, claim Muslim faith now, grow beards, won't eat pork, demand east-facing cells to facilitate prayers to Allah. Springfield Union, April 21, 1950. The two bearded Springfield brothers, and a pair of equally hairy convicts from Boston continue peacefully pursuing the dictates of the Muslim faith from their cells at the Massachusetts State Prison, but have made no further requests, Warden John J. O'Brien told the Union yesterday afternoon. Warden O'Brien said that he had absolutely no idea who or what converted the quartet, pointing out that they first announced their decision to pray to Allah at the Norfolk prison colony. The warden pooh-poohed reports that the four, who hold the distinction of being the first Islam adherents at the prison, have been granted any special privileges by him. He admitted they do have cells that face eastward, but declared that they are just regular cells. Furthermore, he said that it was the job of the deputy warden to assign quarters. The four are Osborne Thaxton, 26, and Leroy Thaxton, 23, both of Springfield, and Malcolm Jarvis and Malcolm Little of Boston. The older Thaxton, along with Jarvis and Little, were confined at the Norfolk colony, but were transferred back to the state prison for disobeying regulations. Later they converted Leroy Thaxton. The four have grown beards and mustaches, refuse to submit to typhoid fever inoculations, and will not eat pork. The guards have proven cooperative in granting religious freedom, but are keeping the four under close surveillance. They have announced their intentions of turning their faces eastward at sundown to pray to Allah. He will help us and protect us from evil, they told their astonished jailers. Local police said that the Springfield boys displayed little interest in religion before going to prison. Yesterday the warden said simply they have been no trouble. Leroy Thaxton, who lived at 95 Westminster Street, was sentenced to a 10 to 12-year term in Superior Court last January 13 on a charge of assault with attempt to rape. Osborne was given from 7 to 12 years on January 7, 1949, for a series of housebreaks in the Walnut St section. Malcolm X FBI file, summary report, Detroit office, March 16, 1954, 3 to 12. Assistant United States Attorney Kenneth W. Smith, Detroit, Michigan, declined prosecution in this case inasmuch as subject complied with regulations of the Selective Service Act of 1948 by registering with Local Board 102, Plymouth, Michigan. E. Identification record. 1 FBI number 4282299. The following arrest record was furnished by the FBI Identification Division. 2 additional criminal records. The following additional arrest records were obtained from the Massachusetts State Board of Probation, Boston, Massachusetts, the central repository for all arrest records in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Redacted subject was sentenced to serve 8 to 10 years on a charge of breaking and entering in the nighttime, and that he began this sentence February 27, 1946. Redacted subject was eligible for parole May 29, 1951, but was denied parole at that time. On September 23, 1953, redacted Norfolk Prison Colony, Massachusetts, stated subject is a former inmate and had been paroled in care of Michigan parole authorities on August 7, 1952. The records of the Detroit Police Department and the Wayne County Sheriff's Office, as reviewed by S.E. James C. Krause on February 8 and 9, 1953, reflect no arrests in addition to those reported above. F. Employment. Traveling Minister, Muslim Cult of Islam, present. Garwood Industries, 1953. G. Residences. Receives mail at 18,887 Keystone, Detroit, Michigan, present. 4336 William Street, Inkster, Michigan, 1952 to 1953. 2 connections with the Communist Party and related groups. A. Connections with the Communist Party. The Communist Party, hereinafter referred to as the CP, has been designated by the Attorney General of the United States pursuant to Executive Order 10450. Redacted excerpts from letters written by subject. Redacted. These excerpts were not quotes but rather notes jotted down redacted on the contents of these letters. On June 29, 1950, the subject redacted letter redacted. Tell redacted to get in shape. It looks like another war. I have always been a communist. I have tried to enlist in the Japanese army, last war, now they will never draft or accept me in the US Army. Everyone has always said redacted Malcolm is crazy, so it isn't hard to convince people that I am. In January 1952 redacted that subject had been visited by REDACTED, a member of the Crispus Attucks Club of the American Youth for Democracy. The American Youth for Democracy, hereinafter referred to as the AID, has been designated by the Attorney General of the United States pursuant to Executive Order 10450. B. Muslim Cult of Islam. Redacted that the Muslim Cult of Islam, hereinafter referred to as the MCI, which is also known as the Allah Temple of Islam, is a religious cult whose members regard Allah as their supreme being and claim to be the direct descendants of the original race on earth. The members fanatically follow the teachings of Allah as interpreted by Elijah Muhammad, the true prophet of Allah, entitled titular head of the Muslim cult of Islam in the United States, and believe that any civil law which conflicts with the Muslim law should be disobeyed. The members disavow their allegiance to the United States and pledge their allegiance only to Allah, and do not consider it their duty to register for selective service or to serve in the United States Armed Forces, as they cannot serve two masters. According to the teachings of Elijah Muhammad and the cult's ministers, the members of a minority race in the United States are not citizens of this country but are merely slaves of this country, and will continue to be slaves until they free themselves by destroying non-Muslims and Christianity in the War of Armageddon. Redacted. The cult teaches that the Korean War is a futile effort by the United States to prevent the coming Asiatic conquest of the world, and the defeat of the United States in Korea is a prelude to the resurrection, when North America and Great Britain will be doomed and the original man, led by Allah, will reign supreme. Redacted. The following information taken from another letter of subject dated January 29, 1950. It is better to be jailed by the devil for serving Allah than it is to be allowed by the devil to walk free. The black man has been enslaved. The time is coming for the devils to be destroyed. On September 23, 1952 redacted provided redacted with 3 letters, one of which is addressed to him. REDACTED letters are set out below in their entirety. The following is a letter redacted. In the name of Allah, the all-wise, true and living God, the one who is giving us a knowledge of ourselves which alone will save us from the coming destruction, and in the name of his last messenger, the one who is sounding a warning to all of we black people so we can pull ourselves away from the ways of the leprous devil and escape his disaster, the one whom the highest devils in the government fear, but can't touch, our great leader and teacher, the Honorable Mr. Elijah Muhammad. As. Salam alaikum. Dear brother, you must have been thinking I had forgotten you. I can never forget those who believe in Allah and desire to follow his way by casting aside the ways of the devils. I had dinner in Chicago last week with our leader. He is all-wise. The words which flow from his lips prove that Allah is the best knower, and that Allah himself taught our leader. The very fact that he stands in the midst of hell, teaching against the very boss of hell, Satan, and the devil can't stop him, proves that the devil's time is up and they have no more power. All over the world the dark peoples know that the devil's time is up, and these dark peoples want to sweep down like a huge tidal wave and wash the devils from this planet. Allah himself is holding them back, but only long enough to let all of us hear the truth that his messenger is teaching. When we all have heard and had a chance to accept or reject it and have chosen which side we'll be on, then Allah will allow his sea of black soldiers to sweep out of the east and make this entire hemisphere a sea of blood, Red Sea, but this sea will part and let those of us pass by who are for the truth. We are living in the Bible today. While reading it, bear this in mind and all will be clear. No matter how the devil acts, don't be fooled by him. He knows what is taking place. He knows he can't escape destruction, so he's going to try and drag many of us down with him. We must make the choice ourselves. This is the day of choosing, separation. Tell all brothers who will to please write to me. If I can't answer myself, I'll have someone here at the temple to do so. A civilized man is a man who knows himself. The first duty of a civilized man is to civilize his brother. All black people are brothers. Today, our motto must be, each one teach one. All here send a greeting to all there. Assalamu alaikum. Your brother. Malachi Shabazz. P.S. Tell me where you are working and the type you're doing. The following is a letter redacted. 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 In the name of Allah, the great God of all the world, who came all the way here to hell just to free his long-lost people from the clutches of the devil. And in the name of his messenger, who is teaching us that the white man is the devil and that America is hell. This truth is so strong and clear that not even the white man himself will deny it once he knows we know, and to prove that the white man's time is up on this earth, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad is here in the white man's strongest country teaching this truth, and still they can't stop him. Allah is God. He has let the devil rule us long enough, now he himself has come to reclaim us. Assalamu alaikum. My brother, never stop feeling in Allah, for we are so near the day of total destruction there is no time to take a chance of putting the time to stop sinning off. By sinning I mean trying to be white instead of trying to be ourselves. Stick close to the Muslims. Many who don't believe will ridicule you, but they also ridiculed Noah when he warned them of the approaching storm. 'Tis better to be laughed at and be safe from the storm, than to be caught in the storm just because you didn't want to be laughed at. Allah is going to open the prison doors pretty soon now. The devil knows he can't survive much longer. The country is in worse shape than you could ever imagine, but the devil is a master of deceit and has everyone still thinking he is God. He is through. Done. Finished. He's not even master in his own land anymore. In fact, he has no more land. Next few months will see them driven out of all parts of the world. This will be the only country where a pale face will be seen, then shortly afterwards they will all be destroyed, and be no more. All of this they know. The Bible itself tells of it. Keep in close touch with me, and whenever I can I'll write. When I can't, some of the other brothers will. All the brothers here send a greeting to all of you there. Assalamu alaikum. Your brother. Malachi Shabazz. Stick close to the Muslims, and tell all the Muslims to stick close to each other. The following is a letter redacted. January 9, 1951. Redacted. Indeed you are an excellent judge of character. Your experience in dealing with a great variety of personalities has quite evidently enabled you to understand the subconscious workings of a man's mind better than the man understands himself. Why do I say this? Well, you once told me that I had a persecution complex. Quite naturally I refused to agree with you. The illusions by which I was at that time obsessed would not allow me to see how true your diagnosis was, and I was too beset with the idea that I knew something to realize that I knew absolutely nothing. I was guided by hate, envy, and the craving for revenge, deluded by my own vanity and self-esteem. I was blinded with my own ignorance and false sense of reasoning. In my effort to justify my many self-inflicted wrongs I placed the blame upon everyone except the one who was mainly responsible for all of my troubles, myself. There is nothing that can now be said in my behalf. I offer no excuse, no defense. However, even though I greatly misled myself, you will admit that I was sincere. I thought that I was being motivated solely by the earnest desire to think, speak, and act in the manner that all Muslims should. Well, I was wrong. Most fortunately, during the recent holidays I received an enlightening visit from my family in Detroit, and my many past errors were then made known to me. I am not, and never shall be, too proud to admit when I am wrong, and with great remorse I now think of the hate and revenge that I have been preaching in the past. But from here on in my words shall all be of love and justice. I only pray that it is not too late to make amends, and to take steps toward rectifying my many mistakes. I thought that I was doing right, and was sincere in all that I advocated. Now that the way has been made clear to me, my sole desire is to replace the seeds of hate and revenge that I have sown into the hearts of others, with the seed of love and justice, and to be just in all that I think, speak, and do. This humble message is a note of thanks and sincere appreciation to you for the kind understanding and patience that you and your subordinates have so often exercised in my behalf, and it is also a humble apology for the unrest and misrepresentation of the truth for which I was responsible for fomenting while under your jurisdiction. If my present sincerity is doubted, tell me of just one time that I have not always spoken from my heart just what I felt. You always spoke frankly to me, and treated me with squareness, so how could I ever be any other way except square and frank with you? Very sincerely. /s/Malcolm X Little. Redacted subject was present at a meeting of the Temple of Islam, MCI redacted 1474, East Frederick Street, Detroit, Michigan. At this meeting redacted a minister redacted stated, I do not care about Russia, but any enemy of my enemy is my friend. Redacted subject attended and made a short speech at the Temple of Islam redacted. Redacted subject attended, and spoke at a meeting of the Detroit Temple of Islam redacted at 1474 East Frederick Street. Redacted subject presided over a meeting of the Temple of Islam redacted subject might start another Muslim temple in Inkster, Michigan. Redacted subject attended and spoke at a MCI meeting held redacted at 1474 East Frederick Street, Detroit, Michigan. Redacted subject attended and conducted a Temple of Islam meeting redacted. Malcolm X in Philadelphia. Although he only joined Detroit's Temple No. 1 in August 1952, Malcolm quit his job as a grinder at Garwood Factory less than a year later, after being appointed one of several assistant ministers in Detroit. He had planned to establish a temple of his own near his brother Wilfred's residence in Inkster, Michigan, but Malcolm was soon sent to Boston to recruit members. Exploiting connections in his old teenage haunt, Malcolm was able to establish the new Temple No. 11 in Roxbury by February 1953. By March 1954, Malcolm was given the difficult task of removing the minister and Fruit of Islam, FOI, captain from Philadelphia's temple and inserting himself as acting minister. In Philadelphia, Malcolm was reunited with Joseph Gravitt, a World War II veteran Malcolm had converted after finding him in a Detroit alley, addicted to drugs and alcohol. Gravitt acted as captain of the temple's FOI and spoke in Malcolm's place during the many absences necessitated by his need to maintain a foothold in both Boston and New York. The two men presented a contrast not only in their physical presences, Malcolm at 6'3" and 170 pounds, Joseph at a stout and muscular 5'6", but also in their rhetoric. Malcolm was well-spoken and didactic in his sermons, while Joseph was terse yet pugnacious. However, both men had the reputation of being a strict disciplinarian. During one of Malcolm's absences, Captain Joseph informed the temple that it was the duty of Muslims to take the heads of 4 devils for which they will win a free trip to Mecca. During a series of lectures sometime in early 1954, Malcolm delivered several ultimatums to the temple. First, he criticized the lack of women in the group, attributing it to internal quibbling. If a sister talks about another sister, she will be put out of the temple. I'd rather put all of the sisters out for bickering and go out and get a lot of prostitutes. That sounds harsh, but I cannot stand this disunity. He then mandated that members be weighed twice a week. Those who were overweight would be given 2 weeks to lose 10 pounds or be suspended. Is there anyone who wants to question me or doesn't think I am being fair? He asked. When no one did, he added, good thing you didn't, because you would have gotten out of the temple. Finally, he added that any women attracting men by display of their bodies, were as common as the dog we see chasing the other dog in the streets. 1. Malcolm's tenure in Philadelphia, although brief, established him as a prominent NOI minister not only on the East Coast but also at the national level. The following year he was called to the Midwest for a 3-week registration drive at the Chicago headquarters. Between his move to Boston in 1953 and the end of 1955, he had turned New York's membership of several dozen into over 200. The NOI had grown at the national level from 1,200 to roughly 6,000.2 and, although Gravitt and Malcolm maintained an efficient and amiable relationship during these years, the two men would soon be at odds in an event that foreshadowed the adversarial climate of the NOI in the mid-1960s. 3. Activity in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Redacted at the Temple of Islam, 1043 North Bailey Street, Philadelphia. Redacted after the regular meeting for new members and visitors, a special meeting of registered Muslims was held. Redacted. The group was advised that the 19th of May was Malcolm Little's birthday and a discussion took place as to the type of present which should be presented to him. Redacted. It was decided that all members would go together and buy a present for Little rather than give him presents individually. Redacted. At a meeting held by the Philadelphia Temple of the Ms. Redacted. The subject was the principal speaker and stated, "You hear us talking about the white man and you want to go away and tell him we have been subversive. Here is a man who has raped your mother and hung your father on his tree, is he subversive? Here is a man who robbed you of all knowledge of your nation and your religion, and is he subversive? Here is a man who lied to you and tricked you about all things, is he subversive? Today Muhammad is subverting him. He is pulling the covers off the snake and giving us his true identity. This is a man who the Almighty God Allah is subversive against. Black men all over the planet are subversive to this devil, and you come in here and get mad at us. You's better listen or you will be taken off the planet along with the devil. This wicked government must be destroyed, and those of you who want to follow after the serpent and commit evil also. This is a warning to you that you are living in the last day, and you must decide tonight whether you want to survive the war of Armageddon. That lying preacher tells you that this is a war that will be fought between the God and the devil at the end of time. How do you think two spirits can have a war? All things are here on earth. Come out of the sky. As soon as I say heaven, your mind leaps above the sun, moon, and stars. You are here to learn the truth tonight. You are all God's children. The white man tells you this all the time, but he has made you so blind and deaf that you are unaware of what goes on around you. North America is already smothering with fire. You think you are so hep and jack you can't even smell the smoke. We have been a basard people until the God came to the hells of North America and raised up from out of our midst one and last prophet Muhammad. Is not this what a child is called who does not know his father? So do you not know your father? Your mother is a prostitute. When you are not respecting women, you might as well say this, because this is what is proven by your actions. A black man goes back and tell his great white father what we say here, but when you do this he will tell you everything you are saying he already knows. When you are against your own people he knows he cannot trust you, so he will soon turn you into our hands and we are going to chop your head right off. The FBI follows me all over the country and they cannot do anything about this teaching unless it is the will of Allah. The devils have lost their power now, and the only thing they can do is try to frighten the black men who are still dead. You want to kill us when you come in here, but we are not afraid of you. The Quran teaches us your nature and we search you before you come in here. And we have two of the baddest guards standing here, so the only thing you can do is listen and try to learn something in your empty head. Everything is reality. You are not going any place after you die, so you might as well realize it now and get away from this wicked Christianity. Heaven is in the east and this North America is hell. When the Bible speaks of hell, this is the land they are referring to and not to any place under the ground. Elijah Muhammad is the Jesus of today. All the stories you read of what Jesus did is not telling you about the old history, but what Muhammad is doing today and will do before the total destruction. We are a subversive people, and all the prophets were subversive in order to free their people, Moses, Noah, etc. Islam is mathematics. 4 and 4 is 8, and Islam can be added up in the same way. In this day everything that has any bearing on your life must add up, or you need not bother with it. Remember that when the people had the lamb's blood on their doors they were saved from being killed, and this is the same today. Daniel in the lion's den and the children who unfearfully walked into the fiery furnace were subversive against the government, but they were unafraid because they knew God was on their side, and the proper name for God is Allah. You have sung his praises every time you sing Hallelujah, which only means praise be to Allah. This is not your flag, but it was designed by a black man for G. Washington. Since the black man was the first and will be the last on the scenes, the red stripes depict the black man's existence. The red stripes in between are for the few crumbs the devils will hand us from their table. Do you know what DC means in the Roman numeral? They tell you this stands for the District of Columbia. The blue in this flag means the devil is untrue and was this color for that purpose. The white flags stand for the color of him, the pale skin, unhealthy serpents. Once the devil said everyone had a flag except the coon. Today the so-called coon is the only one who has a flag. Your flag represents the entire universe. It stands for freedom, justice, and equality. After this victory, all the black nations all over the planet began to wake up and chase the devil out of their country in order to separate themselves from the enemy. Every black man is awake except this man on the tree who is still a mental slave. I talked to a Jew in a restaurant around Dead Brothers in New York yesterday, and he bared witness after I had tricked him into admitting it, that the black man was the first on the scene. The dead do not listen to us as much as they do the white man. Masons do not need to pay for a few secrets now. Continue coming here and you will be all wise free. Also you will be encouraged to tell all you come in contact with, because when the sun is shining the candle under the table is not needed. You are thinking that all white people are not devils. I will prove it to you in the Bible that God said none of them are good, both Jews and Gentiles. They all are looked upon the same by the all-wise Allah. A farmer does not allow weeds to continually grow among roses. He plucks them up, even the little ones, because they will choke that beauty out of the rose also. The devil babies, born and unborn, will be destroyed. Get unto your own kind before you are destroyed with them. First I want to tell you that we have a new sister, Sister Hattie, who received her ex today. Look on the books, you're safe, and you will find out the brothers are bringing in lost founds and the sisters are not. Our job is to wake up the dead, and this we must do. Just get the sisters in here and make her feel welcome. There is something very wrong that sisters are not coming in. Brothers are in complete unity and Allah has blessed them. If a sister talks about another sister, she will be put out of the temple for time. I'd rather put all of the sisters out for bickering and go out and get a lot of prostitutes. That sounds harsh, but I cannot stand this disunity. The sisters in New York are in complete harmony and are progressing while helping to rise up the dead. There is from now on a new MGT. Almeida is the first lieutenant and Elizabeth is the second lieutenant. Does anyone have any objections? Give time out of the time for the sisters causing trouble. I want you to buy scales and weigh the members on Mon and Thursday. Those who are overweight will be given 2 weeks to lose 10 pounds or will be given time out. Be strict to enforce this rule. Tomorrow night the ministers will speak in Jersey City. The entire MGT in New York are going. They stick together in everything. I know this is the best temple on the East Coast, but there is always room for improvement. I do not want anyone to talk about me. I'd better not hear anyone mentioning my name in criticism, or I will give them indefinite time out of the temple and might keep you out of here for good. Is there anyone who wants to question me or doesn't think I am being fair? Raise your hand. Good thing you didn't, because you would have gotten out of the temple. I spend 7 days a week teaching and traveling all over the country. If you want to talk about me and I think I am right, you will have to suffer the penalty. There must be a stop to this lateness. You will be excused if you are working but must have proof. Sisters must become more friendly. I noticed tonight that they were not sitting next to each other. When you come in here and see an empty seat beside a sister, sit there. Don't forget tomorrow night Jersey City. There must not be a Muslim drawing unemployment compensation. Get out and get a job. A brother who does not try to help himself is not any help to the temple. We worked on the waterfront when we first opened the temple here, and that was hard work, and we were on time in the temple. Redacted at the meeting, the subject spoke and stated that the things that are happening in the world today are the result of colored peoples all over the world telling the white man to get out. He related how this has happened in China, Japan, Iran, Egypt, and all over the planet Earth, where the white man has no business. He stated, "There are only two kinds of people, the white and the black, so if you are not white you must be black." He told the group that in Masonry every step of wisdom they give is paid for dearly, but in the Temple of Islam it is all a free gift, and in Masonry you are forbidden to relate anything you learn even to your own son or daughter or wife, whatever the case may be, while in Islam you are required to tell all of your brothers and sisters and give them what Allah has given you. He stated that they had been taught to go around the world and fight for their name, but not to cross the street to defend a brother or sister. Johnson X. Hinton. Perhaps no single event catapulted Malcolm X into the public eye more than the police beating of Johnson X. Hinton. Malcolm had quickly risen through the ranks of the Nation of Islam since his release from prison, becoming a permanent fixture in Philadelphia before being appointed as the head minister of Harlem's Temple No. 7 in 1955. However, both the minister and the NOI maintained a low public profile and were regarded by most as little more than a fringe religious cult. This changed on April 26, 1957, when police intervened in a scuffle between a man and woman at 125th Street and Lenox Avenue in Harlem. Hinton and several local mosque members came across the police beating the man. When Hinton and his companions were ordered to leave the scene, they refused and responded, "You're not in Alabama, this is New York." Hinton was then placed under arrest and subsequently beaten with a nightstick by patrolman Mike Dolan, receiving what was later described as multiple lacerations of the scalp and a subdural hemorrhage. Malcolm X was quickly notified and marched with mosque members to the nearby 28th Precinct Station House. With a few telephone calls, in less than half an hour 50 members of the NOI's paramilitary group, the FOI, stood in formation outside the station. There Malcolm demanded that Hinton be admitted for treatment at Harlem Hospital, while the crowd outside swelled to nearly 2,000. More impressive than the size of the silently protesting crowd was the orderliness and simplicity with which it was dispersed. Assured that Hinton had received the proper care, Malcolm approached the crowd, raised his arm, and gave a signal. One bystander described it as eerie, because these people just faded into the night. "It was the most orderly movement of 4,000 to 5,000 people I've ever seen in my life. They just simply disappeared right before our eyes." Malcolm's silent command also left a strong impression on the New York City Police. The chief inspector at the scene turned to Amsterdam News reporter James Hicks and said, "No one man should have that much power too." The event garnered media attention for both the Nation of Islam and for Malcolm individually, earning him the reputation as the one man who could stop a race riot or start one. Of course, not merely the Harlem public but also the NYPD took notice. The chief inspector quickly released a series of urgent inquiries to police departments and government agencies in Michigan and Massachusetts, requesting Malcolm's criminal background. Malcolm also became a primary concern for the department's newly formed surveillance unit, the Bureau of Special Services, BOSS. The NOI eventually filed 3 lawsuits, the largest for $1 million. And although the sum eventually granted Hinton was sizably less, the $70,000 in damages was the largest award the city had ever paid in a police brutality case and was granted by an all-white jury. Ultimately, the legacy of the Johnson X. Hinton case was not merely Malcolm X's explosion onto the local and national scene but also the strong precedent set by the NOI in fighting against police brutality through litigation and public protest. James L. Hicks, Riot Threat as Cops Beat Muslim, God's Angry Men Tangle with Police, Amsterdam News, May 4, 1957. Harlem was teetering on the brink of a serious race riot Tuesday as a member of the Muslim faith battled for his life in Sydenham Hospital after having his skull crushed by a policeman in what appeared to be a flagrant case of police brutality. The injured man was Johnson Hinton of 409 West 140th Street, a member of the Muhammad Temple of Islam at 102 West 116th Street. Dr. Thomas W. Matthew, director of neurosurgery at Coney Island Hospital, told the Amsterdam News that Hinton is suffering from a subdural hemorrhage, blood clot on the brain, that he has multiple lacerations of the scalp and a contusion of the brain. Hinton landed in Sydenham Hospital at 4 p.m. Saturday afternoon, about 16 hours after his skull had been cracked open by a policeman's nightstick, when he became the central figure in the nearest thing to a race riot Harlem has seen since war days. This is the story. It started innocently enough at 125th Street and Lenox Avenue, where a man named Reese V. Poe of 120 West 126th Street was found by police beating an unknown woman who escaped in the confusion that followed. Bites cops. When PTL Ralph Pleasance sought to arrest Poe, he allegedly put up a fight and bit the officer in the scuffle. As they scuffled, PTL Pleasance was joined by PTL McManaman, who was also allegedly bitten in trying to subdue Poe. Meanwhile, the officers were working over Poe with their nightsticks, and it was at this point that Hinton, a Muslim, intervened. Hinton was in the company of another Muslim, Lycee Tall, 28, of 349 West 121st Street, and Frankie Lee Potts, 25, of 2099 8th Avenue. According to police, the three Muslims refused to move when ordered to do so. Instead, police charged, they taunted police for beating Poe and remarked, "You're not in Alabama, this is New York." PTL Mike Dolan, who had arrived on the scene by this time, then attempted to place Hinton under arrest for failure to move. He charged that Hinton resisted arrest and that he had to hit him with his nightstick. In this fracas, the cops drew their guns but did not fire them. Hinton and the others finally were arrested and taken to the 28th Precinct station house. A woman who had witnessed the incident then rushed to the Muslim restaurant on Lenox Avenue and told the Muslims that one of the brothers had been beaten by a policeman. Muslims gather. A group of Muslims, led by their spiritual leader Minister Malcolm X, then went to the station house and asked to see their brother. Mr. X claims that police first told him that they did not have such a man in the station. But as the word passed through Harlem, the Muslim crowd swelled around the station house, and finally police admitted that they did have the Muslims inside. The Muslims asked to see their brother. Mr. X was permitted to see Hinton. He claims that Hinton told him that when he had been brought into the station house he was suffering from the blows of the nightstick, and that in his pain he fell down on his knees to pray. Hit while praying. He told Mr. X that when he was on his knees praying in the station house, the lieutenant in charge came upon him and hit him across his mouth with the nightstick and also hit him on his shins with the stick. Mr. X demanded that Hinton be sent to a hospital for attention. Police finally agreed and sent him to Harlem Hospital. While he was being treated there, the Muslims, joined by a group of nationalists and other Harlemites, congregated into a crowd of 2,000 outside the hospital. As the crowd grew, police rose to the emergency and all available cops were pressed into duty, with Deputy Inspector McGowan taking command. Then, to the surprise of all, Hinton was released from Harlem Hospital and taken back to the 28th Precinct, where he was placed in a cell. Muslims follow. The Muslims followed. They formed a solid line a half block long in front of the 123rd St station house and waited orders from their leaders. Their discipline amazed police, and more than one high-ranking officer expressed growing concern. By this time Mr. X was in the station house with his attorney Charles J. Beavers of 209 West 125th Street. They arranged bail for Potts and Tall and then asked to see Hinton. When attorney Beavers saw Hinton's condition, he immediately asked that he be sent to the hospital, charging that he was in no condition to remain in jail. But police flatly refused, saying that he had already been to the hospital. They said Hinton must remain in a cell for arraignment in court Saturday morning. Refuse pillow. Beavers, then in a small but humanitarian gesture, asked police to at least provide a pillow in the cell for the wounded man, who at this point could not rise to his feet. When police refused this, Beavers asked that the man's topcoat be folded under his head as a pillow. Police permitted this and the cell door clanged shut on the seriously wounded man. It was 2:30 a.m. by this time. but the Muslim followers were still in front of the station house. Mr. X left the station house, gave one brief command to his followers, and they disappeared as if in thin air. One amazed policeman on seeing this said no one man should have that much power. This reporter, who had been called from his bed to the riot scene, followed the Muslims to the restaurant which they own on Lenox Avenue. There they assembled at 4 o'clock in the morning and talked over events of the evening. On orders of Mr. X they agreed not to appear at the arraignment in felony court on Saturday. Bailed without lawyer. Mr. X was there, however, along with Mr. John, another Muslim, and attorney Beaver. This writer was also present. Here again police irritated the Muslims by attempting to arraign Hinton without his lawyer being present. Actually they did put him under bail while attorney Beavers was in Judge Bayer's court on another case. After bail was set at $2,500 without Hinton's lawyer being present, the Muslims quickly put up the bail money and stood outside where they were told Hinton would be delivered to them. But instead of Hinton being delivered to them, he was turned loose in the building to find his way out alone. Muslims enraged. He came out of the jail staggering, bleeding, and alone. This enraged the Muslims. They then rushed him in a car to Dr. Leona Turner in Long Island. She took one look at him and ordered him to the hospital at once. Back sped the car across the island to Manhattan, and Hinton was finally admitted to Sydenham. There it was found that he had a clot on the brain, that he was bleeding internally. Hospital authorities gave him a 50-50 chance to live. As he battled for his life, the Muslims gathered again Sunday. This time in daylight in the square opposite Sydenham Hospital. They marched around the square protesting, and police soon discovered that they had been joined by Muslims from Boston, Hartford, Baltimore, Washington, and Wilmington. Orderly protest. Though they were stern in their protest, they were as orderly as a battalion of Marines. With the crowd growing around the hospital, the Muslims were joined by some teenagers carrying zip guns. As soon as this was learned, Mr. X once more dismissed his followers and sent them home. He stated that it was not their intention to start any violence. But Monday, as Hinton's life hung in the balance, reports spread through Harlem that if Hinton died there would be a riot in Harlem Monday night. Police prepared for the worst. High police officials arranged a meeting with Mr. X at an uptown location. In the meeting he openly stated that his followers were ready to die when mistreated. But he insisted that they were not looking for trouble. Ready to die? We do not look for trouble, he told police officials. In fact, we are taught to steer clear of trouble. We do not carry knives or guns. But we are also taught that when one finds something that is worthwhile getting into trouble about, he should be ready to die, then and there, for that particular thing. Excellent public relations work on the part of police persuaded the Muslim leader that every effort was being made to correct any wrongs on the part of police, and the meeting ended with the implied, though not expressed, promise that the Muslims would not cause any trouble Monday night. At the meeting it was brought out that the Muslims have a witness, Harry Buffins, who is prepared to testify that an officer wearing shield number 2775 said in front of Harlem Hospital Friday night, "I'd have shot the nigger but the other cops kept getting in my way." The witness will also testify that an officer pointed at Mr. X and said, "We should break that bastard's head because he is their leader." Harding in key role. One of the things that added to the tension Friday night was that all officers involved in the Lenox Avenue fracas were white. The case is certainly to end in the courts in a civil suit. It is the firm belief of this reporter that, had it not been for Detective Sergeant James Harding, who was off duty and chanced by, there would have been a serious riot Friday night. Under the tension, many white officers appeared to be doing all the wrong things at the wrong time, particularly for Harlem. Malcolm X FBI file, summary report, New York office, April 30, 1958, 76-79. Redacted 1957. Redacted The New York Temple of the NOI held. Redacted 1957. Redacted advised that Malcolm Little was in attendance at this meeting. Redacted 1957, advised that he had redacted a meeting of the NOI, New York City, held on REDACTED 1957, at which time Malcolm Little spoke about the feast to be held by the Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, Temple on REDACTED 1957. Redacted also advised that Little mentioned that Johnson Hinton, NOI member injured while being arrested by the New York City Police Department, will sue the city of New York for $1 million. The New York Amsterdam News, November 9, 1957, edition, carried an article captioned "Muslims Ask Kennedy to Fire 2 Cops," which read as follows. Harlem's Muslim sect this week demanded that Police Commissioner Stephen Kennedy remove from the police force 2 white policemen who beat up one of their members last April 26 in an incident which set off a near riot and left the Muslim in the hospital with a brain concussion. The demand was made in a telegram sent to the commissioner by Minister Malcolm X, spiritual leader of Muhammad's Temple 9 in mid-Harlem. It came a few days after a grand jury had refused to indict the Muslim victim, Johnson X, on charges by the police officers that Johnson was disorderly and resisted arrest, making it necessary to forcibly restrain him. Dismissal of the complaint by the grand jury was seen by the Muslims as paving the way for the $500,000 suit which Hinton has filed against the city as a result of the beating. Powder keg. In his telegram to Kennedy, Minister X said Harlem is a potential powder keg and that if the officers are allowed to remain on duty in the Harlem area, their presence is not only a menace to society but to world peace. Minister X reminded the commissioner that on April 29, Commissioners Robert Mangan and Walter Arm had promised the Muslims a fair and impartial investigation of the beating and that justice would be done if it was found that the beating given Hinton was unwarranted. Recalls promise. The telegram suggested that the grand jury action proved that the beating was unwarranted and said, "We respectfully trust that the confidence imposed in the promise of your representative will not be shaken by your allowing these prejudiced white men, disguised as police officers, to remain on active duty." Commissioner Walter Arm, commenting on the telegram, said, "In my capacity as commissioner in charge of community relations, I did promise an immediate investigation into the matter. We asked the attorneys to supply us with the names of some of the witnesses in the case and were politely turned down. Our investigation was then discounted, pending the outcome of the grand jury's action. Now that the grand jury has finished with the case, our investigation will be continued since we can get all names from the grand jury's records. Up to Kennedy. It would have to be judged as to whether the police officers exceeded their authority or not. When the investigation is completed, the results will be turned over to the Commissioner, Stepher P. Kennedy, who decides on all transfers or suspensions." Redacted 1957. Redacted Temple No. 7, New York City, held on REDACTED 1957, at which Malcolm Little was one of the principal speakers. The Pittsburgh Courier, November 9, 1957, edition, carried an article captioned "Muslims Announce $1 Million New York Suit," which reads as follows. New York echoes of a near riot involving members of the Muslim sect of Prophet Elijah Muhammad and New York City police were revived here when Malcolm X announced that $1 million suit was being filed against local patrolmen. Mr. Malcolm X announced that the suit was being filed by one Johnson X, who was said to have been beaten into insensibility by arresting officers. The suit, according to Malcolm X, was filed after a General Sessions Court decision ruled for the dismissal of all charges against Johnson X, who had been accused of felonious assault. Johnson X was defended by attorney Edward M. Jacko, along with 3 other individuals, 2 of whom were given suspended sentences and the third an acquittal. One of the men who received a suspended sentence, Lloyd Young, is suing for $50,000 in damages from the beating allegedly inflicted on him by officers, said Malcolm X. The acquitted man, Frank Lee X, a Temple of Islam member, is seeking $75,000 in damages, Malcolm X announced. According to Malcolm X, Johnson X is accusing officers with false arrest, false imprisonment, malicious and criminal prosecution among sundry other charges. Malcolm X said, Johnson X, who suffered severe and permanent brain injuries, had to undergo 4 major brain operations performed by Dr. Thomas W. Matthews, director of neurosurgery at the Coney Island Hospital. A sizable silver plate had to be inserted in Johnson's head to replace a major portion of the bone which the police had destroyed in their savage battering of his skull. He will be permanently disabled, scarred, and crippled for life, and he should be amply and adequately compensated. The ruckus involving Johnson X occurred last May when police moved in on a disturbance between a man named Reese V. Poe and an unknown woman. When police began beating Poe, Johnson X intervened and a near riot resulted. Redacted 1957 Redacted The New York City Temple of the Redacted 1957. Redacted advised that it was announced that Malcolm Little was in San Diego, California, and sent his regards to the members of the New York Temple. Malcolm X to Stephen Kennedy, NYPD, Bureau of Special Services, Boss, November 2, 1957. New York, November 2. Commissioner Stephen P. Kennedy, Police Department of New York City. Report delivery 240 Center Street, NYK. Commissioner S. P. Kennedy. Members of Muhammad's Temple of Islam here in Harlem are greatly disturbed. Our religion is Islam, the religion of peace. Our spiritual leader and teacher, Messenger Elijah Muhammad, teaches us to respect and obey all laws and law enforcement officers. Our record shows that all of us who have accepted his divine guidance immediately become better citizens. He makes us conservative, clean-living, peaceful, law-abiding citizens. Through his spiritual guidance we have learned how to abstain from smoking, using drugs and alcohol, adultery, stealing, and all acts of aggression. We do not try to force ourselves upon or among people who are not our own kind, whose record and history is sufficient proof that they don't want our kind around them. We are taught not only to avoid trouble, but to avoid even the people whose presence creates trouble. On April 26, 1957, one of our most peaceful members redacted was the victim of one of the most savage beatings ever inflicted upon an innocent human being since the days of slavery. The bone structure of his skull was shattered by the blows of two white sadistic policemen of the 28th Precinct. On April 29, 1957, in the office of Mr. James L. Hicks, editor of the New York Amsterdam News, in the presence of attorneys T. A. Chance and Charles Beavers, we met with representatives from your office, Commissioners Walter Arm, Robert Mangum, and Police Captain Eldridge. Speaking for your office and in your name, they promised us that an immediate and complete investigation would take place and that justice would be done in the form of disciplinary action against the open and unwarranted acts of criminal brutality by these demented white members of the police department. Investigation to date discloses that the brutal assaults by these prejudiced white officers of the 28th Precinct, inflicted against this helpless black man, were willful, atrociously inhuman, beast-like, and showed utter disregard and contempt for the black citizens of Harlem. Also, these biased white police officers, by beating their helpless victim in the mouth with their nightsticks while he was praying to Allah, showed contempt not only for his dark skin but also for his God and the religion of Islam. This outrageously inhuman act incenses not only our fellow citizens of the Harlem area, but also ignites great concern in the hearts of 600 million sons and daughters of Allah throughout the Muslim world, which stretches from the China Seas to the shores of West Africa. To justify and hide their own criminal acts, these same guilty officers charged MRREDACTED with resisting arrest, and with felonious assault against them. On October 27, 1957, after hearing all witnesses involved, including a number of police officers, the grand jury refused to indict redacted on the false accustions of the guilty police officers, clearing him of all their charges and setting him completely free. Since the grand jury has established redacted innocence, and this innocent man has had his skull crushed by these police officers, you must realize that their heartless acts were without just cause, and criminally wrong. Therefore we respectfully trust that the confidence imposed in the promise of your representatives will not be shaken by your allowing these prejudiced white men, disguised as police officers, who are responsible for this inhuman act of brutal savagery, to remain on active duty. Harlem is already a potential powder keg. If these ignorant white officers are allowed to remain in the Harlem area, their presence is not only a menace to society, but to world peace. Pending all further investigation, their immediate suspension and removal from the police force is advised, requested, urged, and demanded. Respectfully. Minister Malcolm X. Muhammad's Temple of Islam. Number 7. Detroit Lecture Series. With the Johnson x Hinton affair generating publicity for the Nation of Islam, Malcolm continued to lecture at various East Coast temples. News of Hinton's beating also traveled quickly within the NOI, and the FBI reported that Detroit's Temple No. 1 was encouraging members to write Malcolm letters of support. Soon after, for 4 weeks in mid-1957, Malcolm returned to the temple, where he spent his first year out of prison delivering a series of guest lectures. Described in the Amsterdam News as a 32-year-old, 6'3" bachelor who devotes 24 hours daily spreading Muhammad's messages, Malcolm further solidified his position as the organization's public face and foremost disciplinarian during his time in Detroit. 1. Upon arrival, he ordered that the temple be cleaned and renovated in preparation for a visit from Elijah Muhammad. Malcolm also took the opportunity during his visit to promote his older brother Wilfred to minister of the Detroit Temple, replacing the current minister, whom he described to Muhammad as inefficient. Malcolm later suggested this model of familial advancement to Muhammad, a notion that would work against him when many of the royal family became hostile to Muhammad's prized minister. Within the first week of lectures, Malcolm was already drawing capacity crowds of 4,000 Muslims and non-Muslims to the temple. He encouraged journalists to attend the meetings, and soon black newspapers from both coasts were reporting on the NOI. By the end of his month-long tenure at the temple, membership had tripled and the NOI had purchased properties for religious services and a private school. 1 newspaper reported that Detroit had not seen such growth in an organization since the days of Marcus Garvey. Another noted that since Malcolm X's arrival here, things have really begun to hum in the Muslim world. For with Detroit buzzing over his electrifying speeches, Malcolm returned to New York in late October, and the temple expected a capacity crowd to welcome home its celebrity minister. Although he needed to be admitted to New York's Sydenham Hospital several days later, for symptoms related to stress and exhaustion, Malcolm X had managed to transform Detroit's somewhat sleepy temple and to solidify his prominence among Harlem's ministerial elite. Detroit Muhammad's Detroit Temple of Islam, 5401 John C. Lodge, was filled to capacity Sunday, August 18, to hear Malcolm X, the fiery disciple of Messenger Elijah Muhammad, minister of Muhammad's New York Temple. It was the unity and fearlessness displayed by the New York Muslims in April, when one of their members was brutally beaten by the New York police, that enabled the Muslims to capture the attention and admiration of the other Harlemites, which greatly increased their membership, and also won them the respect, if nothing else, of that city's police force, said Malcolm X. Citing the failures on the part of all others to solve the problems of the so-called Negroes, Malcolm X pointed out that Messenger Elijah Muhammad has a mathematical solution that removes all fear and enables him alone to take a firm stand, with no compromise. Hits leaders. Wild applause broke out when he declared that if the present political and religious leaders of the so-called Negroes don't unite soon and take a firm stand, with positive steps designed to eliminate immediately the brutal atrocities that are being committed daily against our people, and if the so-called Negro intelligentsia, intellectuals, and educators won't unite to help alter this nasty, most degrading situation, then the little man in the street will begin to take matters into his own hands. It is the little man in the street today who is fed up with the empty promises of the white man, and with the ignorance and greed that has been causing our own political and religious leaders to sell us out. And this little man in the street is the one who is turning away now from the political and religious system of the white man, and coming into the Temple of Islam to try Messenger Elijah Muhammad's uncompromising solution, he said. Malcolm X will be at the Detroit Temple for 2 more weeks. Malcolm X making hit in Detroit, Amsterdam News, September 7, 1957. Detroit Muhammad's Detroit Temple of Islam was again packed to capacity Sunday, August 25, to hear Malcolm X, the fiery disciple of Messenger Elijah Muhammad, and minister of Muhammad's New York Temple. Black people all over America who are hearing Messenger Muhammad's message of naked truth are awakening, rising, and coming into Messenger Muhammad's fold faster than we can get temples set up to teach and train them into the knowledge of themselves, said Malcolm X. Asked why Messenger Muhammad's teachings seem to be attracting so many young people, Mr. X declared that Islam removes all juvenile delinquency, it dignifies the black man, unites us, removes our former fears and uncertainties, and gives us security. Asked about police. Asked by local reporters concerning the recent clashes between the police and Muslims, that seems to be spreading to other cities, Malcolm X stated, Messenger Elijah Muhammad teaches us that Islam is the religion of peace. Our people must awaken and realize that these displays of brutal savagery by the police throughout the country are not directed against any particular group among the so-called Negroes. These inhuman attacks against our people follow a general pattern, and are directed against all elements of our people here in America. The rest of the trouble, and center of the arena is in Washington, D.C., where Pharaoh's modern-day magicians are putting on a great show, fooling most of the so-called Negroes, by pretending to be divided against each other, fighting in behalf of our rights, but always it is a well-planned losing battle, with the master magician, the modern Pharaoh, too busy playing golf to speak out. And when he does speak out, with the expert timing of the master general, the master of the show, he seems to make certain that his words will always be too late. Our own political and religious leaders are too blind, too afraid, or have already sold us out, said Malcolm X. Messenger Elijah Muhammad is the spiritual teacher, leader, and spokesman for the fastest growing group of freedom-seeking black people in America today. His divine wisdom, coupled with fearlessness, makes him well qualified to speak out in our behalf today with no compromise. Malcolm X has one more week in Detroit before returning to New York. Already his lectures have been a great hit with the general Detroit public. Malcolm X returns, Detroit Muslims grow, Amsterdam News, October 26, 1957. Messenger Elijah Muhammad, the spiritual leader of America's growing group of Muslim converts, sent his fiery New York minister Malcolm X to represent him here in Detroit 2 months ago. During the past 2 months the Detroit Muslims have tripled their membership and attendance and have purchased the properties at 5401 John C. Lodge, for the Detroit branch of Muhammad's Temples of Islam and to house the private school for their Muslim children. The fanatically zealous followers of Muhammad have been busily cleaning and renovating the temple, and preparing better facilities for their rapidly expanding University of Islam. In magazine. Featured in the October issue of a national magazine, the story states that Elijah Muhammad and his followers are rapidly becoming a power to be reckoned with, and that even biased observers are forced to admit that he is getting the cream of America's young Negroes to follow him and has molded them into the fastest growing, best disciplined black organization in America, whose unto the death devotion and obedience to Muhammad's divine message is causing whispers of concern in highest national and international circles. One of Muhammad's most devoted followers is Malcolm X, minister for the Muslims in New York City. This 32-year-old, 6'3" bachelor, devotes 24 hours daily spreading Muhammad's messages among the Negroes of America and organizing his fanatic followers into well-disciplined, fearless warriors for Allah. Having directed the progress of the Detroit Muslims successfully for the past 2 months, Minister Malcolm is returning to the New York Temple, 102 West 116th Street Sunday, October 27, where a capacity crowd is expected. Malcolm X FBI file, summary report, New York office, April 30, 1958, 18-31. Activity in Detroit, Michigan. Redacted 1957 advised that at a meeting of the Detroit Temple No. 1 of the NOI held on REDACTED 1957, it was announced that Malcolm Little would visit the Detroit Temple the following week. Redacted 1957 redacted advised that at a meeting of the Detroit, Michigan Temple of the NOI held on REDACTED 1957, an incident involving the New York Police Department NOI member was discussed. Harold D. Goins, captain of the Detroit, Michigan Temple, told all in attendance that they should write letters to Malcolm Little, minister of the New York City Temple, so that he would know that the Muslims were behind him 100%. Redacted advised that Little's address was then furnished to all those in attendance. The Pittsburgh Courier, a weekly Pittsburgh newspaper, August 17, 1957 edition carried an article captioned "Malcolm X will lecture 4 weeks at Detroit Spot." This article read as follows: Malcolm X, disciple of Messenger Elijah Muhammad, and minister of Muhammad's Temple of Islam, 102 West 116th Street, New York City, will start a 4-week series of lectures Wednesday, August 14, at Muhammad's Detroit Temple of Islam, 5401 John C. Lodge, corner of Kirby. Attorneys for the New York Temple recently filed a $1 million suit against the city of New York for the brutal beating inflicted by the New York police upon Johnson X, a New York Muslim, at which time a near riot was almost triggered by the Muslims when they marched into the 28th precinct to get their Muslim brother. Asked by local reporters concerning the recent clashes between the police and the Muslims that seem to be spreading to other cities, Malcolm X stated, "Islam is the religion of peace. Our people must awaken and realize that these displays of brutal savagery by the police throughout the country are not directed against any particular group among the so-called Negroes. These inhuman attacks against our people follow a general pattern, and are directed against all elements of our people here in America. The root of the trouble, and center of the arena, is in Washington, D.C., where the modern-day Pharaoh's magicians are putting on a great show, fooling most of the so-called Negroes, by pretending to be divided against each other, fighting in our behalf, but always it is a well-planned losing battle, with the master magician too busy playing golf to speak out, and with the expert timing of a master general, when he does speak out, it is always too late." Redacted 1957 advised that a meeting of the Detroit Temple of the NOI was held in Detroit, Michigan on REDACTED 1957. Redacted advised as follows: Today's meeting opened at 2 o'clock as is the custom, only today it was done with much more gusto. Everyone was in his place, and at the appointed time the ministers were marched to the speaker's stand and seated, after which Brother Malcolm headed the group in prayer. Malcolm in fact took over the meeting and led from here on out. The crowd was large, every seat being filled. The overflow was seated in the school building, and they heard the talks by loudspeaker. Malcolm gave greeting from the messenger and thanked all the persons in the group for coming to the meeting. He assured them that they would not regret having attended the meeting. Each person who had been given a part in the meeting went through his part, and by the time Malcolm came on to speak, the group had been well informed as to the views of the people who believed in Islam. Malcolm spoke for over an hour, and he blasted everything American. This was wrong. That was wrong. The flag was wrong, etc. The only thing right in America was the movement of Islam. He showed that by reasoning anyone could see that the only right thing for the black man in America was Islam. Redacted 1957 advised that a meeting of the Detroit, Michigan Temple of the NOI was held on REDACTED, at which Malcolm Little spoke. According to REDACTED, Little told those in attendance that Christianity is a lie, and that black ministers who preach that religion are stooges of the devil, white man. Redacted advised that after his speech, Little dismissed the visitors to the temple and held a special meeting for registered NOI members, at which time a discussion was held on the finances of the Detroit Temple. The New York Amsterdam News of September 7, 1957 carried an article captioned "Malcolm X Making Hit in Detroit," which reads as follows: Muhammad's Detroit Temple of Islam was again packed to capacity Sunday, August 25, to hear Malcolm X, the fiery disciple of Messenger Elijah Muhammad, and minister of Muhammad's New York Temple. Black people all over America who are hearing Messenger Muhammad's message of naked truth are awakening, rising, and coming into Messenger Muhammad's fold faster than we can get temples set up to teach and train them into the knowledge of themselves, said Malcolm X. Asked why Messenger Muhammad's teachings seem to be attracting so many young people, Mr. X declared that Islam removes all juvenile delinquency, it dignifies the black man, unites us, removes our former fears and uncertainties, and gives us security. Asked about police Asked by local reporters concerning the recent clashes between the police and the Muslims, that seems to be spreading to other cities, Malcolm X stated, "Messenger Elijah Muhammad teaches us that Islam is the religion of peace. Our people must awaken and realize that these displays of brutal savagery by the police throughout the country are not directed against any particular group among the so-called Negroes. These inhuman attacks against our people follow a general pattern, and are directed against all elements of our people here in America. The rest of the trouble and center of the arena is in Washington, D.C., where Pharaoh's modern-day magicians are putting on a great show, fooling most of the so-called Negroes, by pretending to be divided against each other, fighting in behalf of our rights, but always it is a well-planned losing battle, with the master magician, the modern Pharaoh, too busy playing golf to speak out. And when he does speak out, with the expert timing of the master general, the master of the show, he seems to make certain that his words will always be too late. Our own political and religious leaders are too blind, too afraid, or have already sold us out," said Malcolm X. Messenger Elijah Muhammad is the spiritual teacher, leader, and spokesman for the fastest growing group of freedom-seeking black people in America today. His divine wisdom, coupled with fearlessness, makes him well qualified to speak out in our behalf today with no compromise. Malcolm X has one more week in Detroit before returning to New York. Already his lectures have been a great hit with the general Detroit public. Redacted 1957 advised that Malcolm Little spoke at a meeting of the Detroit, Michigan Temple held on Redacted 1957. Little told those in attendance that in the near future Elijah Muhammad would visit the temple to speak to them about the organization of the temple and a new organization. Malcolm stated that Detroit would have to clean its temple if and when the messenger came, and stated that a cleanup organization would be instituted to make the temple fitting for the messenger. Redacted 1957 advised that Malcolm Little spoke at a meeting of the Detroit, Michigan Temple of the NOI on Redacted 1957. Redacted advised that Little spoke along the usual subject of the black man being owner of the earth and the white man is the only real devil on the planet Earth. Redacted advised that Little referred to the United States as the hell of North America. Redacted 1957 advised that at a meeting of the Detroit, Michigan Temple held on Redacted 1957, Malcolm Little was the principal speaker. Redacted 1957 advised that Malcolm Little is attempting to have his brother Wilfred Little made minister of the Detroit, Michigan Temple and has represented the former minister Edward Henry Anderson as being inefficient to Elijah Muhammad. Redacted advised that Little should be considered as one of the top men in the higher echelon of the NOI organization. Redacted 1957 advised that at a meeting of the Detroit NOI Temple on Redacted 1957, Malcolm Little said Ike, President Eisenhower, and Faubus, governor of Arkansas, are laughing at the Negroes. Publicly they pretend to be angry with each other, but behind closed doors, they behave like close friends. Ike has no love for the so-called Negro and pretends to be acting in their behalf now, but that is because he and North America do not have any choice. The entire black world is watching the events and incidents going on in North America. Russia had a large cartoon depicting Nixon with his arm around Althea Gibson and Faubus with a bayonet attacking small children. This is intended to embarrass the United States. I was in New York last week and visited the United Nations headquarters. While there, I witnessed the diplomats from the dark countries as they took the rostrum to condemn this white government for the way it is treating the so-called Negro. Each one of the little black men who took the rostrum said shame. American diplomats thought the foreign diplomats were taking the rostrum to condemn Russia for its action in Hungary. They would have if the Little Rock attacks had not captured worldwide notice. It has been prophesied that in the last day there would be plagues, strife and catastrophe. It was also prophesied that God would raise up out of the midst of a lost people a leader like unto them to lead them out of captivity. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad is the little lamb spoken of in the prophecy. He is the one standing up in the strongest government in the world and condemning it. He is the only true prophet. Today there are many false prophets. The black Christian ministers are the false ones. They are the ones like in the days of Moses who are trying to keep our people in slavery for a few pieces of silver. They are using all the magic they possess to keep the minds of the so-called Negroes enslaved. It is these black ministers who should be whipped for fooling our people. They teach that after we die we are going off in the sky someplace. We all know that when you die you go down in the ground and remain there. They teach the so-called Negro to call on Jesus when they are in difficulty. Jesus has not come to one's rescue in all the 400 years that the so-called Negro has been here. How can a dead Jesus help anyone? He couldn't help himself. These lying black ministers will be burned up along with the rest of North America. How can a black Christian minister help the so-called Negro? He can't even help himself. Who is it today being beaten up and lynched more than so-called Christian Negro ministers? Who is it that is lynching and beating the black Christians? Other white Christians are attacking the so-called Negro Christians. No white person loves a black man. It is against his nature. Many white men have pretended to love the so-called Negro. You think Abraham Lincoln loved the Negro? Malcolm read from a book but he never gave the title or author. The passage he read purportedly were quotes from Lincoln. He stated there was no hope for the black man in America. It also stated Lincoln was much disturbed by the presence of black folks in the country and he suggested they go back to Africa because they could never achieve an equal status here. Eisenhower has a caddy he calls Cemetery. The name is quite appropriate because that Negro is mentally dead. Malcolm said America has not seen anything yet. He said when Elijah gets through there won't be anything left of this government. The Los Angeles Herald-Dispatch, August 22, 1957, edition, carried an article captioned Negroes, No Compromise on Civil Rights Malcolm X, which read as follows. Detroit, Michigan, special to the Herald-Dispatch, more than 4,000 Muslims and non-Muslims filled Muhammad's Detroit Temple of Islam to capacity to hear young Malcolm X, the fiery disciple of Messenger Elijah Muhammad, explain the mathematical solution that removes all fear and enables the black man to take a firm stand for civil rights without compromise. It was the unity and fearlessness displayed by the New York Muslims last April when one of our members was brutally beaten by the New York police, which enabled us to capture the attention and admiration of all Harlemites, which greatly increased our membership and won the respect of the New York City police force, Mr. X told his audience. Citing the many failures on the part of others to solve the problems of the so-called Negro, Mr. X pointed out that Messenger Elijah Muhammad has a mathematical solution which removes all fears and has enabled him alone to take his stand with no compromise. This mathematical solution, he stated, is available to all members of the Muslim faith. The brilliant young Mr. X delivered, without fear, a message from Messenger Elijah Muhammad which is enabling to so-called Negro to see and understand what is going on around us for the first time since we were kidnapped and brought to America 400 years ago to become slaves for the white man. No country, he said, has ever risen so high, become so rich and powerful in such a short period of time as the United States of America. America is regarded as the strongest country on earth today, he added. The president has powers that affect people even in the most remote part of the planet, Earth. He, himself, referring to President Eisenhower, he continued, is like a god. His powers are so great. Small wonder, then, that every 4 years the eyes of the entire world are turned toward America wondering who will be our next god. Launching into a bitter criticism and recrimination against those who are playing with the lives and the rights of the Negro people in blocking offensive legislation on civil rights, MX. X said it is not American foreign policy that decides who will get the chair, but rather her domestic policy. In this great drama, he continued, the Negroes play the leading role and are being posed a serious problem. The position the American Negro occupies is both strategic and unique. For, although the Negroes are deprived of most of their voting powers yet their diluted vote will swing the balance of power in the presidential or any other election in this country. What would the role and the position of the Negro be if he had a full voting voice? No wonder, then, he continued, The freedom or equal rights struggle of the Negro people is so greatly feared by his enemies. Standing applause greeted the brilliant young orator as he declared, if the present leaders of the so-called American Negro don't unite soon and take a firm stand with positive steps designed to eliminate immediately the brutal atrocities that are being committed daily against our people, and, if the so-called Negro intelligentsia, intellectuals, and educators won't unite to help alter this nasty and most degrading situation, then, he said, the little man in the street will henceforth begin to take matters into his own hands. As an example, he continued, the struggle led for Negro job rights by a beautiful young Negro woman in Los Angeles, California, Miss Helen Smith, will multiply 10,000-fold through the width and breadth of this land. Because, the little man in the street today is fed up with the empty promises of the white man, and the ignorance and greed that has been causing our own political and religious leaders to sell out. On REDACTED 1957 redacted advised that at a meeting of the Detroit, Michigan, Temple of the NOI held on REDACTED 1957, Malcolm Little advised those in attendance that the so-called Negro had really been taken for a ride by accepting a religion which teaches that there is life after death. He said the very phrase life after death is self-revealing if put in its proper perspective. He told those in attendance that they should immediately dispense with this false religion which is a throwback of the days of slavery and accept Islam, which is the religion of the black man. Redacted went on to say that Little continued by saying that Muslims should not brag about their association with the NOI, for it is letting their enemies know who they are and what they believe. He stated that Muslims should not deny their connection with the NOI, but should avoid being braggarts, for then the Christians will not know who they are when they ask questions, and if they do not know who they are, they will not know how to attack their questions when asked. Redacted advised that this was in reference to those occasions when Muslims visit Christian churches and ask questions in an effort to discredit the Christian religion. The Los Angeles Herald-Dispatch, a weekly Los Angeles, California, newspaper, October 17, 1957 edition, carried an article captioned Malcolm Scores U.S. Too Late Policies, which read as follows. Malcolm X, disciple of Messenger Elijah Muhammad, and minister of Muhammad's Temple of Islam, number 7, 102 West 116th Street, New York City, concluded a 4-week series of lectures here this week at the Muhammad's Detroit Temple of Islam, 5401 John C. Lodge. Mr. X told a battery of newsmen that attorneys for the New York Temple recently filed a $1 million suit against the city of New York for the brutal beating inflicted by the New York police upon Mr. Johnson X, a member of the New York Temple. A near riot was averted at the time, triggered by the Muslims when they marched into the 28th precinct to rescue their Muslim brother. Asked by the newsmen concerning the recent clashes between the police and the Muslims that seem to be spreading to other cities, Mr. X stated, Islam is the religion of peace. Our people must awaken and realize that those displays of brutal savagery by the white police throughout the country are not directed against any particular group from among the so-called Negroes. These inhuman acts of violence against our people follow a general pattern, and are directed against all elements of our people here in America. The roots of the trouble, he continued, and center of the arena is in Washington, D.C., where the modern-day Pharaoh's magicians are putting on a great show, fooling most of the so-called Negroes by pretending to be divided against each other, fighting in our behalf, but always it is a well-planned losing battle, with the master magician too busy playing golf to speak out, and with the expert timing of a master general, when he does speak out, it is always too late. And, he said with a grin, our own political and religious leaders are too blind, too afraid, or have already sold us out, to speak up. Messenger Elijah Muhammad is the spiritual teacher, leader, and divine spokesman for the fastest growing, and most respected group of freedom-loving and freedom-seeking black people in America today. His wisdom, plus his fearlessness, makes him well qualified to speak out in our behalf without compromise, Mr. X said, explaining the principles of Islam teachings. Mr. X invited the newsmen to attend and report firsthand on the teachings, practices, and aims of the Muslims who follow Messenger Elijah Muhammad. In the Detroit area these teachings are more necessary than anywhere on earth, he said. The New York Amsterdam News on October 26, 1957, carried an article captioned Malcolm X Returns, Detroit Muslims Grow, which read as follows. Messenger Elijah Muhammad, the spiritual leader of America's growing group of Muslim converts, sent his fiery New York minister, Malcolm X, to represent him here in Detroit 2 months ago. During the past 2 months, the Detroit Muslims have tripled their membership and attendance and have purchased the properties at 5401 John C. Lodge, for the Detroit branch of Muhammad's Temples of Islam and to house the private school for their Muslim children. The fanatically zealous followers of Muhammad have been busily cleaning and renovating the temple, and preparing better facilities for their rapidly expanding University of Islam. In magazine. Featured in the October issue of a national magazine, the story states that Elijah Muhammad and his followers are rapidly becoming a power to be reckoned with, and that even biased observers are forced to admit that he is getting the cream of America's young Negroes to follow him and has molded them into the fastest growing, best disciplined black organization in America, whose unto the death devotion and obedience to Muhammad's divine message is causing whispers of concern in highest national and international circles. One of Muhammad's most devoted followers is Malcolm X, minister of the Muslims in New York City. This 32-year-old, 6'3" bachelor, devotes 24 hours daily spreading Muhammad's message among the Negroes of America and organizing his fanatic followers into well-disciplined, fearless warriors for Allah. Having directed the progress of the Detroit Muslims successfully for the past 2 months, Minister Malcolm is returning to the New York Temple, 102 West 116th Street Sunday, October 27, where a capacity crowd is expected. The Pittsburgh Courier on November 2, 1957, carried an article captioned, Detroit Muslims Continue Growth, which read as follows. Messenger Elijah Muhammad, the spiritual leader of America's fastest growing group of Muslim converts, and considered even by many non-Muslims to be the most outspoken, uncompromising black leader ever to appear among Negroes of America, sent his fiery New York minister, Malcolm X, to represent him in Detroit. And since his arrival here, things have really begun to hum in the Muslim world. Marriage to Betty X. Sanders. As 1957 drew to a close, Malcolm X was traveling for weeks at a time to establish temples around the country and monitor the progress of those already formed. Marriage seemed a distant thought to the young bachelor, and he was careful not to encourage the fondness of sisters in the Nation of Islam or sacrifice what he called the good work that still needed to be done. However, despite the chaste perception surrounding the minister, he had in fact proposed marriage twice in the previous year, to teenage sweetheart Evelyn Williams of Boston and to Betty Sue Williams, likely the sister of the Buffalo minister Robert X. Williams. 1 Both proposals were apparently retracted, though information in the cases is unclear. Whatever the reason, another woman who had recently joined Temple No. 7's intimate community, Betty X. Sanders, had caught his eye. Sanders also grew up in Michigan, living with a foster family in nearby Detroit and briefly attending Tuskegee Institute in Alabama before settling in New York at the Brooklyn State College School of Nursing. After noticing the 23-year-old, who had begun teaching as a health instructor in the NOI's General Civilization class, Malcolm summoned the courage to ask Betty out, inviting her to visit the Museum of Natural History under the pretext that the exhibits could help her teach her courses. Shortly after their first date, Malcolm consulted with Elijah Muhammad at their monthly meeting in Chicago. Betty was then invited to what was ostensibly a national training meeting but was actually an assessment of her suitability. With Muhammad's approval secured, Malcolm soon proposed to Betty over the telephone from a gas station in Detroit on the morning of January 12, 1958. The two were married 2 days later, before Malcolm's brothers Filbert and Wilfred, by a justice of the peace in Lansing. Not only did the announcement surprise Betty's foster parents, the Malloys, who were skeptical of the older Muslim man, but black newspapers in Pittsburgh and New York published the unexpected news. Likewise, Malcolm recalled that many brothers in the NOI looked at him upon his return as if he had betrayed them. Evelyn Williams reportedly ran from the temple, screaming, when the marriage was announced. 3 Although the newlyweds spent their first night in a hotel, Betty would soon learn the burden of Malcolm's schedule and the expectations of a minister's wife. She flew home to New York the following day for her classes. 4. Lansing, Michigan. Malcolm X, widely known minister and leader of the New York Temple of Islam 7 of the Muslim movement, was married in a surprise wedding ceremony here last week. The bride is Betty X, a New York medical student, and a member of the Harlem Temple over which her husband presides. Attending Malcolm X were his two brothers, Filbert X, minister of Temple 16 here in Lansing, and Wilfred X, minister of Temple 1 in Detroit, Mich. The wedding was attended by a few close friends and relatives of the couple. Malcolm X wed, it's a surprise. Amsterdam News, January 25, 1958. Detroit Messenger. Elijah Muhammad's widely traveled minister and representative, Malcolm X, surprised both Muslims and non-Muslim friends this week. The 32-year-old longtime bachelor married 23-year-old Betty X, a Muslim medical student. The beautiful young bride is a member of the New York Temple and a firm follower of Messenger Muhammad. The quiet ceremony was performed in Lansing, Michigan, Tuesday, January 14. The hard-working leader of Harlem's fiery young Muslims said no one but Allah and his messenger had advance knowledge of his carefully laid plans. The bride herself didn't know until the last day. Minister Malcolm X is scheduled to return to New York this Sunday and speak at 2 p.m. at the Temple, 102 West 116th Street. Police brutality in Queens. Malcolm had actively thrust himself into the Johnson x Hinton affair in 1957, gaining public prominence for the Nation of Islam. The following year, however, police violence came to him. While Malcolm spoke at Boston's Temple No. 11, two New York police detectives, Joseph Kiernan and Michael Bonura, forced their way into the East Elmhurst, Queens, home he and his wife shared with two other Muslim couples, including future NOI National Secretary John Alley. Allegedly searching for a mail fraud suspect, the officers were rebuffed at the door by 27-year-old Yvonne Mollett when they failed to produce a search warrant. The officers were furious about the lack of cooperation and returned shortly with a federally issued warrant, which was checked at the door by Mollett's husband, who had rushed home from work. He claimed police then kicked him and shoved him aside, smashing glass in an attempt to enter. Meanwhile, another officer had climbed a rear stairway leading to Malcolm and Betty's upstairs rooms. He then fired several shots into the home, just feet below 6 women and children. One of the women, 17-year-old Audrey Rice, was 6 months pregnant, as was Betty, with the couple's first child, Adela. Malcolm returned to a home scarred by bullet holes and shattered windows. His wife and 5 others had been arrested. Although significantly smaller than the crowd protesting the Hinton beating, a group of 40 was quickly assembled to picket the Astoria precinct house. As he would do in later police brutality cases, Malcolm drew parallels between the well-publicized Southern police tactics and the ongoing mistreatment of Northern blacks by government officials. Negroes in Mississippi could not have their civil rights as openly violated and stomped upon any worse than has been done here in Queens County Courthouse 1. The trial had a life of its own, lasting several weeks and featuring dramatic testimonies and evidence. The 5 on trial, including Betty, faced 5 years and $1,000 fines each. John Mollett testified to being beaten, kicked, and dragged out of the home, and his wife, Yvonne, gave such a stirring account that defense attorney Edward W. Jacko Jr. began crying and had to excuse himself from the courtroom. The Nation of Islam had a remarkable presence at the trial, filling the court daily with hundreds of followers. Surely due in part to Malcolm's impeccable appreciation for details, as well his understanding of how to gather the sympathies of a crowd, the NOI also submitted a stack of photographs of the home and several scale drawings by John Alley. It also produced the front door as evidence before the court, replete with signs of struggle and gunfire. In fact, as one paper reported, the NOI provided its own court stenographer and even controlled who could enter the courtroom, its orderly presence so noticeable that one white court attendant remarked, We should put their officers on our payroll. They do a better job that sick we do. 2. Although the Nation of Islam is often understood as standing apart from the civil rights movement, due in large part to Elijah Muhammad's reluctance to involve what he saw as an economically pragmatic religious movement in political matters, Malcolm X had begun as early as 1959 to involve the organization in such discussions. Despite 31 outright acquittals and the edict of a mistrial, Malcolm charged that the court refused to see the case as a civil rights matter, despite clearly being a case of force of authority versus the rights of people. 3. And although the police involved were never charged, city officials felt heat from the case and eventually agreed to pay a small settlement in response to a lawsuit filed by Betty Shabazz. 4. There was a crash of glass at the back door and he, Detective Kiernan, stuck his gun in the door and fired point blank. I felt the bullet pass my leg. I turned and ran back to get my 4 children out of the way. Detective Bonura came in and took me out in the driveway. They had lined John, her husband, up against the wall in the driveway. His face was bleeding, his eyes swollen and his clothes ripped off. Detective Kiernan had a gun on him and he said, "You yellow-bellied bastard. I should shoot you right now." Thus went the testimony of Mrs. Yvonne Mallet, 27, one of the 4 Muslims on trial for alleged assault against 2 white detectives, Joseph Kiernan and Michael Bonura, who tried to enter their East Elmhurst home last May 14, with a search warrant, while seeking a Mrs. Margaret Dorsey, who later turned out to be at that same time living in the Bronx. They kicked me. John Mallet, 27, testified that when he heard someone fumbling at his door he stepped outside and questioned their right to search his house without a warrant. They started beating and kicking me. They knocked me down and kicked me in the groin and side. They hit me in the mouth and jaw and tore my clothes off. Mallet said that when he stumbled back into the side door of his house and locked the door, Kiernan shot twice through the glass panels and then broke the door open, dragging him out. Defense attorney Edward W. Jacko, Jr., 271 West 125th Street introduced both the shattered door and the bullet into evidence along with the torn bloody clothing worn that night by Mallet. Courtroom weeps. Most dramatic moment of the trial occurred on the 10th day when Mrs. Minnie Simmons, 25-year-old wife of Muslim Secretary John X, tearfully described how she and 13-year-old Barbara Crosby barricaded themselves along with Mrs. Betty Little, 24, wife of Malcolm X, behind the locked doors of the Muslim minister's bedroom to escape police officers. Weeping beyond control, the young mother said Detective Kiernan threatened to throw the minister's pregnant wife down the glass-littered back staircase because she was not moving fast enough. Mrs. Simmons said, "When they broke into our home I had been in the midst of bathing my 5-month-old baby and with my still naked baby screaming in my arms, I pleaded with them not to drive me out into the cold with my naked baby in my arms." Lawyer cries. Touched by her testimony, Attorney Jacko stood in the middle of the courtroom with tears flowing down his cheeks, unable to continue his role. The spectators wept. Judge Peter T. Farrell called a recess to give the attorney and the spectators time to regain composure. Called a. Kiernan had testified early in the trial that Margaret Dorsey was one of the women he had recognized in the house assaulting him with bottles. Under cross-examination by Jacko, Kiernan was asked why, if the police knew Margaret Dorsey was really in the Muslim home that night, assault charges were not placed against her when she was finally apprehended in the Bronx. Kiernan claimed he tried to place charges against Margaret Dorsey but the district attorney's office and his police superiors would not allow him. Did not ask summons. Using Muslim Captain Joseph X as his process server, Jacko subpoenaed Assistant D.A. Bernard M. Patton to take the stand. Under the questioning of Jacko, Patton admitted that Kiernan had never requested that his office accept assault charges against Margaret Dorsey. A summons was also issued the county clerk, but when he took the stand Judge Farrell barred Jacko from initiating testimony that these same white police officers had once faced the same grand jury on criminal charges brought against them by the Muslim defendants. Hits Judge. After sitting through 10 days of the trial, Muslim minister Malcolm X stated, Negroes in Mississippi could not have their civil rights as openly violated and stomped upon any worse than has been done here in Queens County Courthouse, in Judge Farrell's courtroom, and by Judge Farrell himself. Throughout the 3-week trial the Muslims virtually controlled the courtroom. No one could enter without passing them. They had their own doorman, ushers and guards. One white court attendant was heard to remark, "We should put their officers on our payroll. They do a better job than we do." Al-Nal, Muslims accuse cops, bring their own steno to court, Amsterdam News, March 14, 1959. "You yellow-bellied bastard, I should shoot you right now." This was the statement attributed to Det. Joseph Kiernan by Mrs. Yvonne Mollett Monday as the assault trial of 4 Muslims went into its second week. Mrs. Mollett, a tall, handsome woman whose hair remains neatly tucked beneath a white bandana, is currently one of the defendants in the second-degree assault action before Queens County Court Judge Peter T. Farrell. The stately, 27-year-old woman unemotionally unfolded her version of the incident which occurred in her home last May 14, when she was jailed along with her husband, John, and 2 other women, also on trial. The defense, handled by attorney Edward Jacko, had John Mollett on the stand Tuesday. Privacy is issue. The Muslims, who hold that the privacy of their home and house of worship was invaded both because of their race and religion, have shown a diligence in court that has kept all that attend the hearings, both curious and confused. They have brought their own court stenographer into court with the blessings of their messenger Elijah Muhammad in Chicago. They have filled every seat in the courtroom daily, but in a quiet and orderly manner. They have had admitted into evidence a stack of photographs and 2 scale drawings of their home at 35 to 45 99th St., East Elmhurst, Queens. They have even brought to court the green door which once hung at the front of their home and bears the marks of struggle and gunfire which they claim were suffered at the hands of 2 detectives. The whole case, which is being considered by an all-male jury of 10 whites and 3 Negroes, drew out of the incident of last May 14, when the 2 detectives Kiernan and Michael Bonura came with Postal Inspector Herbert Hall in search of one Margaret Dorsey who the Muslims claim was never there. The defense charges that the 2 officers shot up their home, then hauled Mollett and the women to jail after viciously beating Mollett, who offered no resistance. The officers and the postal inspector all testified on the stand that they were bombarded by bottles, hurled from an upstairs window by the women. 6 witnesses. Assistant de Moses Ziyam, who is prosecuting the case, brought a total of 6 witnesses on the stand, all policemen except one who was a doctor. He finished his case Monday and Jacko started off with John Simmons, secretary of Muhammad's Temple of Islam, who identified the pictures and expert drawings. Throughout the hearings a tone of diligence has also been noted on the part of both Yam and Judge Farrell. Yam was permitted to introduce evidence of a civil suit Tuesday, which the religious group has brought against the city. But Judge Farrell vehemently refused to permit Jacko to initiate any testimony that the officers once faced the grand jury on criminal charges brought by the defendants. Report of Trial, Voss, March 27, 1959. Subject: the trial of 4 members of the Muslim cult, for assault. 1. If any of those on trial are convicted, we should all go to jail. These words were uttered by one of the Muslim leaders in Philadelphia. News of this statement was relayed to this department by the FBI. By noon of March 16, 1959 at Queens County Court, silent, protesting members of the Muslim cult had swelled to over 400 in number. Due to the backlog of cases that had accumulated since this case began on March 2, 1959, court was adjourned until 9:30 a.m. the next day. Det. Robert Biristricki number 1494 and Det. Frank Bianco number 101 and the writer were assigned to Queens County Court on March 17, 1959 to observe, report and assist in maintaining order. The courtroom and corridors were again filled with Muslims by about 2:00 p.m. At 2:30 p.m. the jury went into deliberation. A tense 13-hour vigil by the NY Police Department had now begun. This time was spent observing and trying to understand what makes this people function. 2. Through questioning and observing certain incidents were made known to the writer. A. One unidentified white man, curious about the type of case in progress, attempted to enter the courtroom. An unidentified Muslim intercepted him and told him that this was not a public trial. He was denied admission. B. Dead. Joseph Kiernan, one of the arresting officers, complained about being shoved aside, in the court corridor, by one of the Muslims and told to allow a woman, cult member, to pass. He decided to let the incident pass rather than to worsen an already serious situation. "See, what more do you expect from a nigger cop?" was heard by the writer, as I passed a group of young Muslims on the sidewalk. The statement was deliberately spoken for my benefit. Anyone who entered the court corridor on the first floor had his picture taken by one of 3 roving Muslim photographers. They patrolled the streets in the immediate area of the court, snapping pictures of anyone who met their fancy. The fruit of Islam or the supposed judo experts could be distinguished by their closely shaven heads, white shirts, and scarlet ties. A button, white in color, was worn on the left lapel of all male members. The women wore white kerchiefs over their heads. There was indeed a disturbing calm. 3. At approximately 2:30 a.m. March 18, 1959, the jury had reached the following finding. 2 defendants redacted and redacted acquitted on 1-2 of the counts. Hung jury on the remaining counts. Judge Peter Farrell ordered retrial for April 17, 1959. The jurors were escorted through a rear door, under guard, to the subways as all of the 300 stolid Muslims gathered on the front stairs of the courthouse. From the top of the stairs, Mr. Malcolm Little, known as Malcolm X, leader of the Muslims in NY City, addressed the throng. In essence, he served a warning on the NY Police Department that they had better be right in dealing with the Muslims. Any policeman who abuses you belongs in the cemetery. Be peaceful, firm and aggressive, but if one of them so much as touch your finger, die. He was interrupted by frequent shouts of approval and applause. 4 plate numbers were taken and are in the process of verification. The area was cleared by about 4:30 a.m. Middle East travels. One of the most foundational periods in Malcolm X's early religious and political development is also one of the most obscure. Along with gaining greater visibility among both black and white Americans, the Nation of Islam had by 1959 also intrigued emerging Muslim states in Africa and the Middle East. Following the NOI's support for the first Afro-Asian People's Solidarity Conference, held in Cairo, Egypt's President Gamal Abdel Nasser extended an invitation to Elijah Muhammad. Muhammad turned to his most trusted lieutenant, Malcolm X, to travel abroad first and make the necessary preparations. Although he intended to make the Hajj, a requirement of the 5 pillars of Islam, Malcolm was delayed and started his trip from New York on July 3, 1959. Seeing him off from the airport was the Egyptian attaché to the United Nations, Ahmed Zaki El Boré. Boré's presence provided a preview of the royal treatment Malcolm would soon come to appreciate. For 3 weeks he traveled and stayed with heads of state and luminaries of the Muslim world. The first 11 days of Malcolm's trip were spent in Cairo, where he met several times with Anwar el-Sadat and heads of Cairo's Al-Azhar University. Despite a personal invitation from Nasser, Malcolm declined as the mere forerunner and humble servant of Elijah Muhammad I. Although he enjoyed the pleasures of being an esteemed guest abroad, staying at the Kandara Palace Hotel in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia, and the Grand Hotel in Khartoum, Sudan, Malcolm was also laid up for several days with dysentery, suffered from the excessive heat, and felt increasingly embarrassed by his meager knowledge of Orthodox Muslim rituals. After traveling to Ghana briefly, he returned home on July 22. Malcolm's trip to the Middle East was of great interest not only to Nasser and the Egyptian government, who reportedly viewed the Nation of Islam as an important minority pressure group, but also to Boss. 2 Abdul Basit Naim, a Pakistani Muslim who acted as a consultant to the NOI and made Malcolm X's travel arrangements, updated Boss on the trip. In his report he noted that Malcolm encouraged Muhammad to move the sect toward greater accordance with Orthodox Islam. Malcolm advised that Muhammad study Arabic before going to Egypt and planned to return himself in 6 months. Perhaps due to Malcolm's advice, or to his own experiences in the Middle East in early 1960, Muhammad did in fact move the NOI in this direction. The temples were renamed mosques, Arabic instruction was instituted, and his son Akbar was sent to study at Al-Azhar University. For Malcolm personally, the trip introduced him to the possibility of finding a place for the NOI within the Ummah, or world community of Islam. It also offered him even greater prominence within the organization. Just days after leaving for Cairo, it was announced at Temple No. 7 that Malcolm would need a home of his own in the future, to welcome distinguished visitors. 3. Malcolm X, Africa Eyes Us, Amsterdam News, August 22, 1959. Sir, racial troubles in New York occupied prominent space on the front pages here and in other parts of Africa yesterday. Everyone here seems aware of America's color problems. Africans appear more concerned with the plight of their brothers in America than in their own conditions here in Africa. Many are aware that for the industrial development of Africa, foreign economic aid and technical assistance will be necessary. Thus, Africans consider Americans' treatment of Black Americans a good yardstick by which they can measure the sincerity of America's offers of assistance here, and many young Africans are openly stating that what America practices at home does not coincide with what she preaches abroad, and are thus suspicious of her overtures here. The African finds it difficult to understand why in a land that advocates equality, 20 million Black Americans are without equality. Why, in a land classing itself as leader of the free world, 20 million Black Americans are not free. Why in a land of schools, colleges, and all forms of educational opportunities, 20 million Negroes need army escorts to accompany them to many of these institutions. And they are asking why so many American Negroes suffer unemployment, bad housing, slum conditions, and poverty. New York is the world's largest city and international metropolis. It is the capital of the world, the home of the United Nations. Thus, news of racial trouble there quickly spreads abroad. Here in Africa, the all-seeing eye of the African masses is upon America. Malcolm X. Khartoum, Sudan. Malcolm X, Arabs send warm greetings to our brothers of color in USA. Malcolm X finds Africans, Arabs fret more about us than selves. Pittsburgh Courier, August 15, 1959. Kandahar Palace Hotel, Saudi Arabia. The people of Arabia are just like our people in America in facial appearance. They are of many differing shades, ranging from regal black to rich brown, but none are white. It is a safe postulation to say that 99% of them would be Jim Crowed in the United States of America. The people of Arabia know more about the color problem, and seem even more concerned and angered by the injustices our people receive in America than the so-called Negroes themselves. The predominant religion of Southwest Asia, Arabia, and Africa, of course, is Islam. Since the Pittsburgh Courier is the first newspaper in America to carry Mr. Muhammad's column, it is the most widely read of the American journals. News about the rapid increase of Muslims in America, plus other extensive news items on Africa and Asia, make your sheet very important for Arabians. The majority of this Arabian population cannot be distinguished from the people of Africa. In fact, the darkest Arabs I have yet seen are right here on the Arabian Peninsula. Most of these people would be right at home in Harlem. And all of them refer warmly to our people in America as their brothers of color. There is no color prejudice among Muslims, for Islam teaches that all mortals are equal and brothers. Whereas the white Christians in the Western world teach the same thing without practicing it. Here in the Muslim world not only is it taught, it is actually a way of life. Even the white Christians are forced to admit, in this area, that Muslims have the truest, and most intelligently conceived, form of devotion to the one true God, the Supreme Being, whose proper name is Allah. I am leaving Arabia without visiting the holy city, Mecca, an experience which would break the average Muslim's heart, but if it is Allah's will, I shall return with Mr. Elijah Muhammad, spiritual head of the American Muslims, when he comes to this area during the fall. Something I ate just before leaving Cairo gave me a serious siege of upset stomach, diarrhea, a bacillary exposure which made it impossible for me to travel 60 miles into the desert, through 110-degree temperatures, beneath a pitiless sun. Bad plane connections from Jeddah, to my regret, mean that if I miss my plane this morning, I will have to cancel my tour to Africa. So, I am postponing my journey to Mecca, cancelling my stay in Asmara, Eritrea, and Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, and going southwards, straight to Khartoum, Sudan, and Lagos, Nigeria. I regret the fact, because I should have felt the pulse of as many of the African masses as possible before returning to the United States. Africa is the land of the future, definitely the land of tomorrow, and the African is the man of tomorrow. Only yesterday, America was the new world, a world with a future, but now, we suddenly realize Africa is the new world, the world with the brightest future, a future in which the so-called American Negroes are destined to play a key role. Traveling in these lands, seeing and speaking with our people here, I, myself, am getting an even broader vista of things yet to come. One can even more fully appreciate the vital role being played by Mr. Elijah Muhammad and his work among our people in America. Sincerely, Malcolm X. Malcolm X as Nasser's guest, boss, July 23, 1959. About 2 months ago an invitation to visit Egypt came from the UAR government to Elijah Muhammad. At first he wanted to go himself, but after discussing it with his associates he selected Malcolm X to go in his place. Elijah chose him because Malcolm X goes all out in lauding Elijah and attributing divine power to him. Malcolm X would be the emissary who would pave the way for a subsequent visit by Elijah himself a few months from now. Possibly in November. Travel arrangements for Malcolm X were made with Hilton Hill Inc., a Negro travel agency at number 55W 42nd St. Mr. Hill told the writer that he arranged the plane trip but did not arrange for hotel accommodations in Cairo. Naeem, who went out to Chicago at Elijah's request and expense to discuss the trip with him, tells the writer that Malcolm was invited to be the guest of the government while in Egypt. It is not known who paid the plane fare. Naeem showed the writer a letter received from Malcolm X that he received July 21, mailed from Saudi Arabia. In substance the letter said, "I spent 9 days in Cairo and met very important people." The names were not specified, but Naeem said included positively from advance arrangements meeting Deputy Premier Anwar el-Sadat and probably Nasser. "I was laid up 2 days with dysentery and now I am well again and have come on to Saudi Arabia. From here I will go to Khartoum, then to Kano and then to Ghana and home. Owing to delay I am cutting out a couple of places." Malcolm X was dubious about the kind of reception he would receive from authentic Muslims, knowing that much of Elijah's ritual would be regarded as blasphemy by the devout. Malcolm X was assured by Boré, an Egyptian diplomat, and others that he would receive a cordial reception. From the UAR government people. These pseudo-Muslim sects are regarded askance by the Muslims. The devout are shocked by the illiteracy and cheap pageantry and the disregard for the dogma of the Quran. Nasser, however, has confirmed the importance he attaches to American nationalist Negroes to serve as a minority pressure group. The Egyptian diplomatic people have been instructed to show courtesies to Negro nationalists. Boré, who previously established close contacts with Elijah and with Malcolm X, has come back to NYC and is extending these contacts. Nasser's diplomatic people, who normally would not associate with temple-type low-class Negroes, now go out of their way to flatter them. They also are more politicon than Muslim and close their eyes to the ridiculous dogma deviations in the temple sect. Daoud, leader of a rival pseudo-Muslim section in Philadelphia, has also just made a similar Cairo-Mecca pilgrimage, receiving much attention in Egypt. Hill, a Negro from Bermuda who ordinarily specializes in business to the Caribbean, has hired Naeem as an assistant to develop this Negro nationalist type of business to the Middle East. Account by Abdul Basit Naeem, boss, August 5, 1959. This is Abdel B. Naeem's account of Malcolm X's visit to Egypt. Naim made all of the travel arrangements and has had several long talks with Malcolm X since his return. Early this year Elijah Muhammad received an invitation from Boré and one or two other Egyptians to be the guest of the Egyptian government in Cairo. Elijah was first inclined to go, but his disciples advised him to send one of them in his place. And look over the ground, and if he liked it, prepare the way for Elijah's visit. Malcolm X was chosen. Elijah paid Naim's trip to Chicago to work out the travel details. Hilton G. Hill Travel Bureau, with which Naim is associated, worked out the trip. Malcolm X paid for the trip, omitting to ask for hotel reservations in Cairo where he was to be entertained. Naim thinks the temple paid the plane fare. Malcolm X took out his passport under the name of Malik el-Shabazz. Boré, Naim and a delegation from the temple saw him off at the airport. He was met by government people upon his arrival in Cairo. He was first to stay a couple of nights with a professor from the University of Cairo. Several prominent people put him up in turn. An architect offered to prepare plans gratis for any temple Elijah may choose to build in this country. Many Egyptians did not identify him as Negroid because of his color until they saw him closer. Malcolm X had a message of greeting as a fellow African coming back to his real home and a Muslim, eager to pray at the seat of the one true religion. The Egyptian government people had Malcolm X constantly in hand. He was given considerable time by Anwar el-Sadat, who also plays on his color, and he met all of the top people in the Muslim Congress. He was cordially received by the ulamas of Al-Azhar. They took the temples on its face value as a Muslim sect and had no idea that even the name Shabazz is part of Elijah's blasphemy. Malcolm X said that he was given an opportunity to meet Nasser, but declined because he made it clear that he was just the forerunner and humble servant of Elijah Muhammad. From early morning until late at night Malcolm was taken from one party to another. Tables were laden with food. As a result he developed acute indigestion, the usual dysentery coupled with excessive eating. He remained in Cairo about 3 days longer than he planned. Malcolm X was in bad shape when he went on to Jeddah en route to Mecca. He was given friendly welcome by the Muslim travel director, a jet black African who insisted that this was the color of the authentic original Arab. Filled with dysentery in the 120-degree heat, Malcolm X had but one desire: to go home. He also had the responsibility of setting up a spectacular welcome for Elijah in New York. Lucius, his principal rival, had arranged a tremendous ovation for Elijah in Washington. Naim has been a consultant on Muslim ritual and etiquette to Elijah and his associates for several years now. Malcolm X, who claims that Arabic was their original language and has been conducting temple ritual in a gibberish, reportedly Arabic, confessed to Naim that he was extremely embarrassed going through the prayers 5 times a day in Egypt. He did not know the Arabic and had only a sketchy notion of the ritual. He was observant and thinks he got by mumbling. On this point he has advised Elijah that he should do some homework in Arabic before he goes to Egypt. Malcolm X also intends to do some studying with the idea of returning to Egypt in about 6 months. In Egypt, Malcolm X did a combined job of building up the importance of the Temples movement and picturing his fellow blacks as oppressed by the arrogant American whites. The Egyptians loved it. He also took along pictures of their gatherings. Malcolm X is so delighted with his trip that he persuaded Elijah to go and is now promoting visits to Egypt among the Temple's congregation. Up until recently, Elijah discouraged his followers from reading the Quran and above all against visiting the Middle East. The hate that hate produced. By 1959 the Nation of Islam had become recognizable to the general public, although it was viewed by many as a marginal hate group not unlike George Lincoln Rockwell's American Nazi Party. Among those interested in the burgeoning group was C. Eric Lincoln, a young doctoral student who began research on his work The Black Muslims in America, which would become a seminal text on the NOI. Another upstart, black journalist Louis Lomax, pitched the idea of a documentary series on the NOI to media personality Mike Wallace. While Malcolm X was out of the country on his first trip abroad, the series aired in New York July 13 to 17, 1959, in 5 half-hour increments. More than the Johnson-Hinton affair or any of Malcolm's previous public appearances, The Hate That Hate Produced introduced the NOI to a mass audience. Unfortunately for the Nation of Islam, the primary thrust of the broadcast encapsulated in its name was from an integrationist perspective. The series threatened white liberal viewers by portraying the sect as a vengeful and reactionary answer to racism in America. Eager to distance themselves, civil rights leaders quickly denounced the NOI, and the public perception of Malcolm X and Elijah Muhammad as black demagogues was further solidified. Despite this negative publicity, the series acted as a springboard for all those involved. Mike Wallace would go on to cover the 1960 presidential campaign and eventually land on CBS's 60 Minutes. Lomax continued to maintain a relationship with the NOI and published several books in which the group served as a major topic. For the Nation of Islam, the series was yet another introduction to a wider audience and showed the possibilities for growth that such publicity offered. After putting out the flames ignited by the documentary, Malcolm X began working, over the next couple years, to produce a monthly newspaper, Mr. Muhammad Speaks, which would spread the word of Elijah Muhammad to both a Muslim and non-Muslim audience. Although the lesson in public affairs served Malcolm well, by garnering more attention for the NOI, it also exacerbated feelings at Chicago headquarters that such publicity was driven primarily by vanity and self-promotion. Daily newspaper writers, television newsmen, and magazine writers seeking to cover the St. Nicholas Arena rally for Messenger Elijah Muhammad Sunday found a new twist in New York City coverage when the Muslim security officers hung out a whites barred sign. No white reporters were allowed to enter, nor were any white persons permitted as guests. White reporters, including one for a Negro weekly newspaper, security officers for the St. Nicholas Arena, and a Catholic priest who sought to enter. John X, secretary of the New York Muslims, told newsmen that I had instructions to bar all white reporters. Asked for further comment, John refused. Mike barred twice. Mike Wallace, TV commentator who last week had run a TV series on the Muslim group, was barred twice and at first threatened to take the case to SCAD, but later said he would not press his actions any further. A police official on the scene said while such actions would be in violation of city laws if it were a public meeting, who the Muslims termed it a religious meeting, they would discretion as the better part in handling the situation. One Negro policeman who was assigned to check on the rally was forced to go through the Muslim security check on all persons who enter their religious meetings. Oddly enough, Negro reporter Louis Lomax, for the Mike Wallace Show, was allowed to enter, but James Boyack, white reporter for the Pittsburgh Courier, which carries the Muhammad column, was barred. Negro newsmen in addition to Lomax who were allowed to enter included writers for the Amsterdam News, Journal, and Guide, radio station WLJB, and several news photographers. Much national attention was centered around the Muslims in recent weeks since the Wallace TV shows, which led to national news writers attempting to cover Sunday's rally. Dakota in Act. Last week singer Dakota Staton, whose husband is Talib Daoud, leader of another group of Muslims, criticized the Wallace shows as vicious misrepresentation of the religion of Islam. She said that her religion is that there is no line of demarcation racially, so far as Muslims are concerned. She denied any connection between her group and Elijah Muhammad. Muhammad answers. More than 6,000 persons filled St. Nicholas Arena and lined the streets Sunday as Elijah Muhammad, who claims to have more than 250,000 black Muslims in the U.S., answered what he termed charges leveled at him. Malcolm X FBI file, memo, New York office, July 16, 1959. Office Memorandum, United States Government. 2. Director, FBI, 25 to 330,971, date, July 16, 59. From SAC, New York, 105-7809, 412. Subject: Nation of Islam. IS, NOI. 00, Chicago. Renier-Tel, July 14, 59. As the Bureau has been advised, Mike Wallace on his News Beat show on WNTA-TV, Channel 13, New York, 6:30 p.m. to 7 p.m., during the week of 7/13, 17/59, is showing a 5-part report which he calls The Hate That Hate Produced. The following is a substantially verbatim account of the first part of this report, which was shown on July 13, 59. Copies of this letter are designated for Detroit in view of the fact that NOI parochial schools in Chicago and Detroit were mentioned. Tonight, a special report assembled by Newsbeat reporters and camera crews in New York and Washington, a fully documented story of the movement for black supremacy among a growing and well-organized minority of American Negroes. The leaders of this movement are crafty, resourceful men who know what they are about. Their followers are Negroes who find in the cause of black supremacy an answer to centuries of persecution. We call our story The Hate That Hate Produced, and you'll see and hear that story in just a few minutes. But first let's look at today's news. Wallace, tonight we begin a 5-part series which we call The Hate That Hate Produced, a story of the rise of black racism, of a call for black supremacy among a growing segment of American Negroes. While city officials, state agencies, white liberals, and sober-minded Negroes stand idly by, a group of Negro dissenters are taking to street corner step ladders, church pulpits, sports arenas, and ballroom platforms across the nation to preach the gospel of hate that would set off a federal investigation if it were to be preached by Southern whites. What are they saying? Listen. I charge the white man with being the greatest liar on earth. I charge the white man with being the greatest drunkard on earth. I charge the white man with being the greatest, on earth. Yet the Bible forbids it. I charge the white man with being the greatest gambler on earth. I charge the white man, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, with being the greatest murderer on earth. I charge the white man with being the greatest, on earth. I charge the white man with being the greatest adulterer on earth. I charge the white man with being the greatest robber on earth. I charge the white man with being the greatest deceiver on earth. I charge the white man with being the greatest troublemaker on earth. So therefore, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I ask you to bring back a verdict of guilty as charged. Wallace, the indictment you've just heard is being told over and over again in most of the major cities across the country. This charge comes at the climax of a morality play called The Trial. The plot, indeed the message of the play, is that the white man has been put on trial for his sins against the black man. He has been found guilty. The sentence is death. The play is sponsored, produced by a Negro religious group who call themselves the Muslims. They use a good deal of the paraphernalia of the traditional religion of Islam. But they are fervently disavowed by Orthodox Muslims. Negro American Muslims are the most powerful of the black supremacist group. They claim a membership of 1/4 of a million Negroes, and our search indicates that for every so-called card-carrying black supremacist there are perhaps 10 fellow travelers. Their doctrine is being taught in 50 cities across the nation. Let no one underestimate the Muslims. They have their own parochial schools like this one in Chicago where Muslim children are taught to hate the white man. Even the clothes they wear are anti-white man, anti-American, like these 2 Negro children going to school. Wherever they go, the Muslims withdraw from the life of the community. They have their own stores, supermarkets, barber shops, restaurants. Here you see a progressive modern air-conditioned Muslim department store on Chicago's South Side. Their story of hatred is carried in many Negro newspapers. Here you see their minister Malcolm X proudly displaying 5 of the biggest Negro papers in America. Papers published in Los Angeles, New York, Pittsburgh, Detroit, and Newark, and Negro politicians, regardless of their private beliefs, respectfully listen when the leaders of the black supremacy movement speak. Here you see Borough President Hullen Jack shaking hands with Elijah Muhammad, who is the leader of the Muslims, and here you see NAACP Director Roy Wilkins greeting Minister Malcolm, the heir apparent to Elijah Muhammad. 4 or 5 times a year the Muslims assemble in one of America's major cities to hear their leader, Elijah Muhammad. Here you see them arriving at Washington's Uline Arena for a meeting held only 5 weeks ago. Every devout Muslim attends these rallies, for some time between now and 1970, and at just such a rally as this, the Muslims expect that Elijah will sound the death knell of the white man. Every precaution is taken to protect their leader. As you will shortly see, the Muslims, men and women both, submit to a complete search before entering the meeting hall. Some 10,000 persons attended the rally that you see here, all of them searched like this man. This began almost 3 hours before the meeting started. They are waiting now for Elijah Muhammad, founder and spiritual leader of their group. And here he comes. He is actually Elijah Poole of Georgia. During World War II, Muhammad was arrested and charged with sedition and draft dodging. The Department of Justice finally dropped the charge that he advocated defeat of the white democracy and victory for the colored Japanese, but Muhammad and his followers did serve time in the federal penitentiary for refusing to register for the draft. Here you will hear Elijah Muhammad introduced by Minister Malcolm X, the Muslims' New York leader and ambassador at large for the movement. The good news that Minister Malcolm X will talk about here is the coming rise of the black man and the fall of the white man. Malcolm, everyone who is here today realizes that we are now living in the fulfillment of prophecy. We have come to hear and to see the greatest and wisest, the most fearless black man in America today. In the church we used to sing the song Good News, the chariot is coming. Is that right or wrong? But what we must bear in mind that what's good news to one person is bad news to another. While you sit here today knowing that you have come to hear good news, you must realize in advance what's good news for you might be bad news for somebody else. What's good news for the sheep might be bad news for the wolf. Wallace, good news for the black man is that he is on the verge of recapturing his position as a ruler of the universe. The bad news for the white man is that his long and wicked reign will shortly be over. And then Elijah Muhammad spoke. Muhammad's speech was inaudible and interrupted numerous times by applause. Wallace, but of more interest to New Yorkers is Minister Malcolm X, the Muslims' New York minister, who you will shortly see. This is a remarkable man, a man who by his own admission to Newsbeat was once a procurer and a dope peddler. He served time for robbery in the Massachusetts State Penitentiary. Now he is a changed man. He will not smoke or drink. He will not even eat in a restaurant that houses a tavern. He told Newsbeat that his life changed when the Muslim faith taught him no longer to be ashamed being a black man. Reporter Louis Lomax asks Minister Malcolm X to further explain Muhammad's teachings. The conversation you will hear took place as Lomax and Minister Malcolm X were discussing the teachings of Elijah Muhammad. Lomax, that the same context that Mr. Elijah Muhammad teaches that his faith, the Islamic faith, is for the black man. The black man is good. He also uses the Old Testament incident of the serpent in Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden, and he sets up the proposition there that this is the great battle between good and evil, and he uses the phrase devil and he uses it almost interchangeably and synonymously with the word snake. Now what does he mean there? Malcolm, well, number one, he teaches us that this individual was a real serpent. Lomax, it was not a real serpent. Malcolm, that one in the garden. Lomax, what was it? Malcolm, but as you know, the Bible is written in symbols, parables, and this serpent or snake is the symbol that is used to hide the real identity of the one that this actually was. Lomax, well, who was it? Malcolm, the white man. Lomax, I want to call your attention, Mr. Malcolm, to one paragraph in this column. He says, and I quote him, that only people born of Allah are the black nation of whom the so-called American Negroes are descendants. Malcolm, yes. Lomax, now is this your standard teaching? Malcolm, yes. He teaches us that the black man by nature is divine. Lomax, now does this mean that the white man by nature is evil? Malcolm, by nature he is other than divine. Lomax, well, does this mean that he is evil? Can he do good? Malcolm, by nature he is evil. Lomax, he cannot do good. Malcolm, history is best qualified to reward all research, and we don't have any historic example where we have found that they collectively for the people have done good. Lomax, Minister Malcolm, you now, in Chicago and Detroit, have universities of Islam, have you not? Malcolm, yes sir, in Detroit and Chicago. Lomax, and you take your parishioners, you take children from the kindergarten ages and you train them right through high school. Is this true? Malcolm, yes sire, from the age of 4 up. Lomax, and you have a certified parochial school operating in Chicago? Malcolm, in Chicago. Lomax, and in Detroit? Malcolm, and in Detroit. Lomax, and kids come to your school in lieu of going to what we call regular day school? Malcolm, yes sir. Lomax, what do you teach them there? Malcolm, we teach them the same things that they would be taught ordinarily in school minus the little black Sambo story and things that were taught to you and me when we were growing up to breath an inferiority complex in us. Lomax, do you teach them what you just said to me, that the white man is somewhat evil? Malcolm, you can go to any small Muslim child and ask him where is hell or who is the devil, and he wouldn't tell you that hell is down in the ground or that the devil is something invisible that you can't see. He'll tell you hell is right where he has been catching it, and he'll tell you the one who is responsible for him having received this hell is the devil. Lomax, and he will say that this devil is the white man? Malcolm, yes. Wallace, these then are the Muslims, and these are the things they are saying, preaching and teaching their youngsters. They are the most powerful of the black supremacist groups, and later this week we will hear more from the Muslims. Now let us look at another group. Every night when the weather is good, knots of people gather in Harlem at 125th Street and 7th Avenue in front of the Teresa Hotel to hear the speakers for the United African Nationalist Movement spread their gospel of black nationalism. We made a film of one of those meetings. The lighting was poor and it was almost impossible to get good sound quality. The man you are about to hear is John Davis, a paid orator for the United African Nationalist Movement. You will hear him attack liberals, Eleanor Roosevelt, Pearl Buck, and then he will go on to say some rather surprising things about the NAACP and its leader, Roy Wilkins. Film clip, and now you got what they call so-called white liberals, and the white liberals go around claiming that they are against discrimination, they are against lynching, lots of brutal liberals like phony Mrs. Roosevelt, the African white goddess, they got another one by the name of Pearl Buck and the one who wrote The Imitation of Life. Oh, all of those phony liberals. Then you got the NAACP, the National Association for the Advancement of Some Colored Folks, and you got Roy Wilkins. Wallace, this almost any night at the corner of 125th Street and 7th Avenue in New York. The leader of the United African Nationalist Movement is James R. Lawson, sometimes public relations man and black nationalist. The man who says he has authorization to bring greetings from the United Arab Republic's President Nasser to black nationalist groups in the United States. Newsbeat asked Mr. Lawson to explain the nature of the organization and its aims. Lawson, United African Nationalist Movement. It is an organization of people of African descent here in America. However, we have associated organizations throughout the Caribbean, Africa, and the Middle East. Lomax, can a non-African or non-Negro person join your organization? Lawson, he cannot. Lomax, he cannot. Why not? Lawson, because this is an organization of people of African blood or descent. Lomax, are you anti-white? Lawson, well, I think you ought to ask white people, are they anti-black? Lomax, but are you anti-white? Lawson, I don't think I'm anti-white, but I'm pro-black. Lomax, do you favor integration? Lawson, no. Lomax, do you favor the NAACP? Lawson, no. Lomax, do you think Roy Wilkins is a good leader of his people? Lawson, Roy Wilkins is not the leader. Arthur Spingarn, Ph., is the leader. Lomax, and what is Arthur Spingarn, Ph.? Lawson, a Zionist Jew. Lomax, Mr. Lawson, were you present at the meeting when Dr. Ralph Bunche of the United Nations go up to introduce Prime Minister? Lawson, sure I was. Don't you remember? I was with my family, my wife and 2 children. Lomax, but as I recall the incident, Dr. Bunch was booed when he stood up. Is that correct? Lawson, that is true. Lomax, Mr. Lawson, who booed Ralph Bunch and why? Lawson, I think the people booed him. That's what it looked like to me. Lomax, do you know any of the people who booed him? Lawson, sure. Lomax, do you know why they booed him? Lawson, I don't know exactly why, but I have a hunch. Lomax, what's your hunch, sir? Lawson, my hunch is that black people, those of African descent in this country, considered Ralph Bunch a sort of George Washington of Israel, a man who made a million people that are closely related to their, and haven't done a cockeyed think for the black man. Lomax, now you say the black people believe that. Do you, James R. Lawson, believe that Ralph Bunch is a George Washington of Israel? Lawson, well, I know he is. Wallace, these black supremacists, Muslims, and United African Nationalists, are not practitioners of hate just for hate's sake. They didn't grow up in a vacuum. Rather, theirs is a hate that hate has produced, the hate that some Negroes are returning for the hate that all Negroes have received in the past 300 years. The burden of being a black man in America has proved more than some of them can bear, and now they are fighting back with the same weapons that were used to subjugate them. They are finding it increasingly difficult to identify with America. They have lost faith in the honesty of American law enforcement agencies when it comes to protecting their individual rights. Many of them have abandoned Christianity. They name it a dogma of enslavement. Even those who have not abandoned it are preaching that Jesus was not white. Jesus was not white like the men who lynch and discriminate against Negroes, but that he was a black man. James Lawson shows the black supremacist concept of Jesus, and notice how much the Jesus in the painting and James Lawson resemble one another. Lomax, film clip. In conjunction with your remarks that the Negro needs a vanguard, or at least some image he can identify, I wonder if you could tell me what this picture is. What it is all about? Lawson, well, we don't, a black God. We know that God is a spirit, but this is a painting, concept of an artist, of Jesus in the Garden of Gethsemane, and we know Solomon himself said, "Look not upon me because I am black," and somewhere else is clear, I think in Revelations, where it says his hair is like a lamb's, and his feet like polished brass. Therefore we feel that we are on sound ground. After all, Jesus was of the tribe of Judah. Wallace, tomorrow night we will continue our report on the rise of black racism among a segment of the American Negro population, as we examine the role that Christianity has played in this disturbing drama. You will hear Muslim leaders charge that Christianity is a white man's religion, that it has failed the Negro. You will hear black nationalists say that before the Negro can come into his own he must get rid of Jesus, and will hear the Rev. Adam Clayton Powell charge that Christianity has been dragging its feet on the race issue, that there is more segregation at 11 o'clock on Sunday morning than at any other time of the week. I'll be back with a conversation with Newsbeat reporter Louis Lomax, the man who has done virtually all of the research for our special report, in just a moment right after this message. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Reporter Louis Lomax, who enabled Newsbeat to bring you the alarming story of a rising cult of black supremacy which you have just heard, is here with us tonight, and you will see him throughout the remainder of this week as we bring you further reports on the hate that hate produced. Wallace, Lou, first of all, we talked about perhaps 250,000 people who are involved in movements for black supremacy. Lou, yes. Wallace, is that an accurate figure? Lou, well, it's a debatable figure. This is what the Muslims claim. I wouldn't be surprised if you took the hardcore people and then added in the fellow travelers that you wouldn't find something approaching this figure. However, I think it should be underscored that most Negroes are not this way, and that most Negroes don't feel this way. But the important thing is that a sizable segment, and more important, a vocal segment of the Negro population is doing and saying this, and it needs to be looked into. Wallace, is the Negro community aware of what is going on with these movements? Lou, yes, and I think they have been guilty to a large degree of sweeping it under the rug. Wallace, why? Lou, I don't think they want to face it. It has a lot of ramifications that we'll get into as the week goes on. But the Negro leadership has been hesitant to talk about this thing. We've had an awful lot of trouble trying to get them to talk about it, and I think that now that it is out in the open, it is time to talk about it forthrightly. Wallace, perhaps the most significant thing which we brought out tonight is the existence of so-called parochial schools in Chicago and Detroit to teach these Muslim youngsters to hate the white man. Lou, yes, I think this is quite true. Wallace, when you were around New York and Washington digging for facts on this story, did you run into trouble? Lou, twice when we did the film with Mr. Davis up on the street corner where we got into a little hassle. It could have led to trouble, and in Washington. I was all right because the leaders had cleared me, but I had a white camera crew with me and I had to stay with them throughout the meeting because some of the people don't take too kindly to white men running around. Wallace, thank you, Lou. We'll be talking to you again tomorrow night and throughout the week on Newsbeat. Tomorrow night another installment of The Hate That Hate produced. Memorandum, Detective Thomas G. Haynes to Boss Commanding Officer, July 14, 1959. July 14, 1959. From, Det. Thomas G. Haynes No. 718 Bureau of Special Services. 2. Commanding Officer of the Bureau of Special Services. Subject, Mike Wallace. Program this date from 6:30 p.m. to 7 p.m. Concerning the Black Supremacy Group. 1. This was number 2 in a series by the program. The first speaker was Louis Lomax, a Newsbeat reported for the program, who referred to the incident at the 28th PCTSH last night as one of confusion. He stated that the demonstration was a spontaneous one and did not represent any one group. The reason he gave for the demonstration was that the word was passed that a Negro woman was being beaten in the SH by a white man. This concluded Mr. Lomax's appearance. 2 film clips were shown of a Mr. John Davis alleged to be a paid speaker of this hate group. This was on film and Mr. Wallace did not say when the speech had been made. Mr. Davis called Christianity the religion of enslavement, stating that you have all been brainwashed about Jesus, and this heaven stuff. He then spoke of the Mac Parker lynching, and told his listeners to get rid of the white man's religion. 3 film clips of Mr. Elijah Muhammad, spiritual leader of Muslim cult Islam, were shown of previous interviews. Mr. Muhammad said that the white man's religion was not for the Negro. He also said that the Christian religion had failed the Negro. He said that Christianity was the religion of enslavement and that when the Negro was brought to this country as a slave, the first thing the white man did was to make Christians of them. Mr. Muhammad referred to the Islam religion as the maternal religion and the natural one for Negroes. He stated he had converted hundreds of thousands to his religion but did not know if all were still practicing. At the conclusion of this film clip, Mr. Wallace stated that the members of Islam religion did not associate themselves with this cult and stated that their religion was open to all persons regardless of race or national origin and did not preach hate. 4. Adam Clayton Powell was the final person interviewed, and when asked the question, "Is the Protestant religion the friend of the Negro?" answered, "Christianity has been dragging its feet and had been detrimental to the segregation problem." He also included the Catholic religion. This was the conclusion of the program as it related to the subject. Det. Thomas G. Haynes No. 718 BSS. Memorandum, Detective Ernest B. Laddie to Boss Commanding Officer, July 16, 1959. July 16, 1959. From, Det. Ernest B. Laddie, Shield No. 1373, BSS. 2. Commanding Officer, Bureau of Special Services. Subject, Mike Wallace, TV. Series, The Hate That Hate produced. 1 July 15, 1959, 6:30 p.m. to 7 p.m. WPIX Series No. 3. Today we will see how Adam C. Powell, Hullen Jack, and Earl Brown accept political support from these racist, black supremacist groups. Louis Lomax, Newsbeat reporter, stated on May 18, 1959, Hullen Jack, highest elected Negro official in the city of New York, was booed off of the Harlem streets. The incident took place at a NAACP street meeting. This, stated Mr. Lomax, was an organized movement. It started as had been prearranged when Malcolm X stepped through a revolving door. Other Negroes who were in attendance joined in the booing, which was led by Muslims. Immediately after that incident, Mr. Holland Jack hired a public relations man. He also invited Elijah Muhammad to NY. He wooed the Muslims. To reporter, Louis Lomax interviewed James R. Lawson, president of the United African Nationalist Movement. Q. Do you and members of your organization participate in Harlem politics? A. Yes. Q. Do you support candidates? A. Yes. Q. Do you support A.C. Powell? A. Yes. Q. What does Mr. Powell think of you? A. I do not know, you will have to ask him. At our Africa Freedom Day rally, he could not attend. He did write a tribute to the United African Nationalist Movement. Q. What did he say about you? About the organization? A. He said we were doing a great job for the liberation of Africa and for those Africans at home and abroad. 3. In a filmed interview, Mr. Lomax then asked Adam Clayton Powell. Q. Do you approve of what Mr. Lawson is doing and saying? A. No, I do not believe in extremist movements, but I do believe in freedom of speech. 4. The interview was then switched back to James R. Lawson and he was asked if he supported Holland Jack. A. Yes, I support Jack, after all we are all members of the same order. Q. What order is that? A. The Order of the Star of the Ethiopian Flag. Fidel Castro in Harlem. Malcolm's exposure to post-colonial and Third World revolutionaries continued the year after his trip to the Middle East, but this time it was a domestic affair. When Fidel Castro, premier of the new Cuban regime, attended the United Nations General Assembly in September 1960, he and his entourage became incensed over the bill at New York City's Shelburne Hotel. Castro proposed that his delegation would sleep in Central Park if necessary. We are mountain people. We are used to sleeping in the open air. One Malcolm, as a member of Harlem's welcoming committee, quickly saw an opportunity and invited Castro to stay at the Hotel Teresa, just blocks from Mosque No. 7 and the Shabazz Luncheonette. The two men met at slightly past midnight, in the premier's suite. Castro's move to Harlem was clearly a political one, and many criticized him for such obvious pandering. Likewise, Malcolm's late-night meeting with the Cuban revolutionary also appeared tactical and was met by criticism, yet Malcolm's critics, unlike Castro's, were largely from within his own organization. The meeting itself lasted less than an hour and was attended by Amsterdam news journalist James Booker and staff photographer Carl Nesfield, who captured the meeting. Malcolm was accompanied by Captain Joseph and John Alley, according to Ralph Matthews, another black journalist allowed to attend. 2 Malcolm's close assistant Benjamin 2X Kareem later claimed that Malcolm tried to fish Castro to the NOI. 3 In general, though, Malcolm tried to remain non-committal in his support of Castro's regime and reportedly turned down an offer to visit Cuba. Although this may have been an attempt to uphold the NOI's public policy of political disengagement, his order that the Fruit of Islam be deployed on 24-hour alert to assist Castro in the event of any anti-Castro demonstrations implied that he still viewed the meeting as an opportunity to bolster the NOI's domestic and international reputation. 4 Cubans also saw the possibilities of joining forces with black militant groups in the U.S. and quickly renamed Havana's pricey Riviera Hotel in honor of the Hotel Teresa. 5 Conversely, Elijah Muhammad saw the entire event as a political charade and unnecessary public display of partisanship. Although strong discord between Muhammad, his family, and Malcolm X was still several years away, the meeting with Castro was an early warning sign of the conflicting political strategies of Muhammad and the soon-to-be-named national spokesman of the NOI. New York. Fidel Castro has denounced racial discrimination in Cuba, which is more than President Eisenhower has done here in America. Minister Malcolm X, head of the Harlem Muslim Temple, told the Courier last week. The statement was made by Malcolm X in the course of explaining his post-midnight meeting with the Cuban premier. He said he went to the Teresa Hotel to see Castro in his capacity as a member of the 28th Precinct Committee Council. The council had formed a reception committee to greet prominent United Nations members who visited Harlem. While disclaiming any connection with Premier Castro, Malcolm X said he would not apologize for the meeting. He said he would rather be seen with Castro than some prominent white people here in the United States. Malcolm X said, Premier Castro has also come out against lynching, which is also more than Eisenhower has done. Castro has also taken a more open stand for civil rights for black Cubans. I went to see Castro as a Muslim. He said no outside man can help the so-called American Negro. No outside force, no outside power. It takes God to correct the situation here because it is so complicated. Muhammad represents that God. That's why I am with Muhammad. Malcolm X said the white press and other media of public information have been trying to make his visit to Castro suspicious because he was a Muslim. Malcolm X FBI file, summary report, New York office, November 17, 1960, 18-20. B. Subject's contact with Cuban Premier Fidel Castro, at New York, New York, September, 1960. Redacted advised on September 21, 1960, that in conversation with subject on that date, subject stated that he had visited with Castro for approximately 30 minutes in his Hotel Teresa room. The source advised that Little stated that during this visit he told Castro, in reference to Castro himself, that usually when one sees a man whom the United States is against, there is something good in that man. To this Castro replied that only the people in power in the United States are against him, not the masses. Little further expressed the opinion that any man who represented such a small country that would stand up and challenge a country as large as the United States must be sincere. Redacted further stated that Little denied that the meeting with Castro was prearranged, and Little further stated that the NOI was not allied with Castro or with any foreign power on earth. Little stated that the NOI was allied with God in whom they believe, hence, they cannot be affiliated with communism since it is atheistic. Redacted stated that in explaining his reason for the visit, Little stated that he was on a committee which was formed to meet and greet any of the African delegates to the United Nations when they came to Harlem, and when he heard that Castro had moved to a hotel in Harlem, he felt that as a representative of this committee he should greet Castro. Little also stated he was the only member of the committee available at the time of the visit, hence, he went to the meeting with Castro accompanied by 3 NOI members and 2 members of the Negro press. Redacted. Redacted. The New Jersey Herald News, a weekly newspaper published in Newark, New Jersey, for the week ending, September 24, 1960, contained an article datelined New York City, September 20, 1960, which reflected that Cuban Premier Fidel Castro had moved into the Hotel Teresa in Harlem at 12:29 a.m. on September 20. He was shortly followed and visited by Malcolm X, leader of the New York Muslim population, who in his role as a member of the 28th Precinct Community Council constituted a one-man welcoming committee. The Pittsburgh Courier, a weekly newspaper published in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, dated October 1, 1960, New York edition, contained an article headlined Malcolm X explains our visit to Castro at Teresa. This article reflected that subject stated that he went to see Castro in his capacity as a member of the 28th Precinct Community Council, which had been formed to greet prominent United Nations members who visited Harlem. This article further reflected that subject denied any connection with Castro, and subject also stated, according to the article, Premier Castro has also come out against lynching, which is also more than Eisenhower has done. Castro has also taken a more open stand for civil rights for black Cubans. He wants to see Castro as a Muslim. Earlier in the article, subject was quoted as saying, Fidel Castro has denounced racial discrimination in Cuba, which is more than President Eisenhower has done here in America. This same Pittsburgh Courier in their New York edition dated October 15, 1960, contained an article which reflected that subject had tendered a bitter resignation from membership on the welcoming committee of the 28th Precinct Community Council, which committee had been designated by the 28th Precinct of the New York City Police Department to welcome ruling heads of state to Harlem during the General Assembly session of the United Nations for the purpose of avoiding any embarrassing incidents. Ralph D. Matthews, Going Upstairs. Malcolm X greets Fidel, New York Citizen Call, September 24, 1960. To see Premier Fidel Castro after his arrival at Harlem's Hotel Teresa meant getting past a small army of New York City policemen guarding the building, and past security officers, U.S. and Cuban. But 1 hour after the Cuban leader's arrival, Jimmy Booker of the Amsterdam News, photographer Carl Nesfield and myself were huddled in the stormy petrol of the Caribbean's room listening to him trade ideas with Muslim leader Malcolm X. Dr. Castro did not want to be bothered with reporters from the other daily newspapers, but he did consent to see 2 representatives from the Negro press. Malcolm X gained entry when few others could because he had recently been named to a welcoming committee for visiting dignitaries set up by Harlem's 28th Police Precinct Council. We followed Malcolm and his aides, Joseph and John X, down the 9th floor corridor. It was lined with photographers, disgruntled because they had no glimpse of the bearded Castro, and writers vexed because security men kept pushing them back. We brushed by them, and one by one were admitted to Dr. Castro's suite. He rose and shook hands with each one of us in turn. He seemed in a fine mood. The rousing Harlem welcome still seemed to ring in his ears. Castro was dressed in green army fatigues. I expected them to be as sloppy as news photos tended to make. To my surprise, his casual attire, just the same, was immaculately creased and spanking clean. His beard by dim room light was dark brown with just a suggestion of red. After introductions, he sat on the edge of the bed, bade Malcolm X sit beside him and spoke in his curious brand of broken English. His first words were lost to us assembled around him. But Malcolm heard him and answered, "Downtown for you, it was ice, uptown it is warm." The Premier smiled appreciatively. "Ah yes, we feel very warm here." Then the Muslim leader, ever a militant, said, "I think you will find the people in Harlem are not so addicted to the propaganda they put out downtown." In halting English, Dr. Castro said, "I admire this. I have seen how it is possible for propaganda to make changes in people. Your people live here and are faced with this propaganda all the time, and yet, they understand. This is very interesting. There are 20 million of us," said Malcolm X, "and we always understand." Members of the Castro party spilled over from an adjoining room, making the small quarters even more cramped. Most of the Cubans smoked long cigars, and when something amused them, they threw their heads back and blew smoke puffs as they laughed. Castro's conversational gestures were unusual. He would touch his temples with extended fingers as he made a point of tapping his chest as if to see if they were still there. His interpreter would translate longer sentences from Malcolm X into Spanish, and Castro would listen alertly and smile courteously. During their conversation, Cuba's Castro and Harlem's Malcolm covered much political and philosophical ground. On his troubles with the Shelburne Hotel, Dr. Castro said, "They have our money $14,000. They didn't want us to come here. When they knew we were coming here, they wanted to come along." He did not clarify who they were in this instance. On racial discrimination, we work for every oppressed person. But he raised a cautioning hand. "I did not want to interfere in the inner policy of a country." And then, in a slight voice of warning, still on the general theme of racial inequity, Dr. Castro said, "I will speak in the hall," referring to the United Nations General Assembly. "On Africa. Is there any news on Lumumba?" Malcolm X smiled broadly at the mention of the Congolese leader's name. Castro then raised his hand. "We will try to defend him, Lumumba, strongly. I hope Lumumba stays here at the Teresa." There are 14 African nations coming to the assembly. We are Latin Americans. We are their brothers. On American Negroes. Castro is fighting against discrimination in Cuba, everywhere. You lack rights and you want your rights. Our people are changing. Now we're one of the most free people in the world. Negroes in the US have more political consciousness, more vision than anyone else. On U.S. Cuba relations. In answer to Malcolm's statement that as long as Uncle Sam is against you, you know you're a good man, Dr. Castro replied, not Uncle Sam. But those here who control magazines, newspapers. On the UN General Assembly. There will be a tremendous lesson to be learned at this session. Many things will happen in this session and the people will have a clearer idea of their rights. Dr. Castro tapered the conversation off with an attempted quote of Lincoln. You can fool some of the people some of the time, but his English faltered and he threw up his hands as if to say, you know what I mean. Malcolm, rising to leave, explained his Muslim group for a Cuban reporter who had just come in. We are followers of Muhammad. He says that we can sit and beg for 400 more years, but if we want our rights now, we will have to. Here he paused and smiled enigmatically. Well. Castro smiled. He smiled again as Malcolm told him a parable. No one knows the master better than his servants. We have been servants ever since we were brought here. We know all his little tricks. Understand? We know what he is going to do before he does. The Cuban leader listened to this being translated into Spanish, then threw his head back and laughed heartily. "Si," he said heartily, "Si." We said our adios and then walked down the crowded hall, took the elevator to the street where outside the crowd still milled around. Some excited Harlemite then shouted into the night, "Viva Castro! George Lincoln Rockwell and the NOI." Although George Lincoln Rockwell, founder of the American Nazi Party, ANP, may have seemed ideologically incongruous with the attitudes and theology of the Nation of Islam, in the early 1960s both he and Elijah Muhammad found reasons to coordinate and discuss strategies of racial separation. In one of the more bizarre pairings since Marcus Garvey sat down with Ku Klux Klan, KKK, Imperial Wizard Edward Young Clark in 1922, Rockwell and the NOI had a standing relationship for the better part of 2 years, during which he and other ANP members attended several meetings and wrote articles supporting the black separatist group. Although Malcolm X was always uncomfortable with the relationship, Rockwell had little trouble finding common ground. Just a year after Malcolm's assassination, in an interview with Alex Haley, Rockwell pronounced, "Malcolm X said the same thing I'm saying one." The détente between the ANP and NOI was not without precedent. Earlier in 1961, Malcolm and Minister Jeremiah Shabazz secretly met with the KKK in Atlanta, just as Garvey had done nearly 40 years earlier. The meeting's purpose was to secure farmland in the South for NOI business ventures while forming a non-aggression pact with the local Klan. The formal declaration of the ANP's relationship with the NOI came at a Freedom Rally in Washington, D.C., at Uline Arena before a crowd of 8,000. Rockwell and 20 stormtroopers gathered to hear Malcolm X deliver a speech entitled "Separation or Death." Rockwell stated that Muhammad has a solution for his people, and I have a solution for my people too. In January 1962, Rockwell wrote to his followers in the party's newspaper, The Rockwell Report, that Elijah Muhammad has gathered millions of the dirty, immoral, drunken, filthy-mouthed, lazy, and repulsive people sneeringly called niggers and inspired them to the point where they are clean, sober, honest, hard-working, dignified, dedicated and admirable human beings in spite of their color. The following month, Rockwell was invited to attend the NOI's yearly convention, Savior's Day, in Chicago. There, in full Nazi regalia, he addressed the crowd of 12,000, stating that no American white desires to intermix with black people. He then contributed $20 to a collection plate being passed around. When Malcolm X asked who had given the money, one stormtrooper shouted, "George Lincoln Rockwell." Rockwell then stood to recognize a smattering of applause. Malcolm chided, "You got the biggest hand you ever got." For Rockwell's appearance at NOI functions dwindled, but he was spotted in May of 1963 at the Los Angeles trial following the death of mosque member Ronald Stokes. Certainly the affinity between the NOI and the ANP was not well conceived, and Malcolm X used the meeting with the KKK as leverage against Elijah Muhammad once their relationship had soured. But the continued negotiations with white racists, during a time when blacks in the South were being beaten, harassed, and murdered, is one of the most disturbing facts in the history of the NOI and Malcolm X's career. In striking contrast to the nonviolent civil rights movement to completely and peaceably integrate Negroes in all spheres of national life, the nation's black Muslims served notice Sunday on the government at a mass rally in Washington, D.C., that they would not turn the other cheek in their quest for separation of the races. The Muslim ultimatum for separation or death was issued by Malcolm X, Harlem minister of Muhammad Temple No. 2 at W116th St. and Lenox Ave, and Wallace D. Muhammad, son of Elijah Muhammad and minister of Philadelphia Muslims, at the Uline Arena. Muslim officials estimated that 10,000 black Muslims from all sections of the nation met at the arena, but other sources gave the number as about 7,500. The rally was described as a freedom rally to urge the government to separate the Muslims and the nation's Negroes, rather than integrate them as the Southern Negro sit-ins are seeking. "We don't intend to turn the other cheek," Muhammad's son said at the rally, which unofficial sources said included 30 to 40 whites. "We are a peaceful people, but we can cause a great deal of trouble," Muhammad said. He added that the nation's black Muslims can cause the deaths of 1,000 persons a minute for every minute that we last, in any showdown between their forces and the forces of oppression. Muhammad spoke in place of his father, leader of the nation's black Muslims, who was said to have been sick in Chicago. He was to be the lead-off speaker at the 3-hour rally. Muhammad's son also said that the Muslims are tired of the white man's efforts to integrate Negroes, for whom integration can only be another one of the many pills given them to put them into a deep political stupor. He suggested that separation of the races was the Negro's only salvation. Malcolm X, who was also a key speaker at the rally, which was assertedly attended by 3,000 Muslims from the New York area, said there were no known high governmental officials at the rally, but added that he knew other governmental officials, as well as FBI agents, had attended the mass confab. Any Negro trying to integrate is actually admitting his inferiority, because he is also admitting that he wants to become a part of a superior society, Malcolm X said. Commenting on the rally, he said that the white man was surprised that so many black people would show up in support of complete separation, rather than for integration. According to the Harlem Muslim, 31 busloads of Muslims left New York Sunday morning for the rally. The biggest delegations, he said, came from Newark, which sent 13 busloads, Philadelphia, which sent 16 busloads, Chicago, which sent 8, Boston, which sent 7, and Hartford, which sent 5. He said a large delegation also was sent from California. Malcolm X said that Elijah Muhammad will speak at another rally which will be held sometime in August, either at Madison Square Garden or at the 369th Regiment Armory in Harlem. George Lincoln Rockwell, the American Nazi Führer, who was banned from Alabama and Mississippi during the height of the Freedom Riders tour through those two states, assertedly contributed $20 to the Muslim Sunday because Muhammad has a solution for his people, and I have a solution for my people. Malcolm X described the Sunday meeting in the nation's capital as quiet, without any disturbances. He commended the police for their courteous cooperation. George Lincoln Rockwell, Black Muslims Hear U.S. Nazi, The Rockwell Report, April 1, 1962. On February 25, 1962, I stood up in full Nazi uniform before 12,500 black Muslims and gave an all-out speech calling for the geographical separation of the races, with America's foreign aid going to our own Negro people rather than to red and neutralist nations which hate us, shoot up and imprison our citizens and spit in our faces. Again and again my speech was interrupted by applause and cheers from these thousands of black men and women who, we are told in our Jewized press, are hate people, bent on murder and massacre. At the end, I gave a Nazi salute and shouted Heil Hitler. And got first applause, and then some boos. Then a rich, well-fed Negro with a Phi-Bet key dangling from his gold watch got up and said he was from the NAACP. He raved and ranted at Elijah Muhammad for allowing me to speak. He got so worked up he began to scream unintelligibly, so that nobody could even understand a word he said. His face was purple with hate, all the while he was blasting the Muslims and the Nazis for being hate people. Following him, a man who said he was an Arab, but whom I suspect was a Jew, got up and told the worst lies I have ever heard. He told that audience of black men that Africa had been full of goose-stepping Nazis before the war, and that these awful Nazis marched all over Africa torturing and murdering innocent Negroes. Some of the audience believed him and applauded these horrible lies. I wondered what Elijah Muhammad would say about all this. Every other leader in America had run away from me when I stood up and told the simple truth. Now they were calling this black leader a Nazi for letting me tell the same truth he is preaching. What would he do? The Honorable Elijah Muhammad stood up, and hush fell over the vast sea of people. Then this black leader showed why he is destined to lead the black people out of bondage and into their own dignity and freedom. The German Nazis are not hypocrites, he said. He meant American Nazis, they tell you the truth. The white man does not want to mix. And the black man want to be himself, not somebody else. He does not want to mix. Only the bootlicking so-called Negro comes to another race begging to mix. I take my hat off to any white man who wants to stay white. Why should you not applaud this white man for telling you the same truths I tell you? Asked this courageous black leader, and he was swamped with 10,000 cheers. Here was the most smashing, dramatic possible refutation of the Jew lie that the Muslims and Nazis are hate groups. Here was the leader who was supposed to want to kill all white men actually praising and taking his hat off to not only a white man but an all-out white man fighting for the survival and dignity of the white race. Bayard-Rustin debate at Howard University. Despite some trepidation on the part of Elijah Muhammad, who viewed forays into the public intellectual sphere with skepticism, in the early 1960s Malcolm X undertook a series of college debates with significant figures in the civil rights movement. One of these was with longtime civil rights activist Bayard-Rustin at the prominent black institution Howard University. The events leading up to the debate illustrate the divisive position Malcolm and the NOI held within the black community. After inviting him to speak as part of Negro History Week in February 1961, the campus chapter of the NAACP could not secure approval from the Student Activities Office. The students then rescheduled at New Bethel Baptist Church, but the church later balked, saying that the expected audience was too large for the venue. 1. How the lecture finally came to fruition as an October debate with Bayard-Rustin is still mysterious. It is possible that E. Franklin Frazier, who had been associated with the university since the mid-1930s, intervened, convincing the school that an integrationist voice like Rustin's be present to counterbalance Malcolm X's separatism. According to Rustin, Malcolm first broached the subject of the cancelled lecture, and Rustin replied that he could convince Howard if Malcolm agreed to his terms. You'll present your view, and I'll present a view which says that you're a fraud. You have no political, no social, no economic program for dealing with the black community and its problem. 2. Malcolm allegedly took the challenge, and Rustin wrote to Howard University's president, who supported the debate. Rustin claimed that the university was reluctant to have Malcolm alone because it could jeopardize its federal funding. The debate took place before a capacity crowd of 1,500, with 500 left outside Crampton Auditorium. Eager to avenge a debate on WBAI radio the year before, in which he had been outmaneuvered by Rustin, Malcolm rallied the crowd by speaking not as a Republican, Democrat, Christian, or Jew, and certainly not as an American, but as a black man. 3. Although Rustin pressed against what many viewed as the NOI's weak point, the unlikelihood of a separate state, Malcolm captured the support of the more radical student audience and left Howard University's old guard teetering. One professor left the auditorium saying, "Howard will never be the same. I feel a reluctance to face my class tomorrow." For Malcolm X and Rustin continued to cross paths over the next several years, both in debates and at the 1963 March on Washington. Rustin as a chief architect of the march, and Malcolm as an observer and critic. Muslim Malcolm X out as Howard U history speaker, Pittsburgh Courier, February 25, 1961. Washington, D.C. The Howard University student chapter of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People had to withdraw its invitation for Malcolm X, New York leader of the Black Muslims, to address the students on the campus during Negro History Week. The students originally planned Mr. X's appearance on the campus for Tuesday, February 14, for Negro History Week, but when the Howard University officials learned that the guest speaker was to be the controversial Mr. X, the students were immediately notified that Malcolm X's appearance had not, as prescribed, been registered in advance with the Student Activities Office. School officials explained that the Faculty Committee on Student Organizations and Activities must approve in advance all student programs. Officials then pointed out that the committee did not have time to meet and decide whether to clear the program in time for Mr. X's scheduled appearance. The student chapter then obtained the use of New Bethel Baptist Church, 9th, and SSTS, NW, but Douglas Jones, program chairman of the chapter, decided to cancel the program completely because the church was not large enough for the many students planning to attend. Minister Malcolm X, New York representative of Muslim spiritual leader Elijah Muhammad, has lectured and debated at some of the nation's leading educational institutions, including Yale and Boston universities, and Hunter, Queens, Clark and Morehouse colleges. He also has an invitation to address the Harvard Law School Forum this spring. Mr. Jones said the NAACP Students Chapter still hopes to bring Malcolm X to the Howard campus, and Carl Anderson, Director of Student Activities, said his office and the committee would consider the proposal when it is properly presented. "We don't try to tell the students whom to invite or not to invite," Anderson said. "If we feel that what the speaker will have to say is pertinent to American life, we certainly permit the invitation." Meanwhile, the unperturbed Malcolm X has been invited by the New York City College Students Chapter of the NAACP to debate Islam vs. Christianity with Reverend C. Lawrence on the CCNY campus at noon, March 2. The Muslim minister is scheduled to debate TV writer Louis E. Lomax on separation or integration over radio winds on March 10, and has also been invited to Clark College in Atlanta on March 17 to debate Rev. Samuel Williams, famed Morehouse theology and philosophy professor. Reminiscences of Bayard Rustin, Oral History, 1987, Columbia University Oral History Research Office, 217-219. Rustin, "Oh yes. I had met with Malcolm several times. Malcolm and I were very good friends. One of the reasons Malcolm and I became good friends is that when Malcolm came to me and told me that he had been refused the right to go to Howard University to lecture, after the students had invited him, I said, 'Well, that's absolutely ridiculous. If you want to go, I can make it possible for you to go, but you've got to go on my terms.' He said, 'What are your terms?' I said, 'You go, and we'll have a debate. You'll present your view, and I'll present a view which says that you're a fraud. You have no political, no social, no economic program for dealing with the black community and its problem.' He says, 'Okay, I'll take you up on that.' So I wrote to the president of Howard University, Mordecai Johnson, and I said, 'Was it Mordecai then?' 'Well, whoever it was.' I said, 'I would like to appear in a debate at Howard University.' Malcolm X. Now Howard University had no objection to Malcolm coming on campus. What they had objection to was the fact that they didn't want to run into members of the Senate and the House about having him there, when they have to go like no other college in the United States. Howard University is the only college in the United States which gets its appropriation from the Congress of the United States. Did you know that? Q. No, I did not. Rustin, well, that goes all the way back to the Freedmen's Bureau. Howard University grew out of the Freedmen's Bureau. It's the only college that gets its money from the Congress of the United States. So the president, of course, is terrified that somebody told them about their having Malcolm. But if they were justified in saying that he was debating someone, they were safe. So Malcolm was very appreciative of my opening up that possibility, because I said to Malcolm, once you speak at Howard, which is supported by the federal government, the rest of these black colleges will be afraid not to have you, which turned out to be the case. So I had talked with Malcolm any number of times. I said, you know Malcolm, you're not going to do yourself any damn good coming down in Washington denouncing something like the march. What Malcolm did was not denounce the march, but something equally naughty. When they came to him after King's speech, I have a dream, on the ground there and said to Malcolm, well, Dr. King's speech I have a dream was a great speech, wasn't it? He says, you may think it was a great speech, but I can tell you his bloody dream will turn into a nightmare. Laughter. Malcolm always had the last and the most exciting words. Now, I never had any trouble with Malcolm, and Randolph was greatly respected by Malcolm because when Randolph set up in 1961 an economic conference, something called the Harlem Economic Conference, that was simply a meeting in Randolph's office which took place once a month where all the blacks met, for Randolph's trying again to prepare them for the fact that once we have won the right to vote, the right to public accommodations and all these other rights under law, the trouble just begins. Because then you're going to be up against the economic question, same thing that I was saying his analysis was of the March on Washington. When the black Christian leadership of Harlem said to Mr. Randolph, if that Malcolm X is coming, we will not come to these meetings of the economic summit. Mr. Randolph said, I am very sorry. Malcolm X is welcome, as any of you are welcome. While 3 or 4 of the black leaders from the churches refused to come, most of them did come, and Malcolm also came. Malcolm never forgot Mr. Randolph for having done that. James Farmer debate at Cornell University. Malcolm X continued his string of college debates with a 1961 appearance at Cornell University, where he took on Congress of Racial Equality, CORE, Executive Director James Farmer. Sponsored by the Cornell Committee Against Segregation, the speech was on a familiar theme, separation or integration. Although the pitting of a prominent integrationist against Malcolm's separatist views had become a familiar strategy, the black nationalist leader was caught off guard by Farmer's and CORE's stance, which was significantly more militant than the attitudes of the NAACP he had previously argued against. Later that year the Freedom Riders would make significant strides in the South, further challenging Malcolm's position that integration was an untenable position. Despite Malcolm's attacks on integration as a solution promoted only by the black middle class, Farmer challenged him to create a better solution. We know the disease, physician, what is your cure? What is your program and how do you hope to bring it into effect? Ultimately, Malcolm resorted to the charge that Farmer was married to a white woman. However, despite the ineffectiveness of many of his arguments at the debate, Malcolm continued to make inroads among CORE's constituents and other more activist-oriented movements. Malcolm's position, however, continued to be complicated by Elijah Muhammad's insistence that he remain silent on political matters. The following year Muhammad wrote his national spokesman, when you go to these colleges and universities to represent the teachings that Allah has revealed to me for our people, do not go too much into the details of the political side, speak only what you know they have heard me say or that which you yourself have heard me say too. The debate with Farmer was emblematic of Malcolm's tenuous position within the NOI and foreshadowed greater challenges he would face in the coming years. It also anticipated his growing appeal to a younger generation of activists within the civil rights movement. Fanatical Malcolm X, top sergeant for Elijah Muhammad's Black Muslim movement, attacked everything except motherhood here Wednesday night in a fireball debate with James Farmer, National Director of the Congress of Racial Equality, CORE. And time and his Allah permitting, Mr. X would probably have done that too. In presenting his argument for complete separation of blacks and whites and the creation of an independent black nation, Malcolm X rattled off insults against the federal government, all whites, Negroes who don't agree with the Muslims, and even found time to take a poke at Christianity ironically on Ash Wednesday night. Farmer, one of the founders of CORE and leader in the nonviolent civil rights movement, labeled the Muslims' views as impractical and supported his argument with the claim that nonviolence is the key to common humanity. Both men presented their arguments in 20-minute presentations, 10-minute rebuttals, cross-examined each other's views for another 10 minutes, and answered questions from the floor. A turn-away crowd in the Myron Taylor Moot courtroom applauded the speakers, and many times hissed the Muslim spokesman. Sponsored by Dialogue magazine, which weighs civil rights, separation or integration, the debate was moderated by the Reverend L. Paul Jacquith, director of Cornell United Religious Work, CURW. It was aired at 5 p.m. Sunday over WVBR-FM radio. James Farmer, masses tired of segregation. Farmer, first leader of the Freedom Ride, to Jackson, Miss, described the race problem as a disease that has affected and crippled the Negro and the white man. Speaking eloquently and maintaining complete composure even when Malcolm X made several remarks about Farmer's wife being a white woman, the director of CORE spoke against the racists who claim Negroes are inferior to whites. This has resulted in 4 problems and he described them as psychological, economic, social, and political. 1/10 of the population of the people who could produce are being denied work. We share the guilt for the system of segregation and its existence. He said the Negroes are as much to blame as the whites since they have been supporting and perpetuating segregation in the South. I myself did this at one time when as a young man in Texas I would sit in the balcony of the theater because Negroes were not allowed any place else. Farmer said the masses are tired of putting up with segregation and Negroes want to solve their own problem. The time has come when the little man can be involved in this fight. We no longer have to wait for the law. Farmer reminded the audience of lunch counter integration in 150 cities. Farmer, who spent 40 days in several Mississippi and other Southern jails in Freedom Ride demonstrations said, the rides, by and large, have been successful. We're not looking for the pie in the sky, but things are being done. And we'll be eating our Easter dinner in any restaurant we want on Route 40 between Wilmington and Washington. Farmer consistently peppered Mr. X as to the exact plan of the Black Muslims and their Black Nation project. In his rebuttal to Malcolm, Farmer said, if you think the Negro should be allowed to go back to where he came from, Africa, then we should give this land back to the Indians, and so on. Farmer defended remarks made about his marriage and answered Mr. X with, I have so much faith that I don't think virtue will be corrupted by association. Farmer disagreed with Mr. X that the black man has patterned his life after the white. I don't know about that. Whites imitate the kinky hairstyle, copy our jazz and, with a brush of his hand over his face, there's even man tan. A tanning lotion. Farmer said Negro integrationists come solely from the middle class. We have many unemployed workers among our groups. Mr. X said the majority of CORE sit-in demonstrators were whites, but Farmer volleyed back that he was incorrect, that the majority was composed of Negroes. Farmer pointed out that he visited Africa 3 years ago and said, culture in Africa is very different. We have much more in common here. The integrationist claimed Americans refuse to practice freedom, democracy, and equality although they believe in it. He described this as a split personality, a double-edged sword of prejudice. Farmer said CORE and other integrationist groups are shooting for the day when Negroes will enter all professions. We must achieve this through non-violent demonstrations, Farmer said. Farmer repeatedly put the issue at the feet of Mr. X by asking the exact plans of the Muslims in their Black Nation movement. And when he finally got the answer, Farmer rolled his eyes and smiled, saying, oh, I see. You mean Allah hasn't decided yet and it's all a big secret. Midway through the debate the speakers started calling each other brother. This term was quickly picked up by those asking questions. Farmer often referred to quotes and syllogisms. When Malcolm repeated that Muslims want to get out of the house of the white man and discontinue forcing ourselves on the white man, Farmer said, "I remember a syllogism as a college freshman that went something like, I have a dog, my dog has spots, therefore all dogs have spots. Malcolm X, white is white, black is black." Malcolm X, born in Iowa, the son of a slave woman, for 30 minutes of debate, dodged Farmer's question, how, when, and where will the black Muslims set up their own nation? The bespectacled leader of one of the fastest growing mass movements in the United States was finally pinned in the cross-examination period and answered that the Muslims' Allah has not decided when these events will take place. No followers of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad know what he has in mind. When the federal government makes up its mind about this and tells Allah is when the black Muslims will know, Mr. X explained. Mr. X, who denounces Christianity, once got excited in answering a question from the floor and shouted, "My God-given rights." Mr. X explained he had taken only the first name, that given by his slave mother, and dropped the last name, Little, because, I don't know my last name. The white man has robbed me of it like he has other blacks. And he further explained, in answering the question of a student from Africa, that his Muslim name is Malik Shabazz, the one he uses in traveling. Malcolm, whose slender physique and glasses give him the appearance of a young student, claims conversion to Islam while serving a prison sentence in Concord, Mass. While he shouted and excitedly stuttered out his which he claims are not charges, one of the members of the Fruit of Islam Guard sat about 15 feet away. The Fruit of Islam is the elite Muslim paramilitary organization. Mr. X explained that Muslims work to rehabilitate the so-called Negro who has fallen under the influence of the blue-eyed devil. The cult's tactics include establishing the Negro's self-sufficiency, restoring family life under a strict moral code, and finally the complete separation of the black and white races. We don't spend money on nightclubs, liquor, narcotics, and women like we did when we were Christians, hollered out Mr. X. The finely dressed Malcolm said the group's emphasis is on frugality. Mr. X, in explaining why the cult calls itself Muslim, and not Muslims, waved his hand and said, "Muslims are Muslims and Muslims are Muslims. The white man is making us something different, a monster, completely robbed of his culture. The black man doesn't know who he is. He has a white heart, white brain, but is black on the outside and white on the inside. And then he wants your way of life, your job, your home, and your women too." Hissing and boos interrupted the fired-up Mr. X at this point, and he cracked, "That's okay, the serpents hissed in the garden too." The leader of some 100,000 Negroes in America said the teachings of Allah predict the separation of the black and white races. Malcolm repeated many times that the racial issue has not, and cannot be solved through workings of nonviolent groups, that government and laws have failed to do anything, and that the black Muslims feel the only solution to the problem is complete separation. What we want is some of that money and energy to show us how to do the things white men have done so that we can do those things ourselves. And we're not going to get it through a cup of coffee. I'll never take part in a sit-in because if someone forces me with a club or a tax, I would have to rely on my equality, my God-given rights, and use the same force in retaliation. To this farmer said, "And we don't want you either." The Muslims use as their motto, an eye for any eye, a tooth for a tooth, and although they preach against aggression, they support active retaliation in the event they are attacked. Malcolm said the white man is a hypocrite and supported his claim by referring to the Constitution and the Supreme Court ruling on desegregation 8 years ago. "We don't want to integrate with someone who says one thing and preaches another." Mr. X referred to the change in the secretarial and presidential positions the past 2 years in the United Nations, both formerly held by white Christians, now held by the black man. While the white world is getting more quiet, the black world is getting more loud. We're living in an era of great change. At the outset Mr. X went so far as to go along with integration, if it restores human dignity, as he put it. But if it doesn't, out the window with integration and let's get another method. Mr. X tossed a few barbs at what he called the bourgeois group of Negroes, the middle and upper class, who believe in the American dream of integration. We call it a nightmare. We've been giving slave labor for 400 years and we're not going to get sufficient repayment through any Jackie Robinsons, Marian Andersons, or a cup of coffee. The cultist criticized intermarriages, and after Farmer brought up the point that the Muslims have attacked him for marrying a white woman, Mr. X expounded his and the Muslim beliefs of black and white marriages. And before he was through, Malcolm predicted that the teachings of Muhammad predict the eventual destruction of the white man. When an 18-year-old Negro girl asked Malcolm if she should go to a black nation, as he suggested, and change her way of life after living in a society she knows and likes, Malcolm advised, if that's what you like and want, you don't change. We feel there's no skin lost there. Ronald Stokes's murder. Having already battled against police brutality in the case of Johnson X Hinton and in his own Queens home the following year, it was in late April of 1962 that Malcolm X faced what many cite as the greatest tragedy during his tenure with the Nation of Islam. In what journalist Peter Goldman termed a sort of volte-face version of the Johnson parable, Los Angeles police hassled several Mosque No. 27 members who were unloading dry cleaning from their car. 1 The officers were suspicious, due to a series of clothing store burglaries in the area, and confronted the men. A scuffle ensued, the details of which are still confused. However, after what the Los Angeles Times later dubbed a blazing gunfight, despite the fact that none of the Muslims were armed, 7 mosque members were shot, many through the back. 1 was paralyzed, another 5 were injured, and most dramatically, Korean War veteran and mosque secretary Ronald X. Stokes was shot and killed at close range while walking toward an officer with his hands raised. 2. The day before conducting Stokes's funeral before nearly 2,000 mourners, Malcolm held a press conference at the Statler Hilton Hotel in Los Angeles. There he framed the crime in racial rather than religious terms, attempting to mobilize the black civil rights groups and leaders he had often publicly criticized. A telegram from Roy Wilkins was read at the press conference and reprinted in the NOI's official organ, Muhammad Speaks, in which the NAACP leader assured full support. Malcolm appeared on a Pacifica radio show, alongside James Farmer and William Worthy, to discuss the crisis of racism. He then spoke at the local Second Baptist Church before a joint meeting organized along with local ministers and politicians. 3. In addition to his participation in rallies featuring a cross-section of black civic and religious organizations, Malcolm continued to downplay religious differences and stress the need for a black united front. At a protest rally sponsored by the Los Angeles County Civic League, he urged the heads of all black organizations to meet and pursue a unified strategy, stating, "Police brutality must end before something happens that can't be stopped. We must come together against the common enemy. Remember, all of us are black. It's not a Muslim fight. It's a black man's fight." For even Elijah Muhammad, who generally shied away from the political sphere, called for a united black coalition. In these crucial times, Muhammad Speaks editorialized, "We must not think in terms of one's religion, but in terms of justice for us poor black people. This means a united black front for justice in America." 5. Where Muhammad and Malcolm X differed drastically was not in their rhetorical but their physical responses to the attack. Malcolm saw the brutality at Mosque No. 27 as more than a basic violation of human rights and dignity. He had personally organized the mosque in the late 1950s and knew several of the victims intimately, including Ronald Stokes. Malcolm felt that Stokes's death called for immediate retribution, and before leaving for Stokes's funeral, he anticipated organized retaliation. "I got to go out there now and do what I've been preaching all this time." 6. Conversely, Muhammad took an apocalyptic and prophetic approach to the events, even privately criticizing the mosque members for allowing an aggressor to come into their mosque. Despite Malcolm's readiness to bring retaliatory violence to Los Angeles, Muhammad advised him to cool it and asked his followers to hold fast to Islam. 7. Perhaps most difficult for Malcolm was bringing the news back home to Harlem. Before a crowd of several thousand in Harlem Square, he had to publicly justify Muhammad's stance and advise that they play it cool, calm, and collected, and leave it in the hands of God. Over a year and a half before the public split between Malcolm X and Elijah Muhammad, the Stokes incident provided what would come to be regarded as the most illustrative example of the two men's diverging religious and political visions. Muslims and Police. Amsterdam News, May 12, 1962. The following is the reprint of an editorial which appeared in the California Eagle after police shot and killed an unarmed Muslim and seriously wounded 6 others. The killing of one man and the wounding of 6 others last Friday in a wild burst of gunfire that came as the aftermath of a routine police shakedown of an automobile and a pair of burglary suspects was the almost inevitable outcome of an ever-mounting hostility between police and residents of the Negro community. In a sense, it had to happen. It had to happen because relations between Negroes and the police have been stretched to the breaking point where only a trifling incident was needed to set off a conflict. Negroes, as James Baldwin has pointed out, look upon the police with the same distrust with which a conquered people views an army of occupation. In their proper turn, police officers, fed on a steady diet of statistics seeming to prove Negro criminality, tend to regard all Negroes as opponents and potential lawbreakers. Friday's incident got out of hand more readily because the police were confronted with a Muslim group. Muslim distrust of the police rests on Muslim doctrine that all whites are the Negroes' natural enemies and on repeated police denunciation of the cult. The police attitude toward the Muslims is a compound of hate and fear, hatred of the Muslim anti-white doctrine, fear of the Muslims as their enemies. The stage was set for violence. The fact that the dead man and the 6 wounded were all Muslims does not excuse the police for the wild shooting spree that ensued. The evidence is irresistible that the Muslims were not armed and that they had no arms in their meeting place. The melancholy truth is that the police lost their heads and fired on their opponents out of vengeance and fright. It takes a lot of shooting to kill one man and wound 6 others. Armed police officers who can't quell an unarmed group of 50 persons without that much bloodshed either lack the training or the desire to do so. Every Negro who looked at newspaper photos of the dead and wounded lying in the sidewalk after Friday's affray must have shuddered to himself that there but for the grace of God he lay, or his son lay. We do not condone Muslim teaching that whips up promiscuous hatred of white persons. We have said so many times. We reiterate it now. We think that the Muslim way, like that of white groups such as the Klan and the White Citizens Councils, is more than mistaken. It's dangerous and beckons Negroes into a blind alley of frustration and despair. On the other hand, we know that guns will not meet, or defeat, Muslim arguments. Friday's bloodshed will only arm them with new arguments that white devils are out to defend racial discrimination with bullets and blackjacks. It seems to us that the bloody incident requires a thorough investigation by a disinterested agency such as the Attorney General's office, an investigation that will lay bare the reasons for the deteriorating relations between Negroes and police officers and offer suggestions for remedies. Unless there is a thorough investigation, Friday's incident will fester and nourish a whole new set of conflicts between Negro citizens and police that will finally build up into a riot that will make last week's incident seem like child's play. Lois Saunders, L.A. Negro Community Unites. In Defense of Black Muslims, The Militant. May 21, 1962. Los Angeles, May 12. The police shooting of unarmed Muslims April 27 has created the sharpest division ever witnessed here between the Negro community and the city authorities. Immediately after the shooting, in which one man was killed and 6 others wounded, Police Chief William H. Parker issued statements blaming the black Muslims, in an obvious attempt to deprive them of community support. As it became apparent that this maneuver was failing, city authorities extended their fire to the local branch of the NAACP and other groups accusing the police of brutality. Coming in for special criticism is Mayor Samuel W. Yurdi, who told his press conference last Wednesday that he is 100% behind Chief Parker. In last year's elections, Negroes gave impressive support to Yurdi, largely because they believed he would do something about police brutality. Indicating his administration intends to use the shooting as an excuse for trying to smash the local Muslim movement and to show the Negro community who is boss. Mayor Yurdi said he plans to ask Attorney General Robert Kennedy to place the Muslims on the subversive list. Such a listing, he reportedly stated, would enable police to take drastic measures, close down Muslim meeting places, seize their literature and force a curtailment of their activities. The mayor also scored local NAACP officials for branding the shooting an extreme example of police brutality and said the demand for a police review board to investigate charges against police officers is communist-inspired. After the shooting, 17 Muslims, including the 6 wounded, were arrested and charged with assault with intent to commit murder. These charges have now been reduced to assault with intent to commit great bodily harm, but may again be modified following a grand jury hearing scheduled for May 15. May 13, an outpouring of 3,000 Negroes, filling the Second Baptist Church to overflowing, gave notice here today that the Negro community is resolved to call a halt to the Gestapo-like police terror rampant in minority areas here. The rally, called by Negro leaders, emphatically gave the lie to statements by Mayor Yurdi and his police chief, Parker, that the Negro community is divided about support of the unarmed black Muslims who were shot down in an unprovoked assault April 27. The meeting passed unanimous resolutions condemning police brutality in Los Angeles and calling for investigations of the police department by local, state and national bodies. Learning of the presence in its midst of Malcolm X, a national leader of the Muslims, the audience called him to the speaker's stand. He urged solidarity of Negro, Mexican American and other minority groups to combat police terror. Today, it is our temple, Malcolm X warned, but tomorrow it will be your churches, your lodges and your synagogues. A collection of more than $900 was taken for the purpose of continuing the action begun by today's meeting. Another mass rally, called by the Muslims, will be held May 20. NOI answers Muslim critics. By the time Malcolm X had been named its national spokesman in 1961, the Nation of Islam had come under public scrutiny from groups ranging from conservative whites to civil rights leaders. However, after trips to the Middle East by Malcolm X and Elijah Muhammad in 1959, as well as the organization's increased public profile, another group joined the chorus of criticism: Orthodox Muslim organizations in the U.S. The NOI was preceded by other predominantly African American Muslim groups, such as Noble Drew Ali's Moorish Science Temple and the Ahmadiyya movement in Islam, AMI. Just as the NAACP scrambled to distance itself from the NOI in the aftermath of the hate that hate produced, the AMI and Orthodox Muslims launched attacks charging that the NOI's religious heterodoxy in fact crossed into heresy. Talib Daoud, a jazz trumpeter and prolific proselytizer associated with the Muslim Brotherhood of America Incorporated, first attacked the NOI in 1959 with a series of articles in the black Chicago newspaper The New Crusader. The most scathing was a photograph of NOI founder W.D. Fard, whom the group believed to be Allah in person, paired with the headline, "White Man is God for Cult of Islam." The NOI found the article so disturbing that the Chicago and New York mosques worked to purchase and destroy as many copies of the issue as possible. Along with jazz pianist Ahmed Jamal, Daoud, and his wife, Dakota Staten, Ali Arabia, also slandered the NOI by claiming that Elijah Muhammad could not perform the Hajj in 1959 because the Saudi Arabian government had banned him as an inauthentic Muslim. Eventually, Daoud's monopoly on the New Crusader disintegrated, and bitterness between the groups peaked in 1962 when Daoud sued Muhammad, enjoining a district court to disallow the terms Islam or Muslim in association with the sect. Malcolm finally unleashed his assault against Staten, a jazz vocalist. Even the non-Muslim public knows that no Muslim sister who follows Mr. Muhammad would think of singing sexy songs, half-naked in a nightclub where people are getting drunk, and expect people to respect her as an example of religious piety. Malcolm then turned the rhetorical war toward Daoud, implying that his suit was an attempt to reinvigorate his lackluster career. Another voice echoing Dawood's sentiments was a Sudanese Muslim student at University of Pennsylvania, Yahya Hawari, who wrote a letter to the editor of the Pittsburgh Courier that same year, challenging Elijah Muhammad's Hajj as being out of season. Malcolm responded to Hawari, consistently misspelling his name Hawari, in a private letter and again publicly in the Pittsburgh Courier, challenging the student to settle the dispute in private, not in public. He downplayed the differences between the NOI and the Islamic Ummah and lamented that Hawari suffered from a colonial mentality and sounded like a brainwashed, American Negro. 3 Ironically, for all his work as a religious apologist for the NOI, Malcolm later employed a strategy similar to Dawood's and Hawari's as he attempted to discredit Elijah Muhammad and place himself distinctly within the world of Orthodox Islam. To the editor. Your letters to the editor section has been allotting much space to almost anyone who wishes to attack Han. Elijah Muhammad, the spiritual leader of the fastest growing, best disciplined religious group among the American so-called Negroes. One of the latest Hate Muhammad letters was written by a Yahya Hawari, who says he is a Sudanese Muslim. It is difficult to believe this man is a Muslim, and even more difficult to believe he is a Muslim from the Sudan. In 1959 I visited Khartoum and Omdurman in the Sudan, and also visited the Muslims in Nigeria, Ghana, Egypt, and Arabia. I was impressed the most by the Muslims of the Sudan. Their religious piety and hospitality are unmatched anywhere. I really felt in heaven and at home there. If this Mr. Hawari is really a Muslim and is from the Sudan, then he has been in Christian America too long, and already sounds like a westernized, brainwashed American Negro. At least our people in America have an excuse for our westernized thinking because we have spent 400 years here in the hands of our slave master, over 9,000 miles from our own people. I don't know what Mr. Hawari uses as his excuse. No real Muslim will ever attack another Muslim just to gain the friendship of Christians. As it says in the Holy Quran, O you who believe, take not the Jew and the Christians for friends. They are friends of each other. And whoever amongst you takes them for friends he is indeed one of them. Surely Allah guides not the unjust people. Chapter 5, verse 51. This man can't be a real Muslim. He probably is an American Negro who is a Christian, but is posing as a Muslim just to lend authenticity to his attacks upon Messenger Elijah Muhammad. How can we tell? If real Muslims have difference they settle their differences in private, but never to the public delight of Jews and Christians. The followers of Messenger Elijah Muhammad never let themselves be used by Christians to make statements against other Muslims, no matter how much disagree with those Muslims. The policy of the enemies of Islam has always been divide and conquer. This was the only real weapon the colonial powers ever had, their ability to use one of our people against the other. Some who still suffer from this colonial mentality are too quick to let themselves be used to argue and dispute with their own kind to the delight of the enemy. The Europeans are still in the Congo because the Congolese have been kept busy fighting each other, they are in Algeria because the Algerians have been fighting each other, they are still in the Middle East because the Arabs are fighting each other. Surely Muslims have learned a lesson from this. It would be quite foolish for Muslim students to come here from the Sudan or any other part of Africa and allow themselves to be used to attack us in a Christian country, a white country, a country in which over 20 million of their own darker brothers are yet being held as second-class citizens, which is only a modified form of 20th century colonialism. So don't let these Negro Uncle Toms use foreign-sounding names just to disguise their real identity when they attack Mr. Muhammad. One can always spot the thought pattern of an Americanized black man no matter what name he hides under, for he thinks and writes just like the white man, and will always waste much time and energy attacking the Han. Elijah Muhammad because Mr. Muhammad is the only black man in America with sufficient nerve, wisdom, and following to be independent of the white man and hit him where it really hurts in the struggle for the freedom of the people. Malcolm X. New York City, NY. P.S. Since Mr. Hawari wrote from Philadelphia, I'd like to inform him that Mr. Muhammad will be speaking at the Philadelphia Arena, Sunday, October 7th. His subject will be Islam vs Christianity. Anyone who wishes to challenge his religious authenticity is welcome to come out at that time and do so. Yahya Hawari, What Courier Readers Think, A Blast at Muhammad, Pittsburgh Courier, October 27, 1962. To the editor. My name is Yahya Hawari and I wrote you concerning the pilgrimage to Mecca of Mr. Elijah. For this someone called Malcolm X felt it necessary to comment on my letter. I hope you will allow me the privilege to reply as I have since found out more about Mr. Elijah. Since Mr. X has decided to defend Mr. Elijah, he must bear his punishment also. Neither Mr. X nor Elijah will be allowed to visit Sudan again. Since my letter I have had a chance to read Mr. Elijah's paper and talk to some of his members. All true Muslims accept the Holy Quran as the liberal, verbal word of the Almighty God revealed to the Holy Prophet Muhammad 1400 years ago. It is the last book revealed by God and it is for the guidance of all mankind. The entire life of Muslims is based upon it and it is for all times and for all the activities of men. Mr. Elijah does not believe in or teach Islam. What he teaches in the name of Islam is the own social theory. Only deep study of the Holy Quran will answer the problems of mankind, and unless the followers of Mr. Elijah study the Quran they will never know the truth about Islam. If you do not study medicine you cannot be a doctor. If you do not study the Quran you cannot be Muslim. Brothers and sisters, the proof of Allah's guidance is never based on numbers but on spiritual purity. Surely the best of you in the eyes of Allah is he who is most righteous. I visited the Muslim Brotherhood and became acquainted with Haji Dawad. He said that he had challenged Mr. Elijah 3 times to a public debate on the religion of Islam. Why has not he accepted these challenges? Haji Dawad also said, will he agree to a prayer duel with me? The Holy Quran says, if you are truthful wish for death. Also that, you cannot live for 23 years and say that Allah has sent you and die a natural death. Would Elijah be willing to make the statement that Allah sent him, that Allah speaks to him, and that he is a prophet or messenger from Allah? Would he be willing to state this publicly? If Mr. Elijah does not do these things, all those that follow him should know that they are being led straight to hell. Surely Allah is with the truthful. In such a case, protection comes only from Allah, the true. He is the best in respect of reward, and the best in respect of consequence. To Malcolm X my only reply is, Astaghfirullah Rabbi min kulli danbin wa atubu ilayhi. Allahu Akbar. Yahya Hawari. Philadelphia, Pa. Malcolm X, Pulse of New York's Public, No Compromise, Amsterdam News, December 1, 1962. Sir, I'm surprised to see so much space provided by the press for hip-swinging, blues-singing Dakota Staton to continue her insanely jealous attack on Messenger Elijah Muhammad. Mr. Muhammad is the spiritual head of the fastest-growing, and best-disciplined group of Muslims in the Western Hemisphere. Even his most bitter critics admit that he speaks out boldly and without compromise against the injustices done to all so-called Negroes in America. Whenever Negro leaders and other publicity-seeking celebrities find their own popularity is fading, they know the best way to get the type of national press coverage that will put them back on the front pages is by attacking Mr. Muhammad and his young Muslim followers, and the fading Miss Staton is no exception. Dakota Staton actually has the audacity to think her religious beliefs are keeping her from getting bookings, and causing her records to lose sales value, and she blames the public for mistaking her to be a follower of Mr. Elijah Muhammad. How absurd can Miss Staton be? It isn't her religious beliefs that have stopped the public from buying her records. Ever since she changed her tunes and started singing against Mr. Muhammad, her popularity has been on the downturn. She is overrating herself and underestimating the intelligence of the public if she thinks they really mistake her for a follower of Mr. Muhammad. Even the non-Muslim public knows that no Muslim sister who follows Mr. Muhammad would think of singing sexy songs, half-naked in a nightclub where people are getting drunk, and expect people to still respect her as an example of religious piety. The sisters who follow Mr. Elijah Muhammad's religious guidance wouldn't even think of entering a nightclub or any Other place where alcohol is served, much less singing in one to entertain a bunch of drunks. Miss Staton really wants her own husband, Talib Daoud, who is also a fading musician, to be recognized as a Muslim religious leader, and spokesman for the Muslim world. Who is Talib Daoud? If he wasn't married to his once famous jazz singer, he'd still be unheard of. Even now his name appears in print only when he attacks Mr. Elijah Muhammad. If Talib Daoud is a religious leader, where are his followers? If he is a Muslim spokesman, where is his audience? When Messenger Elijah Muhammad speaks, millions listen, but when Talib Daoud speaks, only Dakota Staton listens. She is his follower, his audience, he is her leader, her spokesman. In other words, all of Daoud's combined followers can fit into the front seat of his station wagon. Why should Mr. Muhammad waste his time over the yapping of a little puppy? A dog can bark at the moon until doomsday, and no one will even notice the foolish yapping of the dog unless the moon answers back. Miss Staton also complains that the words Muslim, and Islam and Allah have become synonymous with the name Elijah Muhammad. This is naturally as it should be, for if it was not for the success God has granted Mr. Muhammad in spreading truth among our people, the religion of Islam would still be unknown to the American so-called Negroes. Miss Staton condemns Mr. Muhammad's teachings about the white man, classifying it as hate teaching. She contends that oppression is the common enemy of all mankind. She is wrong. It is not oppression, but rather it is the oppressor who is the enemy of mankind. We can't condemn oppression and exclude the role of the white oppressor, nor can we condemn exploitation and ignore the role of the white exploiter. How can we claim to be against crime and ignore the criminal who is committing the crime? How can one claim to be against slavery, and yet not take an uncompromising stand against the white enslaver of our people here in America? Malcolm X. Malcolm X speaks at Michigan State. In early 1963, the Nation of Islam continued to fight against police brutality and was involved in litigious battles over confrontations with police in Times Square and Rochester, New York. Meanwhile, Malcolm X built upon his nascent following of radical youth by continuing his college speaking circuit at Michigan State University and University of Pennsylvania. His speeches emphasized the growing divide between the approach of the older generation and the more youthful politics of groups such as CORE and the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, SNCC. The fact that his talk at Michigan State on January 23, 1963, was sponsored by the campus NAACP signaled that even the traditionally more conservative black organization had been radicalized by its younger members. Before a crowd of more than 1,000, almost half of whom were white, Malcolm delivered a speech entitled "The Black Muslim and the American Negro." This speech was subsequently given in Philadelphia as "The Old Negro and the New Negro." These speeches were among the earliest iterations of what would become one of Malcolm X's most notable rhetorical devices, the house Negro and the field Negro. Malcolm characterized a house Negro as one who dressed like his master. He wore his master's second-hand clothes. He ate food that his master left on the table. And he lived in his master's house. And always identified himself in the same sense that his master identified himself. On the other hand, the field Negro was in the majority. When the master got sick, they prayed that he'd die. If his house caught on fire, they'd pray for a wind to come along and fan the breeze. Just 8 months before the March on Washington, Malcolm was already drawing sharp attention to the fissure emerging within the civil rights movement by articulating early tenets of the Black Power ideology he, among others, came to inspire. Malcolm also distanced himself from the rhetoric of Jacob's history and the Asiatic identity preached by the NOI, instead stressing the cultural similarities of black Americans to Africans. "The man that you call a Negro is nothing but an African himself," to the address, so close to his boyhood home, also marked one of the few times Malcolm spoke of his father's death as an accident rather than a malicious murder. Muslim leader is anti-integrationist, State News, January 24, 1963. "The only solution to the race problem is complete separation of whites and Negroes," Minister Malcolm X, spokesman for the Muslims in America, said Wednesday. The majority of the Negroes do not want integration, and they do not want segregation, Malcolm X said. They want separation that allows them to control their own economy, government, and affairs. We should be given part of this country, and the government and economy, he answered when asked how the separation would be possible. The country owes a debt to the Negroes for having kidnapped them and enslaved them, he said. Segregation, he said, is unsatisfactory because the Negro is controlled from the outside by the whites. Two types of Negroes exist in America, he said, and to solve the race problem the difference between the two must be seen. The Uncle Tom Negro originated with the house slave who completely identified himself with his master, copying his every characteristic. The new type of Negro springs from the field slaves who scorned their master and saw him only as an oppressor. The 20th century Uncle Tom has been brainwashed into thinking of himself as white. He identifies himself with everything in the white man's world, Malcolm X said. It is the Uncle Toms that are pushing for integration, and they are only the minority of the Negroes in America. The new type Negro does not want to identify with the white man, he said, instead they want something of their own. This group is represented by the Muslims. The Uncle Toms, he said, will not attack a white man, instead they will reject their fellow Negroes because they do not want to be connected with anything black. The new type Negro thinks on a broader international scale, he said. They see the majority of the people in the world as dark, and, therefore, no longer speak as the underdog. The Muslims reject the white Christian religion and have adopted Islam. The new type Negro does not turn the other cheek to anyone. He believes in law and order, he said, but he reserves the right to strike back if attacked. White Americans, if the race problem is to be solved, must stop thinking that they are doing the Negroes a favor by giving them a little freedom through token integration, Malcolm X said. Once they recognize the new type Negro and realize that they are not doing the Negroes a favor, then a start can be made toward the solution of the race problem. Integration can never work, he said, because one man cannot be forced to love another. Advocates of integration are hypocrites, for while they cherish the liberal idea they would be the first to move out if a Negro moved into their neighborhood. In reality, neither the white man or the Negro wants integration. The kiva and the lobby of the education building were packed. Campus police guarded every door, but the crowd was quiet. Malcolm X is a tall, light-skinned Negro, formerly of Lansing. He is presently a leader of the New York Temple of the Muslims. The speech was the first of a series of lectures jointly sponsored by the African Student Association and the NAACP. One Malcolm X, 20 million black people in a political, economic, and mental prison, in Bruce Perry, ed., Malcolm X, The Last Speeches, New York, Pathfinder Press, 1989, 25-57. 2 Ibid. Police raid Rochester Mosque. During the trial of Muslims in Los Angeles after the police raid in 1962, it came to light that the LAPD had already identified the group as a concern and hassled mosque members peddling Muhammad Speaks in a Safeway supermarket parking lot. In a similar chain of events the following year, the NOI would also be subject to police targeting, this time on the East Coast. Just weeks after, 2 Muslims were arrested for selling Muhammad Speaks in Times Square on Christmas Day. A mosque in Rochester, New York, was raided by 2 policemen. On January 6, 1963, Rochester police received an anonymous tip that a man attending a religious service above a nearby casino was carrying a firearm, and they attempted to enter the mosque without a warrant. The officers were met with strong resistance by a man at the door, and a brawl ensued when 8 to 10 other members appeared at the top of the staircase. Another 10 policemen and a police dog were called in to settle the disturbance. Although only 2 men were initially arrested, the incident sparked a related skirmish a month later, which resulted in the arrest of over a dozen members, including the mosque's minister, for third-degree assault and inciting to riot. 1. Clearly the murder of Ronald Stokes had exacerbated the relationship between police enforcement and the organization. Mosque members reportedly shouted, "Don't let them in, no piolas allowed," citing the shooting in Los Angeles as evidence of police brutality. 2 Elijah Muhammad's edict that Muslims prevent white law enforcement from entering a place of worship, even at cost of life, had clearly been heard. After the first disturbance in January, Malcolm flew to Rochester and filed a protest with both the State Human Rights Commission and Rochester Public Safety Commission. "We allow no intrusion of our religious services," he stated. "We will give our lives if necessary to protest their sanctity." 3. Just 4 days after the incident in Rochester, Malcolm led a demonstration outside the New York County Criminal Court building, where the 2 Muslims charged with assault while selling Muhammad Speaks in Times Square were being held. He then sent telegrams to New York City's mayor, Robert Wagner, District Attorney, Frank Hogan, and Police Commissioner, Michael Murphy. After the February 8 disturbance in which Rochester minister Robert James X Williams and a dozen other mosque members were arrested, the indicted Muslims waged a partial hunger strike to protest being served commercial bread, mashed potatoes, and pork. Though a physician determined that the inmates would not die from the way they were eating, Malcolm X made a public statement that they had not eaten in 8 days and would fast until they died. "Rochester," he stated, "will be better known than Oxford, Mississippi, and may be a precedent-setting city for police hostility towards Muslims." 4. Although the Nation of Islam was viewed by many as a religious entity that kept its distance from the stream of civil rights politics and public disobedience, Malcolm X continued to protest acts of police brutality. He led a crowd of over 500 through Rockefeller Center in Manhattan and wired President Kennedy concerning the incident in Rochester, demanding an immediate investigation at the federal level into the criminal use of political power and political office in Rochester, NY, to suppress the civil rights and the human rights of the Negro community in general, and the religious rights of the Muslims in particular. 5. Further inserting the NOI into the discourse of the civil rights movement. Malcolm spoke in Rochester the following day at a rally sponsored by the NAACP, CORE, the Monroe County Nonpartisan Political League, and the Rochester Civil Rights League. The event drew nearly 1,000 people and was deemed by local observers the most spectacular display of Negro unity ever witnessed in Rochester. 6. Racial tension causes, aired by 3 panelists, Rochester Democrat and Chronicle, March 7, 1963. Rochester, an unlikely city to have racial disturbances, has reached its recent crisis primarily because of a lack of alert, aroused understanding of the deepening crisis facing all northern cities, according to a Colgate Rochester Divinity School professor. Dr. Prentice L. Pemberton, professor of Christian social ethics and sociology of religion, said, "My thesis is that we face an increasing breakdown of communication between the white and non-white in northern cities. This leads to a deepening mood of suspicion which is shattering our traditional northern ways of handling racial problems, through patient negotiation." Dr. Pemberton and 2 others discussed basic forces underlying recent racial tensions here at a public meeting in the Divinity School. About 75 persons attended. The other speakers were Sidney J. Lindenberg, Executive Director of the Baden Street Settlement, and Dr. Walter Cooper, research chemist at Eastman Kodak Co. and Chairman of the Community Affairs Committee of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People. Board said concrete step. In answer to a question, Pemberton termed the proposed Advisory Citizens Review Board the most concrete step we can take to create new channels of communication. Lindenberg called the proposed board water to put out the fire, but called for long-term, creative attention to community tensions, not just police tensions. In his talk, Lindenberg described evidences of tensions that settlement house workers have observed, and criticized an awful lot of people, who talk about an area, such as Baden Ormond, without much knowledge of it. The Negro community is being motivated to draw together by the same things that drew the Jewish group together at the time of Hitler: fear and hopelessness, Lindenberg said. Brutality symptom. He praised city officials for trying to correct the situation, but called for a wider understanding among the average citizens of the community. He called police brutality a symptom rather than a basic cause of racial unrest and urged attention to housing, jobs, education and relationships of minority groups. If we don't do something, groups like the Black Muslims are going to slide in and take control, he added. Dr. Cooper said criticism of liberal groups by so-called Freedom Now Negro leaders has arisen because liberals see the Negro as a symbol, but not as a man. The Black American cannot be assimilated until the majority group is willing to accept the humanity of the black man. He said there is more segregation in northern cities now than there was 20 years ago, and that the plight of the Negro in urban northern communities is like backward countries. William Vogler, The Rochester Image Two-Faced? Angry voices raised by opposing groups, Rochester Democrat and Chronicle, March 13, 1963, excerpt. Rochester, like the mythological Narcissus, looked at its reflected image and generally liked what it saw. Rochester, said the Rochesterian, was a nice community to raise children in. It had a high employment, skilled worker economy. Generally speaking, its politics were clean. Certainly there was no local equivalent of Frank Hague or James Curley. And it was culture conscious. Witness the Eastman School of Music, the Civic Music Association, the Memorial Art Gallery. But Narcissus, trapped by his own vanity and tricked by pagan gods, had been fascinated by an illusion. So, in a sense, had Rochester's image been illusory. And, as illusions will, Rochester's broke down recently. The Flower City, never shy about setting up a committee or holding a meeting, suddenly found itself caught in an angry swirl of meetings, sit-ins, and debates that produced a blizzard of statements on current racial tensions. Babel of voices. A babel of voices rose in an uneven chorus: police brutality, some said, force necessary to effect arrest, others replied. Discrimination, some said. Irresponsible minorities, came the reply. One thing was certain. The Rochester image wasn't what it used to be. But then the image of the body politic as a unified entity is at best a convenient fiction. People have a tendency now and then to break ranks. If it's a healthy body politic, the ranks will reform after a while and march, though not everyone will be in step, in a different direction. Rochester is now searching itself to determine what that direction will be. Well, what about it? Is there a crisis, or is it just another ripple in the pond? Attempt to answer. What follows is an attempt to answer that question in terms of the feelings in the non-white community, as indicated in meetings, through statements, and through conversations with some of those directly involved in recent events. While the sentiments of both the white and non-white communities are germane to the present situation, more emphasis has been focused here on feelings in the city's two predominantly non-white areas, probable locale of any explosion that may occur. Is the potential for a blow-up exaggerated? Not according to Mrs. Constance Mitchell, Third Ward Democratic supervisor, who said recently, "It would take only a minor incident to start a race riot. This is not something that started with AC. White." Indications cited. These were some of the indications, cited by Mrs. Mitchell and others, that the present mood of friction and unrest had been building for some time. A 204% increase in the city's Negro population between 1950 and 1960, that saw the Negro community in the city increase from 7,845 in 1950 to 24,228 in 1960. The Baden-Ormond urban renewal project that led to the relocation of many people into already crowded areas on the fringe of Baden-Ormond and in the Third Ward. A meeting between city officials and representatives of the Negro community in August 1961. One of the top points on the agenda was the use of police dogs in minority group areas. A man living in the Third Ward, speaking of everyday frustrations, commented over a cup of coffee. "We can't make a living. We can't go to certain places unless we want to risk direct or implied discourtesies. And we can't even break the law and get the same treatment that other people do." Rabbi Alan Levine of Temple Emmanuel, and one of several key figures in the current swirl of events, had this to say about people's awareness of their community. "Many people in Rochester live utterly isolated from the problems of the central city. Therefore, When complaints of injustice arise, they dismiss them as utterly baseless. That the blinders have been discarded by at least part of the community is evidenced by recent events. For one thing, a group of more than 100 clergymen interracial and interfaith from many Monroe County communities, believe the current situation is a crisis involving the total community, and they have demonstrated a high degree of unanimity in suggesting possible solutions, immediate and long range, to the present condition. High-level meetings. Some of the clergymen also participated in high-level meetings with city officials dealing with allegations of police abuse of authority. Out of those meetings emerged the promise by the city to consider proposals for an independent agency to review complaints of alleged unnecessary and excessive use of force by police. The city administration has drawn up an ordinance for city council consideration to accomplish this purpose. The clergy group can be more than matched in size by laymen, acting through organizations or as individuals, who have a similar concern with the current situation. But back to the crisis, that mishmash of fact, rumor and, above all else, feelings. The impression gained from attending scores of meetings, and from discussions with dozens of people familiar with the situation, is that the feeling exists that unequal law enforcement is meted out to non-whites, and that this could be the spark that could touch off an explosion. That feelings concerning alleged unequal law enforcement are not isolated from other problems such as housing and employment will become evident later. Stress paint. One thing cannot be stressed too strongly, even though it has been said again and again: the police bureau as a whole is not being indicted. Those pointing the finger, point it at a few policemen, whose names, according to the accusers, crop up repeatedly in incidents of alleged harassment or unjustified use of force. People from the 3rd and 7th wards, refuting the bromide that a cop is a cop, cited policemen who have won the confidence of people in those areas. These policemen, according to the 3rd and 7th warders, have been able to walk into the midst of an excited crowd in Joseph Avenue, ask what's it all about, and with a few words and or actions take the heat out of the situation. For the moment, that is. Memories of A.C. White, Rufus Fairwell, and the arrest of 15 men following a clash with police at a meeting of the Black Muslims could provide the potential for the possible riot envisioned by Mrs. Mitchell and other observers. Outstanding points. Two things stand out in discussions of these cases. One is a strong feeling of identification among Negroes with White, Fairwell, and the 15 men. The other, especially strong in the Fairwell case, is a sense of bewilderment and sometimes anger over the explanations of the 3 cases which have been made public. Fairwell, a 28-year-old service station attendant, was arrested last August on charges of assaulting 2 policemen, who, Fairwell charged, assaulted him. A grand jury subsequently cleared Fairwell and the 2 officers. Fairwell has filed a $125,000 suit against the city for damages for personal injuries and indignities suffered because of what he described as the negligence and willful misconduct of the city and its employees. White, 46, of 383 Joseph Avenue is facing county and city court trials on charges of driving while intoxicated, resisting arrest, third-degree assault, driving without an operator's license and without proper registration in connection with his arrest January 26. 4 patrolmen involved in his arrest were suspended pending the outcome of a police bureau investigation of the White arrest, in which White suffered injuries that required hospitalization. The policemen were later reinstated with reprimands. White later filed and then withdrew charges against 3 of the 4 policemen involved in his arrest. According to his attorney, White withdrew the charges to concentrate on his upcoming trials. Muslim meeting. Those arrested in connection with the January 6 scuffle with the police at the Black Muslim meeting on January 6 face trial on charges of riot and third-degree assault. Police said they went to the meeting to investigate an anonymous report that a man with a gun was at the meeting place. Malcolm X, a national leader of the Muslims, later protested that police had tried to force their way into a religious meeting. These matters have previously been reported, but since all 3 cases are now before the courts, this is not the place to argue the merits of the cases. However, One can select a few from many available illustrations to indicate the feelings of the Negro community about the cases. The weekend that began with the evening of February 8 saw the suspension of the 4 officers in the White case and the arrest of 13 men on charges stemming from the January 6 clash with police at the site of the Muslim meeting. 2 other defendants involved in that incident were arrested earlier, and all 15 are free in bail. Dr. Walter Cooper, chairman of the Community Affairs Committee of the Rochester Branch, National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, recalled that he was one of several people who circulated in the city's 2 predominantly Negro areas that weekend. What we tried to do that weekend was to visit bars and barbershops and try to bring some sanity to people who had become more than emotionally involved, Dr. Cooper said. Going to fight back. Typical of the comments he heard were, "I've had enough. If I get hit, I'm going to fight back." The tour left the impression, according to Dr. Cooper, that this was not just idle talk. At a February 18 meeting called by integration groups to protest alleged police abuses of Negroes, several things significant to the entire community emerged. The meeting, which was called on very short notice, drew an audience of about 600, all Negro except for a sprinkling of whites. The issue that attracted them was alleged misuse of authority by police. Most were people who almost never attend regular meetings held by traditional protest groups. Malcolm X, although not a scheduled speaker, talked during the question period and was received enthusiastically. Furthermore, integration groups, while rejecting the separatism of the Muslims, indicated at the meeting and since then that they would stand by the Muslims to help defend the civil rights of Rochester Negroes. Feeling persists. While many of the actions of the integration groups in the current situation can be interpreted as moves to counter the local impact of the Muslims, on the issue of alleged abuse of authority by police the feeling persists that, as a speaker at the February 18 meeting said, "We are black folks first." In discussing the significance of the February 18 meeting with those close to the situation, 2 different assessments were heard. According to one, any leader of national stature with a reputation for plain talk would have received a favorable response. Challenging this, others said Malcolm X has a stronger appeal to the Negro masses than some other Negro leaders. Malcolm X, these people asserted, can get people to identify more easily with him because he says what the masses of Negroes want to hear. The strength of the Muslim movement is not something other Muslim leaders care to discuss. Locally, estimates range from about 25 to about 200. Nationally, C. Eric Lincoln, author of The Black Muslims in America, wrote in recent years their membership has spiraled to at least 100,000. Some estimates would triple that figure with more than 50 temples in major cities from Boston and Miami to San Diego. Less significant. However, those conversant with the movement state that numerical strength is less significant than the number of people who, while declining to join the Muslims, nevertheless, share many of the criticisms of the American scene made by the Muslims. This poses a challenge for believers in integration and a paradox for the Muslims. The recent coalescing of integration forces demonstrates that these groups have accepted the challenge. In addition to a closer degree of cooperation recently evidenced between traditional protest groups such as the NAACP and the Congress of Racial Equality, the recent past has seen the organization of new groups such as the United Action Committee for Rufus Farewell, the Integrated Nonviolent Committee, the group that negotiated with city officials on cases of alleged police brutality, a group which staged sit-ins at police headquarters, known simply as the Supporters of the Nonviolent Committee, and the organization of more than 100 clergymen of all major faiths. 2 things should be noted about the new groups, according to those close to them. For one thing, there is the aspect of interlocking membership. Members of the NAACP and/or CORE and other established groups also belong to the Farewell Committee and the Nonviolent Group. A distinction also is made between NAACP, for example, which is termed a permanent group with the broad goal of equal justice, and the Farewell Group, which is seen as a committee set up for a specific limited purpose. Newer groups. Secondly, the newer groups are causing people, who though previously intellectually committed, to speak out and take an active part in the struggle. Discussing the future of the Muslim movement, Lincoln saw the Muslims caught in a dilemma, whether to retain their present militant, anti-white, anti-Christian pose or modify it to win followers now repulsed by these Muslim themes. At their February 26 Chicago National Convention, the Muslims made a bid for cooperation with traditional protest groups. National leaders of the NAACP and CORE reiterated their distaste for Muslim separatism, but indicated the possibility a limited degree of cooperation on such issues as police brutality. Trial of 15 men on charges of riot and third-degree assault was set today for March 18 in county court. They were arrested after a clash with police at a black Muslim meeting January 6. The trial was scheduled by Judge John P. Lomenzo after assignment of additional counsel for the defense. While the defendants were in court for the proceedings, 3 men carrying signs walked up and down in front of the courthouse. The signs proclaimed, "Black Man Political Tool No More, Rochester Police State and We Worship Allah." An attempt by the pickets to enter the courtroom before the riot case was called was blocked by court attendants. They then went to the main street sidewalk in front of the building. In court, the 15 defendants lined up stiffly in front of Judge Lomenzo. "I notice you are all standing at attention," he said. "At ease. You're not in the army. You're in a court of law." Standing with the defendants were court-assigned attorneys Reuben K. Davis, Robert L. Brenna and Charles B. Kenning. Davis asked that additional counsel be assigned. Upon the individual request of each defendant, Judge Lomenzo assigned 2 more counsel, Alan J. Underberg and Mervyn M. Kroll. Memorandum: William Lombard to Inspector John Kinsella, Boss, February 19, 1963. City of Rochester, New York. Department of Public Safety. Bureau of Police. February 19, 1963. Inspector John L. Kinsella. Bureau of Special Services. 56 Worth Street. New York City, Manhattan, New York. Dear Sir. Your file 2817/FC, Boss. Letter of February 15, 1963. Trouble with Muslims in the city of Rochester. On January 6, 1963 about 8:15 p.m. our police telephone operator received an anonymous call of a man with a gun over Buddy's Casino on North Street. The caller immediately hung up the phone without identifying himself. 2 uniformed officers were dispatched to the scene and were met at the door by an unidentified Negro who stated that the police could not enter. They explained to the doorman the nature of their complaint and started up the stairs. The doorman yelled, "The police are coming," and as the 2 patrolmen reached the top of the stairs they were met by 2 more doormen who were later identified as REDACTED, and REDACTED. The 2 patrolmen were assaulted by the doormen who also yelled, "The police are coming." About 10 or 12 more men converged from the room at the top of the stairs and started assaulting the patrolmen and tried to throw them down the stairs. Other police responded to the call, order was restored, and the names of all Muslim members were taken. The 2 original officers on the scene were treated at the hospital for injuries. On January 7 THIRD-WORLDISM and REDACTED were arraigned in city court for assault, to which they pleaded not guilty and their cases referred to the grand jury. Malcolm White, Malcolm X, Chief Lieutenant of Elijah Poole, Elijah Muhammad, was present and made statements to the press, radio, and TV stations. The hall on North Street was kept under surveillance, and on January 13 about 8:45 p.m. fire engines responded to an anonymous call of a fire over Buddy's Casino. On arrival at the hall, the firemen were blocked from entering the building by a group of Muslims who blocked the entranceway leading upstairs. John B. Strickland, John B. X, of Mosque, number 23, Buffalo, NY was the spokesman for the group that was blocking the door. There was no indication that any fire was in progress, so the firemen left. On February 8, after the grand jury had heard the assault and resisting arrest charges against Redacted and REDACTED, it indicted 16 members who were present on January 6 for inciting a riot and assault third degree. All of the warrants were served with the exception of 2 who could not be located, redacted and redacted. On February 15 the defendants were released on $500 bail, each. Bail was posted by Malcolm X. White and their attorney. Malcolm X's real name is Malcolm Little, born in Omaha, Neb. This group started its activities in Rochester in the middle 50s and at present have about 15 to 20 hardcore members. We also have the names, addresses, and some photographs of other members and ex-members of this group. If we come across any information which we feel you might use, we will send it to you. Enclosed, please find a list of the Muslims who were in attendance at the meeting on January 6 and also photos and records of the persons arrested. Very truly yours, William M. Lombard, Chief of Police. By James J. Cavity, Detective Captain. Malcolm X attends March on Washington. Whether at college lectures, debates with civil rights leaders, or in television interviews, Malcolm X struggled in the early 1960s to uphold the subdued political stance of Elijah Muhammad. In 1962 Muhammad stressed the need for less incendiary political rhetoric to Malcolm, who had hoped to attend a discussion concerning the Civil Rights Bill. If you care to visit the discussion, Muhammad wrote, you must remember how we must steer away from being classified as an actual political party under the disguise of religion. Muhammad was concerned in part because of the tax benefit given the group for its incorporated religious affiliation. However, he was also a deeply practical leader who saw radical social action as an obstacle to the class aspirations of his economic and spiritual program. As much as he appreciated the publicity garnered by sociological studies such as C. Eric Lincoln's The Black Muslims in America and E. U. S. Enudum's Black Nationalism, A Search for an Identity in America, Muhammad disagreed with the thesis that the NOI was essentially black nationalism masquerading as religion. Amid these concerns, Muhammad strictly forbade all NOI members from attending the March on Washington to be held August 28, 1963. At a meeting at Mosque No. 7 earlier that month, Malcolm informed the audience that anyone attending the march would receive a 90-day suspension. If anyone belonged to a union that required their participation, Malcolm admonished, they had better get sick too. As the date of the march approached, Malcolm continued to staunchly represent Muhammad's stance and was quoted just days before it in the Los Angeles Times as saying, "No Muslim will be involved. Neither directly nor indirectly." 3. However, on the evening after the march, a reporter for the socialist newspaper The Militant encountered the Muslim leader, who admitted to witnessing the events from the sidelines. Malcolm chided it as being a good show like the Rose Bowl, but added that revolution is not a halfway process, you are either free or you aren't free. Journalist Peter Goldman also recalled being led by Louis Lomax to a prominent cocktail party that night, where they witnessed a crowd gravitating toward Malcolm. Although it may have been to keep an eye on Malcolm, Elijah Muhammad's son Herbert also attended the march after securing a press pass as the NOI's photographer. 5. The NOI went to lengths to cast Malcolm's participation in the march as a premeditated critique, rather than blatant disregard for Muhammad's instructions. An article in Muhammad Speaks recounted a speech at Los Angeles Embassy Auditorium in which Malcolm called the march a farce, subsidized by white liberals and stage-managed by President Kennedy. 6. In reality, though, Malcolm disobeyed strict orders not to attend the March on Washington, and his address in Los Angeles foreshadowed the public critique of President Kennedy that would cement his formal ousting from the Nation of Islam. He remarked that the present Negro leadership was talking about a civil rights revolution. But revolution is not a halfway process, he added. You are either free or not free. There was, he said, a revolutionary tradition in this country from George Washington to the abolitionists. Because the Muslims are independent of the white power structure, they are, he declared, in the tradition of these revolutionaries. That is why we are the most slandered organization in the U.S. August 8, 1963. From, Patrolman Edwin B. Cooper, Shield Number 20096, BSS. 2, Commanding Officer, Bureau of Special Services. Subject, Interview of Malcolm X. March on Washington on August 28, 1963. 1 On Wednesday, August 7, 1963, Detective William K. DeFawcett, Shield Number 631, of this command, accompanied by the undersigned, visited the Muslim restaurant, 113 Lenox Avenue, Manhattan, and interviewed Malcolm X relative to the subject matter listed above. 2 Malcolm X stated that his organization will not take part in this mass demonstration in Washington on August 28, but that he would be in Washington at this time holding a religious ceremony in connection with the opening of a new mosque in Washington. 3 Minister Malcolm X further stated that when the white man heard about this mass demonstration in the beginning, which was to consist of sit-ins etc. on the White House lawn, airports, and other public grounds, he decided to control it. This was done by large contributions of money by the white liberals, such as the $800 by the Taconic Foundation, to keep the so-called Negro leaders in a straitjacket. He believes that the white liberal with large sums of money invested are calling the shots in connection with this march, not the so-called Negro leaders. 4 He stated in closing of this interview that he does not see how, and I quote, these so-called Negro leaders can state that there will not be any incidents in connection with this march. 5 The conditions in the Harlem area, so far as they pertain to this command, will receive continued attention and new developments will be reported. Edwin B. Cooper. PTL. Number 20096 BSS. Peter Goldman Interview, July 12, 2004, Malcolm X Project, 20-22. Goldman, that, to me, is the key, that he was, just as a political figure, was a person of truly an ideal with mainstream political figures all the time. That's been my specialty for 27 years. And Malcolm would put most of them to shame. He was a figure of such complexity and sophistication of political thought. That doesn't mean it always came out right for him. In fact, I think some of it didn't, but in those cases, I'm not sure what the right answer would have been. You know, I fluctuate between days of hope and days of despair, and in my days of despair, I begin to think there was no way out for Malcolm. And I wonder if we'll ever solve the questions that Malcolm was addressing. In my days of hope, I think yes. Begin tape 1, side B. Goldman, at the march, I think, was I tell the story in my book about Louis Lomax spotting me in the lobby there. Lomax and I were pretty good friends. Lomax loved hanging out with people from the national press. He liked feeling part of that, but he also liked being as knowing as he was. He was a guy who was always wired to all the gossip. Malcolm, himself, recognized it. He said, all I know is when I see Lomax going somewhere, I'm going to follow him. Lomax I was very fond of. Anyway, he saw me, and he said, come with me. He didn't tell me what, where, who, what, when, or why, but I followed what I would later discover was Malcolm's rule, and followed Louis. And we went up the elevator into a hotel room. It was a suite, actually. There must have been 50 or so. I think I was the only white guy in the room. And these were upper middle class black folks who had come down for the march and were quite passionate about being there, that was where you had to be. And there was Malcolm, and until I saw him, I had no clue that was what Lomax was leading me to. His attitude, his public attitude toward the march was that this is a picnic, it's a circus, it's meaningless. The farce on Washington he called it, and so on. He was doing a very much muted version of that. He wasn't addressing them. It was more kind of a cocktail party setting. Indeed, there were a lot of bourbon splashing, including into my glass. Laughs. I tried to put it down when I was talking to Malcolm. It was more like a cocktail party and cocktail party conversations, and since he had a great deal of figurehood/celebrity, there's always one power center at a cocktail party, and he was it. And he was doing a muted version, the same rap, but a much muted version. He was respecting their need to be there and to feel part of this day. Q. but he was not supposed to be there. Goldman, he was not supposed to be in town. Q, no, no. I mean within the NOI. He was not supposed to be there. Goldman, that's what I mean. Q, right. Goldman, no, he wasn't supposed to be in town, let alone at the headquarters hotel of the march, talking to marchers and taking a position one way or the other. He was just not this was just not happening. I think, as far as Chicago is. Q, that's right. Roger Wilkins saw him standing under a tree the next day as the march was progressing outside of the mall, not far from the Justice Department, where Roger was working at the time. So his engagement was very much the way you describe in 62 and 63, on the margins, watching something transpire, but he desires to engage, and it's hard for him to stay away. Goldman, oh, I mean, it just radiated that kind of hunger. He knew. I write in the book, and I believed then and believe now, he knew that that was the capital, that was the epicenter of Black America on that day. And the people in the room had to be there, these sort of bourgeois people who were not doing sit-ins and were not marching in the streets or anything, but they had to be there. He had to be there, and that was transparent, even though he was saying, it's a farce on Washington. In the room, as I say, he was doing a more muted version. I got into this silly little thing with him about he said, name me one of these so-called American Negro leaders who's truly nonviolent. And it was a pop quiz, and the first name that flew out of my mouth was Bayard Rustin. And I think, you know, Bayard was not spiritually nonviolent, as some of the SCLC people were, but Bayard was profoundly tactically nonviolent. Q, that's right. He's not Jim Lawson. The Autobiography of Malcolm X. Alex Haley, having just retired from 20 years as a cook and journalist in the U.S. Coast Guard, was living in San Francisco when he began writing freelance in 1959. He met Malcolm X the following year while composing an article on the Nation of Islam for Reader's Digest. After several other articles on Malcolm X and the NOI for the Saturday Evening Post and Playboy, Haley approached Malcolm about the possibility of an autobiography. Haley later recalled that it was one of the few times I have ever seen him uncertain. One with Elijah Muhammad's approval secured, Malcolm conceived of the book as a testament to the spiritual and moral teachings of the Nation of Islam. All proceeds would be donated to the organization. For Haley, a staunch conservative and integrationist who had political misgivings about Malcolm X, the book would serve as a warning of integrationist failings and might prove a popular success that could help launch his still nascent career. In March 1964, for instance, Haley excitedly wrote Ken McCormick about its commercial possibilities, for this man is so hot, a subject, I know you agree, this book is so pregnant with million or more sale potential, that it will be simply criminal, from all of our points of view, if every effort isn't exerted in our respective areas to see it on the book stands by fall too. Correspondence between Alex Haley, his literary agent Paul Reynolds, and Doubleday editor Ken McCormick provides insight into the production of the most influential and enduring representation of Malcolm X. Haley's initial September 1963 outline of the book foreshadows the difficulty he would later face when Malcolm X broke with the NOI. Where the original scheme featured a series of Malcolm's ruminations of a variety of subjects, as well as a section entitled Questions That I Get Asked, the finished product would hurriedly try to sum up the tumultuous final year of Malcolm's life. The first 3 chapters of this early draft follow the final version closely. However, in a later chapter, What the Black Ex-Slave is Costing America, Malcolm planned to discuss the issue of public assistance from slavery through Reconstruction and excoriate the Urban League for its public statement that the Negro is costing this country $28 billion every year. He would return to this theme in the chapter Why Are We Attacked?, calling for the Nation of Islam to be subsidized by the government for providing through its social and moral programs a positive welfare that contrasted with the negative welfare of the government. Another chapter would reproach liberal whites in what Malcolm would later rework in his famous folk metaphor of the fox, white northern liberals, and the wolf, southern racists. Malcolm would also spend a chapter denouncing police brutality, for if there is one thing that every black in America has in common with all the rest, it is that he has at some time or another been exposed to the whims of the police. And this, to untold millions, has symbolized what the white man means by his Bill of Rights for the black man. Several essay chapters were also eventually cut from the final book after Malcolm's death, including 3 mentioned in Haley's January 1964 letter, The Negro, The End of Christianity, and 20 Million Black Muslims. For perhaps more important for readers of the autobiography who have wondered about the conspicuous absence of Malcolm's impressions of African decolonization, one of the final chapters was scheduled to be entitled, What the Emergence of Africa Did for the Black Man. And finally, anticipating the well-known Black Panther Party's 10-point program of the late 1960s, Malcolm would lay out the NOI's central tenets in a section called What We Muslims Want, What We Believe 5. Haley also noted changes in Malcolm's disposition, quoting from what he described as the most intimate letter he ever received from Malcolm, a description of a trip he and his brother made to Kalamazoo, Michigan. It may shock you to learn that 2 weeks ago, Malcolm wrote, I had dinner with my mother for the first time in 25 years and she is now home and residing with my brother Philbert in Lansing, Michigan. Malcolm described the catharsis of visiting his mother and how it loosened him to Haley's probing questions. It was only after opening up and speaking quite freely about her to you during the interview that the subconscious block I had erected was removed, enabling me to remember many things that I had actually blocked out of my mind. 6. Haley's letters not only revealed Malcolm's shifting sensibilities, but also his own motivations. According to Haley, Malcolm agreed to an unchecked afterword by his co-author. Here, Haley hoped to hit very hard, speaking from the point of view of the Negro who has tried to do all of the things that are held up as the pathway to enjoying the American dream, and who, if not I personally, so many are, so often gets disillusioned, sick and disappointed. While frustrated with the glacial pace of change, Haley clearly did not see the NOI as an answer but rather a product of democratic failings. I plan to look at America and at the society which has produced the black Muslims, he wrote. And I am going to give some courses that every American and every Christian needs to subjectively wrestle with. 7. Unfortunately, around the time of Malcolm's assassination, many of the provocative essay chapters were removed. Moreover, while Haley had excitedly noted Malcolm's commercial potential the previous year, following his death, he had in fact become too hot for the publishers at Doubleday. Amid threats to the lives of Elijah Muhammad and Muhammad Ali as well as the burning of Mosque No. 7, Ken McCormick regretfully wrote Alex Haley that in a policy decision at Doubleday, where I was a minor, contrary vote, it was decided that we could not publish the Malcolm X book. The editor described calling Paul Reynolds and instructing him to shop the manuscript elsewhere. The hardest thing I ever had to do. 8. The decision would go down as one of the most disastrous marketing moves in Doubleday's history, as the book sold over 6 million copies for Grove Press by 1977, establishing itself as one of the most important autobiographical works in American history. March 16, 1965. Dear Alex, I think the hardest thing I ever had to do was to call Paul Reynolds and ask him to show the autobiography of Malcolm X to other publishers. In a policy decision at Doubleday, where I was a minor, contrary vote, it was decided that we could not publish the Malcolm X book. I want you to know how much I respect the enormous energy and inspiration you poured into that book. I'm sorry we aren't going to have the privilege of publishing it, but I hope it doesn't mean the end of the relationship between us. I loved the book you described in the restaurant that day, and I hope we'll have the privilege of publishing that. Best personal wishes. Yours, Ken McCormick. Mr. Alex Haley. Box 110. Rome, New York. KMCC/PW. Malcolm X in California. Elijah Muhammad's bronchial asthma was upgraded to acute in 1961, and he subsequently made his permanent home in the arid climate of Phoenix, Arizona. His absence furthered the schism in leadership that came to a head at the 1963 Savior's Day Convention. There Malcolm acted as master of ceremonies in lieu of the ailing figurehead, only exacerbating tensions between him and the already hostile Muhammad family. After attending the March on Washington in August, Malcolm embarked on a speaking tour of California, marking his first extended visit to the state since the Stokes murder in April 1962. Not surprisingly, Muhammad found the trip unnecessary and suggested that his national minister was traveling too frequently. However, with speaking engagements already secured, he accepted that it was best for Malcolm to follow through on his commitments. For nearly 2 weeks, in what would be his last West Coast tour, Malcolm stopped in cities such as San Diego, Los Angeles, Fresno, Santa Barbara, Sacramento, Oakland, and San Francisco. Malcolm's speeches ranged from a guest lecture combined with musical guests Richard Groove Holmes and Teddy Edwards in Los Angeles to a panel discussion at University of California, Berkeley. He did not hesitate to criticize the Los Angeles police about the 1962 police brutality case, nor did he spare popular civil rights leaders, adding that although the white man is our first and main enemy, our second enemy are the Uncle Toms such as Martin Luther King and his turn the other cheek method won. Despite making the usual perfunctory references to Elijah Muhammad and his economic and religious program, Malcolm's speeches also began to incorporate a secular political tone. In the most significant of his speeches on the West Coast, Malcolm delivered an address entitled America's Gravest Crisis Since the Civil War, to a crowd of 4,000 at Berkeley. In Richmond he claimed that where civil rights would fail because it was a government-controlled revolution, the Black Revolution of the NOI would succeed since it was controlled by God. 2 He also delivered his Farce on Washington speech before 2,000 at Los Angeles Embassy Auditorium before returning to New York on October 18 to give a report to Mosque No. 7 on the condition of blacks on the West Coast. 3 While many aspects of Malcolm's California tour represented the old rhetoric of religious apocalypse and racial separation, his biting political criticism of the Catholic administration, which offered a civil rights bill, but no civil rights, continued to anticipate his fateful comment concerning Kennedy's assassination in the coming months. Malcolm X, the No. 2 national leader of the Black Muslims, last night called on Fresno Negroes to stop trying to integrate the city's schools and neighborhoods. Instead, he said, they should concentrate on doing away with crime, vice, and promiscuity in their own community, be polite and get off welfare. In a speech before 250 persons during a dinner and fundraising rally in the Edison Social Club and during a press conference in the Hotel Californian, the Muslims' New York City leader also accused Fresno and Los Angeles of religious persecution because of the court cases involving Muslims in the two cities. 30 whites attend. In the audience at the dinner and rally were about 30 whites, including a dozen Fresno State College sociology students. The whites were required to sit separate from the Negroes. Malcolm X was alternately soft-spoken, fiery and even inflammatory, but never lost his composure. He was detained for more than an hour after his talk at the rally for an informal question and answer session with both whites and Negroes. Some whites became argumentative, but Malcolm X's quick and broad smile kept the tension to a minimum. Plainclothes policemen were in attendance, but there were no incidents. During his press conference, his talk and the informal discussion, Malcolm X contended. 1. The white man will not give up his job to a Negro without violence. The white man hasn't enough jobs for himself. If Negroes try to take white men's jobs, it may lead to a race war. Instead, Negroes should start their own businesses and industry and create their own jobs. 2. Muslims must never be the aggressor, but if the white man puts a hand on us, we will fight, and we don't care what the odds. A murderer of a Muslim must be murdered. An eye for an eye. A tooth for a tooth. Life for life. If it's his, the Muslim's, price of freedom, he won't hesitate to pay the price, his life. The day is past when the Negro will turn the other cheek. These statements drew the heaviest applause at the rally. 3. The Muslims want to return to Africa but would accept as an alternative a part of the United States as a separate black nation. However, we don't want to separate because we hate him, the white. We want to separate because he's doomed. We see doom ahead for America. We want to swim out. We religiously believe America is doomed. Elijah Muhammad, the Muslims' leader, is a minor Moses who will lead the 20 million American Negroes to Africa or to their own nation. When they have their own nation, the Negroes would continue to trade and communicate with whites but would not integrate with them. For the Negro and the white are biologically different. The black man was created first, Malcolm X implied, but would never say the black man is superior. 5. The American white man is the most hated man on earth. He even hates himself. Maybe the country should be given back to the Indians. We can go back to Africa. But the white man can't go back to Europe. They don't want him. 6. The masses of the Negroes are fed up with the white liberal. The white liberal points out what is going on in the South but tries to hide what is going on in the North. The white fox in the North is even more cruel than the southern wolf. The white person uses integration for infiltration. By joining, he strangles your militancy. 7. Negroes should not celebrate the 4th of July because it was not your independence. 8. The National Association for the Advancement of Colored People has done some good and we're thankful for what they have done. But they are outdated. They are a white head on a black body. They don't speak for the masses. They speak for the upper class Negro. Even if you solve every problem of the upper class, you haven't solved the Negro problem. 9. The March on Washington was a farce. The militant Negroes who had planned to go, did not go. The Kennedy administration, identified as white liberals, took over control of the march, dictating where the marchers would march, also when they would arrive, when they would leave, what signs they would carry and even what they would sing. 10. Tension between the Negroes and the whites is going to get worse before it gets better. The government should talk with and listen to Elijah Muhammad instead of the Negro leaders it talks with now. Makes introduction. Malcolm X was introduced by Otis T. Morrow, who identified himself as Otis X, the minister of Muhammad's mosque at 420 Fresno Street. He is on trial in the municipal court on a charge of contributing to the delinquency of a minor. Malcolm said the city is practicing religious persecution by taking Morrow to court for encouraging 2 teenage boys to attend services. Law enforcement officers accuse Morrow of encouraging the boys to attend against the wishes of the boys' parents. A collection was taken to assist in paying legal fees for Morrow's case and other court cases, including the recently concluded trial in Los Angeles involving Muslims who were in a fight with the police. 1 Muslim was shot and killed by the police and others were injured. Malcolm X said 6 of the jurors who heard the trial in Los Angeles complained later the Muslims did not get a fair trial. Hugh Wesley Goodwin, a past president of the Fresno branch of the NAACP and the attorney who is defending Morrow in the trial, spoke briefly. He said umpteen proposals are being offered Fresno Negroes as solutions to their problems, and concluded, "Fear and distrust plague the Negro community today. This should be eliminated by discussing every theory. This fear, this distrust, to a great extent, may result from misunderstanding." Malcolm X tells about White Fox, Hartford Courant, October 13, 1963. Berkeley, California. AP, Malcolm X, a leader in the Negro Black Muslim movement, Friday told 4,000 University of California students the parable of the white fox of the North and the white wolf of the South. The white fox, he said, is a symbol of the so-called white liberal who strangles Negro efforts by infiltrating our groups and posing as our friends. At least, he said, the Negro knows where he stands with the white wolf of the South. Malcolm said the only way to avoid bloodshed in America's racial crisis is to establish a separate Negro nation at the expense of the federal government. This country got 310 years of free labor from Negro slaves they should pay to set the Negroes up on their own now, he said. Message to the grassroots. Although he could not possibly have anticipated it, the last 2 months of 1963 would come to define the trajectory of Malcolm X's final year. First, Malcolm dined with his mother for the first time in 25 years, she was then released from Kalamazoo State Hospital into the care of his brother Filbert, in their hometown of Lansing, Michigan. A week later Malcolm delivered one of his most legendary speeches, Message to the Grassroots, to nearly 2,000 listeners at the Northern Negro Grassroots Leadership Conference held at Detroit's King Solomon Baptist Church. Considered to be one of the top 100 American speeches of the 20th century, Malcolm's address unified many of the strands of black nationalism, Pan-Africanism, and Third World revolutionary thought that had been emerging in his ideas for years. One scholar Richard Brand Turner has described the address as a classic black nationalist speech. That was an important signal to insiders and outsiders that Malcolm X had outgrown the political conservatism of the Nation of Islam. 2. Indeed, sponsored by Albert Klege's Freedom Now Party, the speech was recognized by many outside the NOI as a move toward the radical left. Detroit activist Grace Lee Boggs later recalled having a similar impression of the speech. His speech was so analytical, so much less nationalist and more internationalist than Malcolm's previous speeches, that I whispered in the ear of Rev. Klege, who was sitting next to me on the platform, Malcolm's going to split with Elijah Muhammad. 3. Likewise, Gloria Richardson, who first met Malcolm X at the speech and went on to collaborate with him in the Civil Rights Organization Act, remembered, that was when I really wondered how long it would be before he broke with the NOI. 4. The rhetorical markers that to many signaled an ideological shift were Malcolm's connections between anti-colonialism and the struggle of blacks in the U.S. He drew heavily upon aspects of his farce on Washington speech, and Message to the Grassroots has become his most well-known excoriation of the so-called Big Six: Martin Luther King Jr., James Farmer, John Lewis, A. Philip Randolph, Roy Wilkins, and Whitney Young, and the March on Washington, which he derided as a picnic and a circus. Again, using the parable of the house Negro and the field Negro, Malcolm distinguished between a Negro and black revolution, as he had done in the previous month on the West Coast. He claimed that a revolution centered on nonviolent activism was not revolutionary at all. Revolution is bloody, revolution is hostile, revolution knows no compromise. If you're afraid of black nationalism, you're afraid of revolution. And if you love revolution, you love black nationalism. 5. Ultimately, giving such a speech in Detroit, the center of labor activity and black working class radicalism in the 1960s, opened Malcolm X to an entirely new audience from that of the NOI. Of all our studies, history is best qualified to reward our research. And when you see that you've got problems, all you have to do is examine the historic method used all over the world by others who have problems similar to yours. Once you see how they got theirs straight, then you know how you can get yours straight. There's been a revolution, a black revolution, going on in Africa. In Kenya, the Mau Mau were revolutionary. They were the ones who brought the word uhuru to the fore. The Mau Mau, they were revolutionary. They believed in scorched earth, they knocked everything aside that got in their way, and their revolution also was based on land, a desire for land. In Algeria, the northern part of Africa, a revolution took place. The Algerians were revolutionists, they wanted land. France offered to let them be integrated into France. They told France, to hell with France, they wanted some land, not some France. And they engaged in a bloody battle. So I cite these various revolutions, brothers and sisters, to show you that you don't have a peaceful revolution. You don't have a turn the other cheek revolution. There's no such thing as a nonviolent revolution. The only kind of revolution that is nonviolent is the Negro Revolution. The only revolution in which the goal is loving your enemy is the Negro Revolution. It's the only revolution in which the goal is a desegregated lunch counter, a desegregated theater, a desegregated park, and a desegregated public toilet. You can sit down next to white folks on the toilet. That's no revolution. Revolution is based on land. Land is the basis of all independence. Land is the basis of freedom, justice, and equality. The white man knows what a revolution is. He knows that the black revolution is worldwide in scope and in nature. The black revolution is sweeping Asia, is sweeping Africa, is rearing its head in Latin America. The Cuban Revolution, that's a revolution. They overturned the system. Revolution is in Asia, revolution is in Africa, and the white man is screaming because he sees revolution in Latin America. How do you think he'll react to you when you learn what a real revolution is? You don't know what a revolution is. If you did, you wouldn't use that word. Revolution is bloody, revolution is hostile, revolution knows no compromise, revolution overturns and destroys everything that gets in its way. And you, sitting around here like a knot on the wall, saying, I'm going to love these folks no matter how much they hate me. No, you need a revolution. Whoever heard of a revolution where they lock arms, as Rev. Cleage was pointing out beautifully, singing We Shall Overcome? You don't do that in a revolution. You don't do any singing, you're too busy swinging. It's based on land. A revolutionary wants land so he can set up his own nation, an independent nation. These Negroes aren't asking for any nation, they're trying to crawl back on the plantation. When you want a nation, that's called nationalism. When the white man became involved in a revolution in this country against England, what was it for? He wanted this land so he could set up another white nation. That's white nationalism. The American Revolution was white nationalism. The French Revolution was white nationalism. The Russian Revolution too, yes, it was white nationalism. You don't think so? Why do you think Khrushchev and Mao can't get their heads together? White nationalism. All the revolutions that are going on in Asia and Africa today are based on what? Black nationalism. A revolutionary is a black nationalist. He wants a nation. I was reading some beautiful words by Rev. Cleage, pointing out why he couldn't get together with someone else in the city because all of them were afraid of being identified with black nationalism. If you're afraid of black nationalism, you're afraid of revolution. And if you love revolution, you love black nationalism. To understand this, you have to go back to what the young brother here referred to as the house Negro and the field Negro back during slavery. There were two kinds of slaves, the house Negro and the field Negro. The house Negroes, they lived in the house with master, they dressed pretty good, they ate good because they ate his food what he left. They lived in the attic or the basement, but still they lived near the master, and they loved the master more than the master loved himself. They would give their life to save the master's house quicker than the master would. If the master said, we got a good house here, the house Negro would say, yeah, we got a good house here. Whenever the master said we, he said we. That's how you can tell a house Negro. If the master's house caught on fire, the house Negro would fight harder to put the blaze out than the master would. If the master got sick, the house Negro would say, what's the matter, boss, we sick. We sick. He identified himself with his master, more than his master identified with himself. And if you came to the house Negro and said, let's run away, let's escape, let's separate, the house Negro would look at you and say, man, you crazy. What you mean, separate? Where is there a better house than this? Where can I wear better clothes than this? Where can I eat better food than this? That was that house Negro. In those days he was called a house nigger. And that's what we call them today, because we've still got some house niggers running around here. This modern house niggo loves his master. He wants to live near him. He'll pay 3 times as much as the house is worth just to live near his master, and then brag about I'm the only Negro out here. I'm the only one on my job. I'm the only one in this school. You're nothing but a house Negro. And if someone comes to you right now and says, let's separate, you say the same thing that the house Negro said on the plantation. What you mean, separate? From America, this good white man? Where you going to get a better job than you get here? I mean, this is what you say. I ain't left nothing in Africa, that's what you say. Why, you left your mind in Africa. On that same plantation, there was the field Negro. The field Negroes, those were the masses. There were always more Negroes in the field than there were Negroes in the house. The Negro in the field caught hell. He ate leftovers. In the house they ate high up on the hog. The Negro in the field didn't get anything but what was left of the insides of the hog. They call it chitlings nowadays. In those days they called them what they were, guts. That's what you were, gut eaters. And some of you are still gut eaters. The field Negro was beaten from morning to night. He lived in a shack, in a hut. He wore old, cast-off clothes. He hated his master. I say he hated his master. He was intelligent. That house Negro loved his master, but that field Negro, remember, they were in the majority, and they hated the master. When the house caught on fire, he didn't try to put it out. That field Negro prayed for a wind, for a breeze. When the master got sick, the field Negro prayed that he'd die. If someone came to the field Negro and said, "Let's separate, let's run," he didn't say, "Where we going?" He'd say, "Any place is better than here." You've got field Negroes in America today. I'm a field Negro. The masses are the field Negroes. When they see this man's house on fire, you don't hear the little Negroes talking about our government is in trouble. They say, the government in trouble. Imagine a Negro, our government. I even heard one say, our astronauts. They won't even let him near the plant, and our astronauts? Our Navy, that's a Negro that is out of his mind, a Negro that is out of his mind. Just as the slave master of that day used Tom, the house Negro, to keep the field Negroes in check, the same old slave master today has Negroes who are nothing but modern Uncle Toms, 20th century Uncle Toms, to keep you and me in check, to keep us under control, keep us passive and peaceful and nonviolent. That's Tom making you nonviolent. It's like when you go to the dentist, and the man's going to take your tooth. You're going to fight him when he starts pulling. So he squirts some stuff in your jaw called Novocaine, to make you think they're not doing anything to you. So you sit there, and because you've got all of that Novocaine in your jaw, you suffer peacefully. Blood running all down your jaw, and you don't know what's happening. Because someone has taught you to suffer peacefully. The white man does the same thing to you in the street, when he wants to put knots on your head and take advantage of you and not have to be afraid of your fighting back. To keep you from fighting back, he gets these old religious Uncle Toms to teach you and me, just like Novocaine, to suffer peacefully. Don't stop suffering, just suffer peacefully. As Rev. Cleage pointed out, they say you should let your blood flow in the streets. This is a shame. You know he's a Christian preacher. If it's a shame to him, you know what it is to me. There is nothing in our book, the Quran, that teaches us to suffer peacefully. Our religion teaches us to be intelligent. Be peaceful, be courteous, obey the law, respect everyone, but if someone puts his hand on you, send him to the cemetery. That's a good religion. In fact, that's that old-time religion. That's the one that Ma and Pa used to talk about, an eye for an eye, and a tooth for a tooth, and a head for a head, and a life for a life. That's a good religion. And nobody resents that kind of religion being taught but a wolf, who intends to make you his meal. This is the way it is with the white man in America. He's a wolf and you're sheep. Any time a shepherd, a pastor, teaches you and me not to run from the white man and, at the same time, teaches us not to fight the white man, he's a traitor to you and me. Don't lay down a life all by itself. No, preserve your life, it's the best thing you've got. And if you've got to give it up, let it be even Stephen. The slave master took Tom and dressed him well, fed him well, and even gave him a little education, gave him a long coat and a top hat, and made all the other slaves look up to him. Then he used Tom to control them. The same strategy that was used in those days is used today, by the same white man. He takes a Negro, a so-called Negro, and makes him prominent, builds him up, publicizes him, makes him a celebrity. And then he becomes a spokesman for Negroes and a Negro leader. I would like to mention just one other thing quickly, and that is the method that the white man uses, how the white man uses the big guns, or Negro leaders, against the Negro Revolution. They are not a part of the Negro Revolution. They are used against the Negro Revolution. When Martin Luther King failed to desegregate Albany, Georgia, the civil rights struggle in America reached its low point. King became bankrupt almost, as a leader. The Southern Christian Leadership Conference was in financial trouble, and it was in trouble, period, with the people when they failed to desegregate Albany, Georgia. Other Negro civil rights leaders of so-called national stature became fallen idols. As they became fallen idols, began to lose their prestige and influence, local Negro leaders began to stir up the masses. In Cambridge, Maryland, Gloria Richardson, in Danville, Virginia, and other parts of the country, local leaders began to stir up our people at the grassroots level. This was never done by these Negroes of national stature. They control you, but they have never incited you or excited you. They control you, they contain you, they have kept you on the plantation. As soon as King failed in Birmingham, Negroes took to the streets. King went out to California to a big rally and raised I don't know how many thousands of dollars. He came to Detroit and had a march and raised some more thousands of dollars. And recall, right after that Roy Wilkins attacked King. He accused King and Core Congress of racial equality, of starting trouble everywhere and then making the NAACP National Association for the Advancement of Colored People get them out of jail and spend a lot of money. They accused King and Core of raising all the money and not paying it back. This happened, I've got it in documented evidence in the newspaper. Roy started attacking King, and King started attacking Roy, and farmers started attacking both of them. And as these Negroes of national stature began to attack each other, they began to lose their control of the Negro masses. The Negroes were out there in the streets. They were talking about how they were going to march on Washington. Right at that time Birmingham had exploded, and the Negroes in Birmingham, remember, they also exploded. They began to stab the crackers in the back and bust them upside their head. Yes, they did. That's when Kennedy sent in the troops, down in Birmingham. After that, Kennedy got on the television and said this is a moral issue. That's when he said he was going to put out a civil rights bill. And when he mentioned civil rights bill and the Southern crackers started talking about how they were going to boycott or filibuster it, then the Negroes started talking about what? That they were going to march on Washington, march on the Senate, march on the White House, march on the Congress, and tie it up, bring it to a halt, not let the government proceed. They even said they were going out to the airport and lay down on the runway and not let any airplanes land. I'm telling you what they said. That was revolution. That was revolution. That was the Black Revolution. It was the grassroots out there in the street. It scared the white man to death, scared the white power structure in Washington, D.C., to death. I was there. When they found out that this black steamroller was going to come down on the Capitol, they called in Wilkins, they called in Randolph, they called in these national Negro leaders that you respect and told them, call it off. Kennedy said, look, you all are letting this thing go too far. And old Tom said, boss, I can't stop it, because I didn't start it. I'm telling you what they said. They said, I'm not even in it, much less at the head of it. They said, these Negroes are doing things on their own. They're running ahead of us. And that old shrewd fox, he said, if you all aren't in it, I'll put you in it. I'll put you at the head of it. I'll endorse it. I'll welcome it. I'll help it. I'll join it. A matter of hours went by. They had a meeting at the Carlisle Hotel in New York City. The Carlisle Hotel is owned by the Kennedy family. That's the hotel Kennedy spent the night at, 2 nights ago. It belongs to his family. A philanthropic society headed by a white man named Stephen Currier called all the top civil rights leaders together at the Carlisle Hotel. And he told them, by you all fighting each other, you are destroying the civil rights movement. And since you're fighting over money from white liberals, let us set up what is known as the Council for United Civil Rights Leadership. Let's form this council, and all the civil rights organizations will belong to it, and we'll use it for fundraising purposes. Let me show you how tricky the white man is. As soon as they got it formed, they elected Whitney Young as its chairman, and who do you think became the co-chairman? Stephen Currier, the white man, a millionaire. Powell was talking about it down at Cobo Hall today. That is what he was talking about. Powell knows it happened. Randolph knows it happened. Wilkins knows it happened. King knows it happened. Every one of that big six, they know it happened. Once they formed it, with the white man over it, he promised them and gave them $800,000 to split up among the big six, and told them that after the march was over they'd give them $700,000 more. $1.5 million split up between leaders that you have been following, going to jail for, crying crocodile tears for. And they're nothing but Frank James and Jesse James and the what do you call 'em brothers. As soon as they got the setup organized, the white man made available to them top public relations experts, opened the news media across the country at their disposal, which then began to project these big six as the leaders of the march. Originally they weren't even in the march. You were talking this march talk on Hastings Street, you were talking march talk on Lenox Avenue, and on Fillmore Street, and on Central Avenue, and 32nd Street and 63rd Street. That's where the march talk was being talked. But the white man put the big six at the head of it, made them the march. They became the march. They took it over. And the first move they made after they took it over, they invited Walter Reuther, a white man, they invited a priest, a rabbi, and an old white preacher, yes, an old white preacher. The same white element that put Kennedy into power, labor, the Catholics, the Jews, and liberal Protestants, the same clique that put Kennedy in power, joined the March on Washington. It's just like when you've got some coffee that's too black, which means it's too strong. What do? You integrate it with cream, you make it weak. But if you pour too much cream in it, you won't even know you ever had coffee. It used to be hot, it becomes cool. It used to be strong, it becomes weak. It used to wake you up, now it puts you to sleep. This is what they did with the March on Washington. They joined it. They didn't integrate it, they infiltrated it. They joined it, became a part of it, took it over. And as they took it over, it lost its militancy. It ceased to be angry, it ceased to be hot, it ceased to be uncompromising. Why, it even ceased to be a march. It became a picnic, a circus. Nothing but a circus, with clowns and all. You had one right here in Detroit, I saw it on television with clowns leading it, white clowns and black clowns. I know you don't like what I'm saying, but I'm going to tell you anyway. Because I can prove what I'm saying. If you think I'm telling you wrong, you bring me Martin Luther King and A. Philip Randolph and James Farmer and those other three, and see if they'll deny it over a microphone. No, it was a sellout. It was a takeover. When James Baldwin came in from Paris, they wouldn't let him talk, because they couldn't make him go by the script. Burt Lancaster read the speech that Baldwin was supposed to make, they wouldn't let Baldwin get up there, because they know Baldwin is liable to say anything. They controlled it so tight, they told those Negroes what time to hit town, how to come, where to stop, what signs to carry, what song to sing, what speech they could make, and what speech they couldn't make, and then told them to get out of town by sundown. And every one of those Toms was out of town by sundown. Now I know you don't like my saying this. But I can back it up. It was a circus, a performance that beat anything Hollywood could ever do, the performance of the year. Reuther and those other three devils should get an Academy Award for the best actors because they acted like they really loved Negroes and fooled a whole lot of Negroes. And the 6 Negro leaders should get an award too, for the best supporting cast. Chickens coming home to roost. In early August 1963, Prior to his instructions regarding the March on Washington, Elijah Muhammad wrote to Malcolm X with another warning: be careful about mentioning Kennedy in your talks and printed matters by name, use USA or the American government. On December 1, 1963, Malcolm spoke in place of Muhammad, who again had taken ill. At the Manhattan Center, he delivered a speech entitled God's Judgment of White America before a crowd of 700 made up mostly of Mosque No. 7 members but also including a significant minority of non-Muslim blacks and members of the white press. With NOI National Secretary John Alley in the audience, Malcolm was sure to address the religious aspects of the organization's program, stressing that followers had been practicing the 5 pillars of Islam and making pilgrimages since Muhammad first traveled to the Middle East in 1960. The speech was not altogether void of politics, though, and Malcolm argued as he had in the past several months that the Negro Revolution was controlled by the government and white liberals. Again he implicated Martin Luther King Jr., placing him at the forefront of his critique: revolutions are never peaceful, never loving, never nonviolent. Nor are they compromising. Revolutions are destructive and bloody. 2. However, it was not this tactical political indictment that would earn the ire of Muhammad and the Chicago ruling elite but rather Malcolm's comments during the question and answer period. Despite the explicit instructions handed down by Muhammad, he answered a reporter's question regarding the recent assassination of President Kennedy with the analogy of chickens coming home to roost. Being an old farm boy myself, he said, chickens coming home to roost never did make me sad, they've always made me glad. Although many attending the speech thought little of his statement at the time, the New York Times ran a story the following day with the title Malcolm X scores US and Kennedy, liken slaying to chickens coming home to roost. 3. On December 4, Muhammad announced that the minister had been suspended for 90 days and even cancelled all his own scheduled appearances for a month-long mourning period out of respect for the late president. Muhammad wrote in the NOI's newspaper that although he did not classify Minister Malcolm as a hypocrite, for he is no such man, according to his work, I do think that all must be reminded that anything that we do must be in accord with our policy. For still described in the press as the man rumored to be the next leader of the black Muslims, Malcolm responded to the suspension with his usual humility: yes, I'm wrong. I disobeyed Muhammad's order. He was justified 100%. I agree I need to withdraw from public appearance. 5. The details of Malcolm's suspension were clear. He would retain his administrative duties at Mosque No. 7 but withdraw from all public activity. However, both Malcolm and many mosque members were unsure of exactly how rigidly these boundaries were drawn. The minister continued to make statements to the press when asked over the telephone about his suspension. Likewise, close associates at the mosque spoke to Malcolm in private but knew that such conversations were a direct violation of Muhammad's edict. Malcolm's chicken statement was a public relations faux pas, however, for Muhammad to declare, as he did, in a public telegram, that we with the world are very shocked at the assassination of President Kennedy seemed bizarre for a sect that promoted total separation and political sovereignty. 6. What became painfully clear to many was that Muhammad and Malcolm's enemies in Chicago had seen an opportunity to impose their authority. Such a public suspension restored order, but hostilities quickly escalated to the point where Malcolm's return seemed to all besides Malcolm himself a grave impossibility. If they don't want us, they should send us back to the East. We have friends there. Our friends in the East have for years begged to help us with money and furnish us with a home. I have turned down these offers because I did not want to obligate you to any other nation. Muhammad continued that what he wants is for the United States to give Islam some land, and stated, no nation can survive without having its own land. They owe it to us for using us to develop the country. They should not only give us some land but should also give us money to develop our land. They should give us arms, not to fight them but to protect ourselves from invasions by our friends. Do you know that some of our friends are America's enemies? The white man does not want to integrate because in reality it would mean he would have to give up or share the good things that are now his alone to enjoy. No Muslim could stand by and see his women and children attacked by dogs, cattle prods and fire hoses. The record is clear that Muslims carry no arms, but with the aid of Allah they have always been able to protect themselves. At one of the NOI meetings, which was held on October 13, 1963, Supreme Captain Raymond Sharif spoke and reminded the members of Savior's Day. He stated, "Expenses have increased tremendously, and for the first time in years the messenger has found it necessary to tax his followers a larger amount. Each FOI is being asked to give $150 instead of the usual $125. At one of the FOI meetings, which was held on November 17, 1963, Supreme Captain Raymond Sharif announced that Elijah Muhammad would appear in New York on December 1, 1963. He said that members of MT No. 2 should not go because of the small space available where the messenger would speak. He urged those who had planned to go to New York to put their fare on their Savior's Day gift. Supreme Captain Sharif then criticized the FOI for not coming out regularly to meetings. He said, with almost 400 FOI, there is no reason why we should not have at least one half of them out each meeting. At one of the FOI meetings, which was held on November 22, 1963, Raymond Sharif was in a position to have heard redacted speak as follows. Elijah Muhammad was given the power to lead the black people in America to freedom, justice, and equality. Islam stands for peace. There will be no war between whites and blacks because Allah, with his power, will see that the black people receive justice. The messenger's only weapon is the sword of truth. Don't be surprised at anything that happens, and above all don't feel sorry for what may seem like a tragedy to you. Just remember that Allah is a God of retribution, and also remember that your forefathers suffered murder, maiming, and rape at the hands of the devil. At this same meeting, Supreme Captain Raymond Sharif, after the visitors had been dismissed, spoke as follows to the members present. The death of President Kennedy today was very tragic. You are to show no jubilation about the matter. No matter how you feel, don't talk to your friends or on your jobs about this assassination. The Christians have deep feelings about what has happened, and if you say the wrong thing, you can find yourselves in serious trouble. You might even be killed. Malcolm X FBI file, memo from FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover to Secret Service Chief, December 6, 1963. Date, December 6, 1963. 2. Chief, U.S. Secret Service. From, John Edgar Hoover, Director. Subject, Nation of Islam Internal Security NOI. Redacted had confirmed reports that Malcolm X Little, Minister of the Nation of Islam, NOI, Temple in New York City, and leading NOI spokesman had been suspended from the NOI on December 4, 1963, by Elijah Muhammad for expressing joy over the death of President Kennedy. Malcolm X Little, who spoke at a rally held by the NOI in New York City on December 1, 1963, stated that the late President Kennedy had been twiddling his thumbs at the slaying of South Vietnamese President Ngo Dinh Diem and his brother, Ngo Dinh Nhu. Little added that he never foresaw that the chickens would come home to roost so soon. He also stated, being an old farm boy myself, chickens coming home to roost never did make me sad, they always made me glad. Elijah Muhammad, national leader of the NOI, was scheduled to speak at this New York rally but cancelled his appearance out of respect to the death of President Kennedy and instructed NOI members to make no comments concerning the assassination of the president. The NOI is an all-Negro, anti-white, semi-religious organization which advocates complete separation of the races and teaches extreme hatred of all white men. Miami vacation. Malcolm had entered the second month of his 90-day silencing in January 1964 when he was invited to be a part of Cassius Clay's boxing camp as an advisor in Miami. Clay was just a few days shy of his 22nd birthday and was the consummate underdog poised to challenge defending heavyweight champion Sonny Liston. He had first introduced himself to Malcolm at Mosque No. 2 in Chicago in 1961, after he and his brother Rudy drove from their hometown of Louisville to see Elijah Muhammad speak. However, At the time of Malcolm's visit, the young fighter had yet to formally join the Nation of Islam. For their part, Muhammad and the NOI were reluctant to make any commitments to Clay. In general, the NOI frowned upon sports, especially violent ones, and Clay hardly looked like a horse worth betting upon. However, with Malcolm's suspension still unsettled, he recognized the coup that Clay would represent should he defeat Liston and proclaim himself a follower of Muhammad. The trip to Miami was Malcolm and Betty's first and only vacation together, and he used the time to recraft his image. In his diaries, Malcolm scribbled a series of small blurbs about Malcolm X, the family man, to accompany a portrait of his family with Clay. 1 The photograph was eventually published in both the Amsterdam News and Chicago Defender and was the first time Malcolm publicly presented his family. 2 Although Betty and the children returned after only 4 days, Clay and Malcolm stayed through January 2 before the boxer unorthodoxly broke camp and flew to New York to tour Harlem and attend an NOI rally. Despite still remaining uncommitted, Clay reportedly stated, "I'm a race man, and every time I go to a Muslim meeting I get inspired." Meanwhile, Malcolm was still appealing to Muhammad for reinstatement and the silencing was not suiting him. An FBI memo from Miami reported Malcolm as saying, "If you think Cassius Clay was loud, wait until I start talking on the 1st of March 4. When Malcolm returned to Miami, the heavyweight bout itself was in jeopardy. Clay's rumored ties to the NOI had turned away white fans, and the general public felt the young pugilist had little chance of winning. Malcolm agreed to keep a lower public profile during the final 5 days preceding the fight, though he would still be given a ringside seat with his favorite number, 7. Desperate for reinstatement, Malcolm called Chicago headquarters with a final offer. He would bring a victorious Clay to the annual Savior's Day convention, held only days after the fight, and in return his suspension would be lifted and his old position in Mosque No. 7 and as national minister promptly restored. Unfortunately for Malcolm, at this point the NOI reserved doubts not only about the possibility of Clay's victory but also about the likelihood of the minister's reinstatement. Although Clay became the youngest boxer ever to dethrone the heavyweight champion and soon proclaimed his allegiance to Elijah Muhammad, changing his name to Muhammad Ali, Malcolm X was soon forced to leave the NOI and form his own religious group. His relationship with Clay subsequently diminished to the point that the boxer publicly denounced him later in the same year during a chance meeting in Ghana. Ali clearly understood that allegiances had to be firm, and his word to Elijah Muhammad. Of Malcolm, he concluded, "Man, he's gone. He's gone so far out he's out completely." 5. These are the things you are teaching Cassius? Plimpton asked. He will make up his own mind, said the true revolutionary. 1. The press was incensed at Cassius Clay's behavior before the Liston fight. You could feel it. They wanted straight answers, and they weren't getting them. Usually, particularly with fighters, the direct question of extreme simplicity which is of great moment to the sports writers will get a reply in kind. "Champ," asks the sports writer, "how did you sleep last night and what did you have for breakfast?" When the champ considers the matter and says he slept real fine and had 6 eggs and 4 glasses of milk, the sports writer puts down, "GD sleep 6 eggs 4 gallons milk," on his pad, and a little while later the statistic goes out over Western Union. But with Clay, such a question simply served to unleash an act, an entertainment which included poetry, the brandishing of arms and canes, a chorus thrown in not a dull show by any standard, even if you've seen it a few times before. The press felt that the act it was constantly referred to as an act was born of terror or lunacy. What should have appealed, Cassius surely being the most colorful, if bizarre, heavyweight since, well, John L. Sullivan or Jack Johnson, none of this seemed to work at all. The press's attitude was largely that of the lip-curling disdain the Cambridge police have toward the antics of students healing for the Harvard Lampoon. One of the troubles, I think it occurred to me as I watched Clay at his last press conference on February 24 before the fight, is that his appearance does not suit his manner. His great good looks are wrong for the excessive things he shouts. Archie Moore used the same sort of routine as Clay to get himself a shot at both the light heavyweight and heavyweight championship self-promotion, gags, bizarre suits, a penchant for public speaking, but his character was suited to it, his face with a touch of slyness in it, and always humor. So the press was always very much in his support, and they had much to do with Moore's climb from obscurity. At his training camp outside San Diego, the Salt Mines it is called, where Cassius himself did a tour at the start of his career, Moore has built a staircase in the rocks, 60 or 70 steps, each with a reporter's name painted in red to symbolize the assistance the press gave him. Clay's face, on the other hand, does not show humor. He has a fine grin, but his features are curiously deadpan when the self-esteem begins, which, of course, desperately needs humor as a softening effect. Clay himself bridled at the resentment he caused. It must have puzzled him to be cast as the villain in a fight with Liston, who, on the surface at least, had absolutely no flair or panache except as a symbol of destructiveness. Clay made a short, final address to the newspapermen. "This is your last chance," he said. "It's your last chance to get on the bandwagon. I'm keeping a list of all you people. After the fight is done, we're going to have a roll call up there in the ring. And when I see so-and-so said this fight was a mismatch, why, I'm going to have a little ceremony and some eating is going on, eating of words." His manner was that of the admonishing schoolteacher. The press sat in their rows at the Miami auditorium staring balefully at him. It seemed incredible that a smile or two wouldn't show up on a writer's face. It was so wonderfully preposterous. But I didn't see any. 2. In the corridors around the press headquarters in the Miami auditorium, one was almost sure to run into King Levinsky, a second-rate heavyweight in his prime. He was one of Joe Louis' bums of the month, who fought too long, so that it had affected him, and he is now an ambulatory tie salesman. He would appear carrying his ties, which are labeled with a pair of boxing gloves and his name, in a cardboard box, and he'd get rid of them in jig time. His sales technique was formidable. He would single out a prospect, move down the corridor for him fast, and sweeping an arm around the fellow's neck pull him in close, to within range of a hoarse and somewhat wetly delivered whisper to the ear, "From the king? You buy a tie from the king." The victim, his head in the crook of the fighter's massive arm, would mumble and nod weakly, and fish for his bankroll. Almost everyone had a Levinsky tie, though you didn't see too many people wearing them. When the king appeared around a corner, the press would scatter, some into a row of phone booths set along the corridor. "Levinsky," they'd say, and move off quickly and officiously. Levinsky would peer around, and often he'd pick someone in a phone booth, set his cardboard box down, and shake the booth gently. You'd see him watching the fellow inside, and then the door would open and the fellow would come out and buy his tie. They only cost $1. Sometimes Levinsky, if he knew he'd already sold you a couple of ties, would get you in the crook of his arm and he'd recount things he thought you ought to know about his career. "Joe Louis finished me," he'd say. "In one round that man turned me from a fighter to a guy selling ties." He said this without rancor, as if Louis had introduced him to a chosen calling. "I got rapport now," he'd say this odd phrase, and then he'd let you go. Clay came down the corridors after the weigh-in and Levinsky bounded after him. "He's gonna take you, kid," he hollered. "Liston's gonna take you, make you a guy selling ties, partners with me, kid, you can be partners with me." Clay and his entourage were moving at a lively clip, canes on high, shouting that they were ready to rumble, and it was doubtful the chilling offer got through. At the late afternoon press parties in the bar of the Roni Plaza, the promoters had another fighter at hand, the antithesis of Levinsky, a personable Negro heavyweight, Marty Marshall, the only man to beat Liston. The promoters brought him down from Detroit, his hometown, to impress the writers that Liston wasn't invincible, hoping that this notion would appear in their columns and help promote a gate lagging badly since the fight was universally considered a mismatch. Marshall met Liston 3 times, winning the first, then losing twice, though decking Liston in the second, always baffling him with an unpredictable attack. Liston blamed his one loss on making the mistake of dropping his jaw to laugh at Marshall's maneuvers, and bam, getting it broken with a sudden punch. Marshall didn't strike one as a comic figure. He is a tall, graceful man, conservatively dressed, a pleasant face with small, round, delicate ears, and a quick smile. Greeting him was a complex matter, because he was attended for a while by someone who introduced him by saying, "Shake the hand that broke Sonny Liston's jaw." Since Marshall is an honest man and it was a left hook that did the business, his left would come out, and one had to consider whether to take it with one's own left or with the right, before getting down to the questions. There was almost always a circle around him in the bar. The press couldn't get enough of what it was to be in the ring with Liston. Marshall didn't belittle the experience, after all, he'd been beaten twice, and indeed some of the things he said made one come away with even more respect for the champion. "When I knocked him down with that hook in the second fight, he got up angry," said Marshall. "He hit me 3 shots you shouldn't have thrown at a bull. The first didn't knock me down, but it hurt so much I went down anyway." "Jesus," said one of the reporters. "Does he say anything, I mean when he's angry, can you see it?" "No," said Marshall. "He's silent. He just comes for you." "Jesus," said the reporter again. We all stood around, looking admiringly at Marshall, jiggling the ice in our glasses. One of the writers cleared his throat. "I heard a story about the champion this morning," he said. "He does his road work, you know, out at the Normandy golf course, and there was this greenskeeper working out there, very early, pruning the grass at the edge of a water hazard, the mist coming off the grass, very quiet, spooky, you know, and he hears this noise behind him and there's Liston there, about 10 feet away, looking out of his hood at him, and this guy gives a big scream and pitches forward into the water." "Yeah," said Marshall. He was smiling. "I can see that." 3. Each fighter had his spiritual advisor, his guru at hand. In Liston's camp was Father Murphy, less a religious advisor than a confidant and friend of the champion. In Clay's camp was Malcolm X, who was then one of the high officials of the Black Muslim sect, indeed its most prominent spokesman, though he has since defected to form his own black nationalist political movement. For months he had been silent. Elijah Muhammad, the supreme leader, the messenger of Allah, had muzzled him since November for making intemperate remarks after the assassination of President Kennedy. But he had been rumored to be in Miami, and speculation was strong that he was there to bring Cassius Clay into the Muslim fold. I was riding in a car just after the weigh-in with Archie Robinson, who is Clay's business manager and closest friend, a slightly built young man, not much older than Clay, one would guess, very polite and soft-spoken, and he asked me if I'd like to meet Malcolm X. I said yes, and we drove across Biscayne Bay to the Negro clientele Hampton House Motel in Miami proper, a small-town hotel compared to the Babylon Towers across the bay, with a small swimming pool, a luncheonette, a pitch-dark bar where you had to grope to find a chair, with a dance floor and a band which came on later, and most of the rooms in balconied barracks-like structures out back. It was crowded and very lively, with people in town not only for the fight but also for an invitation golf tournament. I waited at a side table in the luncheonette. Malcolm X came in after a while, moving by the tables very slowly. Elijah Muhammad's ministers, Malcolm X was one of them, are said to emulate him even to the speed of his walk, which is considerable. But the luncheonette was not set up for a swift entrance. The tables were close together, and Malcolm X came by them carefully, a tall, erect man in his 30s, a lean, intelligent face with a long pronounced jaw, a wide mouth set in it which seems caught in a perpetual smile. He was carrying one of the Cassius Clay Camp souvenir canes, and with his horn-rimmed glasses, his slow stately walk, and with Robinson half a step behind him, guiding him, I thought for a second that he'd gone blind. He sat down, unwrapped a package of white peppermints which he picked at steadily, and began talking. Robinson sat with us for a while, but he had things to attend to. I took notes from time to time, scratching them down on the paper tablecloth, then in a notebook. Malcolm X did not seem to mind. He said he was going to be unmuzzled in March, which was only 5 days away. He himself wrote on the tablecloth once in a while, putting down a word he wanted to emphasize. He had an automatic pen and pencil set in his shirt pocket, the clasps initialed FOI on one, Fruit of Islam, which is the military organization within the Muslim temple, and Islam on the other. He wore a red ring with a small crescent. Malcolm X's voice is gentle, and he often smiles broadly, but not with humor, so that the caustic nature of what he is saying is not belied. His manner is distant and grave, and he asks, mocking slightly, "Sir," when a question is not heard or understood, leaning forward and cocking his head. His answers are always skilled, with a lively and effective use of image, and yet as the phrases came I kept thinking of Cassius Clay and his litany. The fighters is more limited, and a different sort of thing, but neither of them ever stumbles over words or ideas or appears balked by a question, so that one rarely has the sense of the brain actually working, but rather that it is engaged in rote, simply a recording apparatus playing back to an impulse. Thus he is truly intractable, Malcolm X, absolutely dedicated, self-assured, self-principled, with that great energy, the true revolutionary. He does not doubt. When give and take of argument is possible, when what Malcolm X says can be doubted, his assurance and position as an extremist give him an advantage in debate. He appreciates that this is so, and it amuses him. The extremist, he said, will always ruin the liberals in debate because the liberals have something too nebulous to sell, or too impossible to sell, like the Brooklyn Bridge. That's why a white segregationalist, what's his name, Kilpatrick, will destroy Farmer, and why William Buckley makes a fool of Norman Mailer, and why Martin Luther King would lose a debate with me. Why King? Because integration is ridiculous, a dream. I am not interested in dreams, but in the nightmare. Martin Luther King, the rest of them, they are thinking about dreams. But then really King and I have nothing to debate about. We are both indicting. I would say to him, you indict and give them hope. I'll indict and give them no hope. I asked him about the remarks that had caused him his muzzling by Elijah Muhammad. His remarks about the assassination had been taken out of context, he said, though it would be the sheerest hypocrisy to suggest that Kennedy was a friend to the Negro. Kennedy was a politician. He wrote down the word on the paper tablecloth with his FOI pencil and circled it, a cold-blooded politician who transformed last year's Civil Rights March on Washington into a crawl by endorsing the march, joining it, though it was supposed to be a protest against the country's leaders, a politician's trick which tamped out the fuse though the powder keg was there. Friend of the Negro? There never had been a politician who was the Negro's friend. Power corrupts. Lincoln. A crooked, deceitful hypocrite, claiming championship to the cause of the Negro who, 100 years later, finds himself singing "We Shall Overcome." The Supreme Court? Its decision is nothing but an act of hypocrisy, 9 Supreme Court justices expert in legal phraseology tangling the words of their decision in such a way that lawyers can dilly-dally over it for years, which of course they will continue to do. I scribbled these phrases, and others, on the paper tablecloth, mildly surprised to see the Muslim maxims in my own handwriting. We talked about practicality, which is the weakest area of the Muslim plans, granted the fires of resentment are justifiably banked. Malcolm X was not particularly concerned. What may be illogical or impractical in the long run is dismissed as not being pertinent to the moment, which is what the Negro must concern himself with. He could sense my frustration at this. It is not easy to dismiss what is practical. He had a peppermint and smiled. I changed the subject and asked him what he did for exercise. I take walks, he said. Long walks. We believe in exercise, physical fitness, but as for commercial sport, that's a racket. Commercial sport is the pleasure of the idle rich. The vice of gambling stems from it. He wrote down the word promoter on the tablecloth with his FOI pencil and circled it. The Negro never comes out ahead, never won in the history of sport. Clay perhaps. Perhaps. He liked talking about Clay. I'm interested in him as a human being, he said. He tapped his head. Not many people know the quality of the mind he's got in there. He fools them. One forgets that though a clown never imitates a wise man, the wise man can imitate the clown. He is sensitive, very humble, yet shrewd with as much untapped mental energy as he has physical power. He should be a diplomat. He has that instinct of seeing a tricky situation shaping up, my own presence in Miami, for example, and resolving how to sidestep it. He knows how to handle people, to get them functioning. He gains strength from being around people. He can't stand being alone. The more people around, the better, just as it takes water to prime a country well. If the crowds are big in there tonight in the Miami auditorium, he's likely to beat Liston. But they won't be. The Jews have heard he's a Muslim and they won't show up. Perhaps they'll show up to see him taken, I said. Sir, he said, with that slight cock of the head. Perhaps. When Cassius said, I am a man of race, Malcolm X went on, it pleased the Negroes. He couldn't eliminate the color factor. But the press and the white people saw it another way. They saw him, suddenly, as a threat. Which is why he has become the villain, why he is booed, the outcast. He seemed pleased with this. Wasn't it possible, I asked, that the braggart, the loudmouth was being booed, not necessarily the black Muslim? After all, Clay had been heartily booed during the Doug Jones fight in Madison Square Garden, and that was before his affiliation with the Muslims was known. You can't tell, replied Malcolm X. But a Negro can feel things in sounds. The booing at the Doug Jones fight was good-natured, I was there, but the booing is now different, defiant, inflamed by the columnists, all of them, critical of Cassius for being a Muslim. And as a fighter, he has tremendous self-confidence, said Malcolm X. I've never heard him mention fear. Anything you're afraid of can whip you. Fear magnifies what you're afraid of. One thing about our religion is that it removes fear. Christianity is based on fear. I remarked that the Muslim religion, since it has its taboos and promises and threats, is also based on fear. One remembers that British soldiers extracted secrets from terrified Muslim captives by threatening to sew them up for a while in a pig's skin. Malcolm X acknowledged that the Muslims had to adapt Islam to their purposes. We are in a cage, he said. What must be taught to the lion in a cage is quite different from what one teaches the lion in the jungle. The Mohammedan abroad believes in a heaven and a hell, a hereafter. Here we believe that heaven and hell are on this earth, and that we are in the hell and must strive to escape it. If we can adapt Islam to this purpose, we should. For people fighting for their freedom, there is no such thing as a bad device. He snorted about peaceful methods. The methods of Gandhi. Another snored. The Indians are hypocrites. Look at Goa. Besides, they are the most helpless people on earth. They succeeded in removing the British only because they outnumbered them, outweighed them, a big dark elephant sitting on a white elephant. In this country the situation is different. The white elephant is huge. But we will catch him. We will catch him when he is asleep. The mice will run up his trunk when he is asleep. Where? They will come out of the alley. The revolution always comes from the alley, from the man with nothing to lose. Never the bourgeois. The poor Negro bourgeois, with his golf clubs, his golfing hat, he waved at the people in the lunchroom. He's so much more frustrated than the Negro in the alley. He gets the doors slapped shut in his face every day. But the explosion won't come from him. Not from the pickets either, or the nonviolent groups, these masochists. They want to be beaten, but it will come from the people watching, spectators for the moment. They're different. You don't know. It is dangerous to suggest that the Negro is nonviolent. There must be retribution. It is proclaimed. If retribution came to the Pharaoh for his enslavement of 600,000, it will come to the white American who enslaved 20 million and robbed their minds. And retribution, That is in the Quran. Sir. The Quran. He said, chapter 22, verse 102. I put the numbers down, thinking to catch him out. I looked later. The verse reads, the day when the trumpet is blown. On that day we assemble the guilty white-eyed, with terror. These are the things you are teaching Cassius. He will make up his own mind. He popped a peppermint in his mouth. We talked a little longer, somewhat aimlessly. He had an appointment with someone, he finally said, and he stood up. The noise of conversation dropped noticeably in the luncheonette as he stood up and walked out, erect and moving slowly, holding his gaudy souvenir cane out in front of him as he threaded his way between the tables. The people in the golfing hats watched him go. 4. I went out into the lobby of the hotel, just standing around there feeling low. A phrase from Kafka, or rather the idea of some phrases from the trial came to me. I looked them up the other day, but I'm not guilty, said K. It's a mistake. Besides, how can a man be guilty? We're all men. True, said the priest, but that's how the guilty talk. The lobby was crowded. I didn't feel comfortable. I went out to the street and stood there, watching the traffic. The cars came by going at 60, none of them taxis. I went back to the lobby. The armchairs, not more than 4 or 5, were occupied. I wouldn't have sat down anyway. Then a fine thing happened. I was talking into the desk telephone, trying to find Archie Robinson, and a Negro, a big fellow, came up and said softly, "Hello, man, how's it?" Smiling somewhat tentatively, as if he wasn't quite sure of himself. I thought he was talking to someone else, but when I glanced up again, his eyes were still fixed on me. "We looked for you in New York when we came through," he said. I recognized him, the great defensive back on the Detroit Lions, Night Train Lane, a good friend. "Train!" I shouted. I could sense people turn. It crossed my mind that Malcolm X might be one of them. "Hey!" I said. "Hey!" Lane looked a little startled. He hadn't remembered me as someone who indulged in such effusive greetings. But he asked me to come back to his room where he had friends, most of them from the golf tournament, dropping in for drinks and beans. I said that would be fine. We went on back. Everyone we passed seemed to know him. "Hey man," they'd call, and he'd grin at them, a strong presence, an uncomplicated confidence, absolutely trusting himself. He had the room next to mine at the Detroit Lions training camp. I was out there, an amateur among the pros, trying to play quarterback and write a book about it, and it was always full of teammates, laughing and carrying on. A record player, set on the floor, was always going in his room, Dinah Washington Records. He had married her earlier in the year, her 9th or 10th husband, I think. The volume was always up, and if you came up from the practice field late, her voice would come at you across the school grounds. She had died later that year. His room was small and full of people. I sat quietly. Train offered me some beans, but I wasn't hungry. He said, "What's wrong with you, man?" "I'm fine," I said. "Hey," someone called across the room. "Was that you in the lunchroom? What you doin' talking to that guy X?" "Well, I was listening to him," I said. "They were telling around," this man said, "that X had a vision he seen Cassius win in a vision. Someone else said that in a fight they'd rather be supported by a Liston left jab than a Malcolm X vision." A big fine hoot of laughter went up, and Night Train said it was the damnedest coincidence, but a horse named Cassius had won one of the early races at Hialeah that afternoon. Perhaps that was Malcolm X's vision. They talked about him this way, easily, matter-of-factly. They could take him or leave him, which for a while I'd forgotten. Malcolm X had said about them, "They all know I'm here in the motel. They come and look at me through the door to see if I got horns, and you can see them turning things over in their minds." 5. The day after he beat Liston, Cassius turned up at a news conference at the Miami Beach Auditorium. The rumor was that he had gone to Chicago for the Muslim celebrations there, and the press was surprised when he appeared, and even more so at his behavior, which was subdued. Since a microphone system had gone out, his voice was almost inaudible. Cries went up which one never expected to hear in Clay's presence. "What's that, Clay? Speak up, Cassius." Archie Robinson took me aside and told me that he and Clay had dropped in on the celebrations at the Hampton House Motel after the fight, but it had been too noisy, so they'd gone home. It was quieter there, and they had been up until 4 a.m. discussing Cassius' new image. I remarked that this was a rare kind of evening to spend after winning the heavyweight championship. I'd met a young singer named D something or other who had been waiting for Clay outside his dressing room after the fight. She had some idea she was going to help Cassius celebrate. She was very pretty. She had a singing engagement at a nightclub called the Sir John. Her mother was with her. She was very anxious, and once in a while when someone would squeeze in or out of the dressing room she'd call out, "Tell Cassius that D." The girl was calm. "I call him Marcellus," she said. "A beautiful name. I can say it over and over." The newspapermen waiting to get into the dressing room looked admiringly at her. "Clay's little fox," they called her, using Clay's generic name for girls' foxes, which is half affectionate and half suspicious. He feels that girls can be sly and sneaky and are to be watched warily. When the new champion finally emerged from his dressing room in a heavy press of entourage, photographers, and newspapermen, he seemed subdued and preoccupied. He didn't glance at D, who was on her toes, waving shyly in his direction. "Marcellus," she called. The crowd, packed in tight around him, moved down the corridor, the photo bulbs flashing. The mother looked quite put out. 6. The living accommodations for Liston and Clay were as different as their fighting styles. Liston had a big place on the beach, a 16-room house next to the Yankees owner, Dan Topping, reportedly very plush, wall-to-wall carpeting, and each room set up like a golf club lounge, a television set going interminably, perhaps someone in front of it, perhaps not, and then invariably a card game. Clay's place was on the mainland, in North Miami, in a low-rent district, a small plain tater white house with louvered windows, a front door with steps leading up to a little porch with room for one chair, a front yard with more chairs set around and shaded by a big ficus tree with leaves dusty from the traffic on 5th Street. His entire entourage stayed there, living dormitory style, 2 or 3 to a room. Outside the yard was almost worn bare. There wasn't a neighborhood child on his way home from school who didn't pass by to see if anything was up. Films were shown there in the evening, outside, the children sitting quietly until the film started. Then the questions and the exclamations would come, Clay explaining things, and you could hardly hear the soundtrack. Only one film kept them quiet. That was the favorite film shown 2 or 3 times, The Invasion of the Body Snatchers, watched wide-eyed in the comforting sounds of the projector and the traffic going by occasionally on 5th Street. When the big moths would show up in the light beam, almost as big as white towels they seemed, a yelp or two would go up, particularly if a body was being snatched at the time, and the children would sway for one another. The children were waiting for Clay when he drove up from his press conference the day after the fight. So was Malcolm X, a camera slung from his neck, his souvenir cane was propped against the ficus tree. The children came for the car, shouting and packing in around so that the doors had to be opened gingerly. Clay got out, towering above them as he walked slowly for a chair in the front yard. The litany started almost as soon as he sat down, the children around him 12 deep, Malcolm X at the periphery, grinning as he snapped pictures. Who's the king of kings? Cassius Clay. Who shook up the world? Cassius Clay. Who's the ugly bear? Sonny Liston. Who's the prettiest? Cassius Clay. Sometimes a girl, a bright girl, just for a change would reply me, pointing a finger at herself when everyone else was shouting Cassius Clay, or she might shout Ray Charles, and the giggling would start around her, and others would join in until Clay, with a big grin, would have to hold up a hand to reorganize the claque and get things straightened out. Neither he nor the children tired of the litany. They kept at it for an hour at a time. Malcolm X left after a while. There were variations, but it was essentially the same, and it never seemed to lack for enthusiasm. The noise carried for blocks. We went inside while this was going on. The main room, with an alcove for cooking, had sofas along the wall. The artifacts of the psychological campaign against Liston were set around signs which read "Set in traps for the big bear," which had been brandished outside his training headquarters, and a valentine, as tall as a man, complete with cherubs, which had been offered Liston and which he had refused. It stood in a corner, next to an easel. Newspapers were flung around. There had been some celebrating the night before, and someone's shoes were in the middle of the room. Souvenir canes were propped up by the side of the stove in the cooking alcove. It was fraternity house clutter. I was standing next to Howard Bingham, Clay's official photographer. "It was fun, wasn't it?" I asked. "Oh my," he said. "We have the best time here." He had joined up with Clay after the George Logan fight in California, about Clay's age, younger perhaps, and shy. He stutters a bit, and he told me that he didn't take their kidding lying down. He said, "I walk around the house and scare people, jump out at them. Or they doze off on the couch, and I sneak around and tickle them on the nose, you know, with a piece of string." Why, I was agitating Cassius for half an hour once when he was dozing off. And I give the hot feet around here, a lot of that. We had a high time. I asked what Cassius winning the championship meant for him. "Well, of course, that must make me the greatest photographer in the world." He couldn't keep a straight face. "Oh please," he said. His shoulders shook. "Well, I'll tell you. I'm going to get me a mohair wardrobe, that's one thing." At the kitchen table Archie Robinson was sorting telegrams, stacked up in the hundreds. He showed me some of them as impersonal as an injunction, from the long sycophantic messages from people they had to scratch around to remember, to the tart challenges from fighters looking to take Clay's title away from him. Clay wasn't bothering with them. He was going strong outside, his voice rising above the babble of children's voices, who shook up the world. Cassius Clay. I wandered back to his room. It was just large enough for a bed, the mattress bare when I looked there, an armchair, with clothes including his bare hunting jacket thrown across it, and a plain teak-colored bureau which had a large-size bottle of Dickinson's Witch Hazel standing on it. A tiny oil painting of a New England harbor scene was on one wall, with a few newspaper articles taped next to it, illustrated, describing Clay at his most flamboyant. A training schedule was taped to the mirror over the bureau. It called for all to rise at 5 a.m. The bedclothes were in a corner. One corner of the mattress was covered with Cassius Clay's signature in a light blue ink, flowery with the CS tall and graceful, along with such graffiti as, "Cassius Clay is next champion of the world, Liston is finished, the next champ, Cassius Clay." Outside, it had all come true. His voice and the answers were unceasing. "You," he was calling to the children, "you all are looking at the champion of the whole wide world." One Miami Vacation Notebook, 1964, Box 1, Folder 5, Malcolm X Collection, Schomburg Center for Research in Black Culture, New York Public Library. 2 Clay celebrates with Malcolm X, Chicago Defender, February 6, 1964, Malcolm X's family and friend, Amsterdam News, February 1, 1964. 3 Cassius Clay almost says he's a Muslim, Amsterdam News, January 25, 1964. 4 Malcolm X FBI file, memo, Miami office, March 3, 1964. 5 Lloyd Garrison, clay makes Malcolm X friend, New York Times, May 18, 1964. Formation of Muslim Mosque Incorporated. The fact that Malcolm X was barred from the Savior's Day convention in late February 1964 left little doubt as to his standing within the NOI. Whatever lingering hope he may have had about being reinstated at the conclusion of his 90-day silencing was quickly extinguished when a letter arrived from NOI officials writing on behalf of Elijah Muhammad. Muhammad dictated the letter from his home in Phoenix and described his formerly prized minister as drunk over publicity and leadership. Furthermore, in the first move of litigious antagonism between Malcolm and Muhammad, the messenger inquired with his chief advisors about the payments for Malcolm's home and suggested that the NOI would soon ask him to vacate. On the other hand, Malcolm had been given 3 months to ponder life outside the NOI and quickly made his move, announcing the formation of a religiously oriented black nationalist organization, Muslim Mosque Incorporated. MMI, which would cooperate with local civil rights actions in the South and elsewhere too. A small group of supporters first met at Malcolm's home to incorporate the new organization on March 9, 1964. Malcolm, Earl Grant, and James 67X Shabazz were elected trustees for exactly 1 year, and the group was designed largely as a spiritual alternative for Malcolm X loyalists who had chosen to leave Mosque No. 7 with the minister. Malcolm encouraged members of the NOI to remain within the organization and stated that he would continue to promote Muhammad's program, but do so externally. For the time being, he also remained publicly loyal to Muhammad, writing in an open telegram, "I've never spoken one word of criticism about your family. I will always be a Muslim, teaching what you have taught me, giving you full credit for what I know and what I am." 3. The principal features of MMI were first announced at a midday press conference held at the posh Tapestry Suite of the Park Sheraton Hotel. MMI's headquarters would be in the Hotel Teresa, and no whites would be allowed to join because when whites join an organization they usually take control of it. 4. The challenges of building an organization such as MMI were numerous, but adding to those frustrations was the fact that Malcolm had not yet fully broken ideologically with Muhammad and arrived at what he later called his psychological divorce from the Nation of Islam. 5. He also struggled to enlist support from other civil rights leaders, whom he had spent years deriding. Responses from activists were lukewarm at best, yet he still managed to organize a meeting of the Reverend Milton Galamison, Gloria Richardson, Dick Gregory, and Stanley Branch in Chester, Pennsylvania, which resulted in the formation of the Organization Act. The major obstacle facing the growth of MMI, though, was that it was primarily a religious group with members devoted to the traditions and ideology of the Nation of Islam. Even the daily schedule mirrored the NOI's. Ultimately, Malcolm would be forced to create a second group, the Organization of Afro-American Unity, OAAU, to act as a more secular, political alternative to MMI. The two groups, which had little in common besides a shared space in Suite 128 of the Hotel Teresa, embodied the symbolic division of politics and religion that Malcolm struggled to unite during his final year. Perfectly capturing this tension, Melvin Tapley's cartoon in the March 14, 1964, edition of the Amsterdam News depicted Malcolm with his legs spread and arms splayed. Hanging from his clenched right fist is politics personified, and clinging to his left arm with index finger pointed upward is a man labeled Muslim 6. New York, AP, many leaders of the established civil rights groups have laid an unwelcome mat at the door where Malcolm X, erstwhile black Muslim leader, plans to enter the civil rights fight. In bolting the parent organization to form his own mosque, the fiery Negro, who was number 2 in the black Muslim hierarchy, said he will tell civil rights groups what a real revolution means. He said he would accept invitations to join civil rights forces in the South and promote active self-defense against white supremacists. There can be no revolution without bloodshed, and it is nonsense to describe the civil rights movement in America as a revolution, he said. James Farmer, National Director of the Congress of Racial Equality, said that the answer to whether CORE could cooperate with Malcolm X depended on the nature of the new organization. Roy Wilkins, Executive Secretary of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, and the Rev. Dr. Martin Luther King, President of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, would not comment on Malcolm X's new role. Elijah Muhammad, the leader of the Muslims, predicted that the Negro people will not follow his former chief aide and turn to violence in their quest for equal justice. "My people are more adapted to peace. They believe in peaceful solutions," he said. James Booker, Malcolm X, Why I Quit and What I Plan Next, His Resignation Stuns Muhammad, Amsterdam News, March 14, 1964. Black Muslim leader Malcolm X has filed papers for an incorporation, and will shortly open his own Muslim Mosque Incorporated, here to continue his religious activities, he revealed to the Amsterdam News Wednesday. The fiery leader, who announced earlier this week that he was pulling out of Elijah Muhammad's Nation of Islam to form his own group, said that he would hold his first public meeting Sunday at the Hotel Teresa, where he is establishing temporary headquarters for his new group. "Forced me." In an exclusive interview with this newspaper, Malcolm charged that the Muslims' Chicago headquarters had been waging a power struggle against him that led to his suspension last December 3 by Mr. Muhammad allegedly for statements he made criticizing the late President Kennedy. "They forced me to take the stand I am taking because I had to find a way to circumvent the forces in the movement that opposed me and at the same time to expedite Mr. Muhammad's program as I understand it," Malcolm said. What kicked off Malcolm's announcement was a letter he received from Mr. Muhammad last Thursday informing him that his suspension was remaining for an indefinite period, even though he had been under suspension for 3 months. Accusing officials in the Chicago headquarters of being narrow-minded, Malcolm charged that certain officials there had misinformed Muhammad of his activities for years because they feared his rising strength within the group. Loyal. While refusing to openly criticize any individual in the Muslim group, Malcolm said that even though his suspension was originally said to be an official silence, he had been relieved of his non-public church duties shortly after the suspension was announced. Despite his split, however, Malcolm said, "I will still pay homage to Mr. Muhammad for teaching me everything I know and making me what I am." He said he would still teach and preach the 12 basic Muslim principles, but would have no connection with the Chicago headquarters of Muhammad. Action Program. While Malcolm has advised Muslims to remain in the Muhammad-led group, it was highly likely that many in the New York area would seek to join with him. Malcolm said he doubted Cassius Clay would join his group. "I have no fear or doubts that I will be successful," Malcolm said. Malcolm criticized the Muhammad group for failing to have an action program to assist Negroes in achieving social and political gains, and asserted that his group would seek to eliminate the basic causes behind the social, economic, political, moral, mental, and spiritual ailments of 22 million American Negroes. "I have reached the conclusion that I can best spread Mr. Muhammad's message by staying out of the Nation of Islam, and continuing to work on my own among America's 22 million non-Muslim Negroes. But, I will always remain a Muslim, and will always teach what Mr. Muhammad has taught me, as I best understand it," Malcolm declared. He asserted that his personal philosophy is black nationalism, and he would travel the nation and speak before any group to help to stir Negroes. In tears. Meanwhile in Phoenix, Arizona, Elijah Muhammad told newsmen that he was stunned over Malcolm's defection. "I never dreamed this man would deviate from the Nation of Islam. Every one of the Muslims admired him," the 65-year-old Muhammad said as he was in tears over Malcolm's statements. African nationalist leader James R. Lawson charged that Malcolm's attempt to unify black nationalist forces was another attempt to subvert, control and destroy black nationalism. Malcolm X, telegram to Muhammad, Amsterdam News, March 14, 1964. "You are still my leader and teacher, even though those around you won't let me be one of your active followers or helpers," Minister Malcolm X said in a telegram to Elijah Muhammad Wednesday, attempting to explain why he had left the following. Asserting that he had been pressured out of the Nation of Islam, Malcolm said, The tears you shed in Arizona gave the public the impression that you are also of the opinion that left of my own free will, Malcolm told Muhammad. The national officials there at the Chicago headquarters know that I never left the nation of my own free will. It was they who conspired with Captain Joseph here in New York to pressure me out of the nation. Only way. In order to save the national officials and Captain Joseph the disgrace of having to explain their real reason for forcing me out, I announced through the press that it was my own decision to leave. I did not take the blame to protect these national officials but to preserve the faith your followers have in you and the nation of Islam. I've never spoken one word of criticism to them about your family. I will always be a Muslim, teaching what you have taught me, giving you full credit for what I know and what I am. The present course I am taking is the only way I can circumvent their obstacles and still expedite your program, Malcolm's telegram said. Melvin Tapley, in the middle, editorial cartoon, Amsterdam News, March 14, 1964. The ballot or the bullet. Although he had only left the Nation of Islam in March, things moved quickly for Malcolm X during the following month. In that time he formed his new religious organization, Muslim Mosque Incorporated, delivered speeches at Harvard University and New York's Rockland Palace, visited the Senate to observe a civil rights filibuster, faced eviction from his home in Queens, and prepared to complete one of the 5 pillars of Islam, the Hajj. During this period he also delivered a speech that would, along with Message to the Grassroots, come to be his most influential. The ballot or the bullet, as it was called, was ranked in 2008 as the 7th most significant speech of the 20th century by leading scholars of American public address. 1. Malcolm delivered a similar speech several times in late March, but it is his address at a debate with Louis Lomax at Corey Methodist Church in Cleveland that is best remembered. The event was sponsored by CORE, and between 2,000 and 3,000 people attended. As he had done in weeks prior, Malcolm stressed that although he considered himself a Muslim, unity is the right religion. Too many took from the speech only the message of violence. He had recently promoted the formation of rifle clubs and reiterated that blacks were constitutionally within their rights to defend themselves and their property if the government failed to do so. However, what had changed dramatically from years past and the rhetoric of the Nation of Islam was the possibility for reform through voting. Where he had previously described voting as a bourgeois pastime for the Uncle Tom and the House Negro, he now recognized the potential of such mobilization. As always, he still prescribed caution and skepticism. A ballot is like a bullet. You don't throw your ballots until you see a target, and if that target is not within your reach, keep your ballot in your pocket. Although he still believed himself to be carrying into action the teaching of Elijah Muhammad, Malcolm had also taken a bold step toward the possibilities of electoral politics. Malcolm began to carve out a position of his own in the political landscape, one that opted for neither the subdued public politics of Elijah Muhammad nor the nonviolent resistance of Martin Luther King. He continued to speak to the growing constituency of young activists within the civil rights movement who saw the value and potential in political processes yet the need for self-defense and militant mobilization. Author Louis Lomax last night asked the question, what next in the Negro Revolt? An hour later Malcolm X, leader of his own black nationalist group, said he felt that coming next would be either the ballot or the bullet. Lomax prefaced his speech by stating that there were many areas of disagreement between Malcolm X and himself. He added, however, that Malcolm is a man who can't be ignored. It is foolish for conservative Negroes to pretend he does not exist. The two men appeared at a meeting sponsored by the Congress of Racial Equality at Corey Methodist Church, 1117 East 105th Street. Actually, there were few areas of disagreement between the two. Both pointed out that the American Negro has been denied his rights for several hundred years because of the duplicity of white politicians and that it was time for the Negro to stand up and claim his rights. Although the Supreme Court declared in 1954 that school segregation is illegal, Lomax said, there are twice as many predominantly Negro therefore segregated schools in Cleveland and 3 times as many in Washington and 5 times as many in New York, as there were in 1954. He said that at the time of the decision, a Southern senator predicted it would take 100 years to integrate the schools. This country is keeping pace with the senator's timetable, he said. Integration, said Lomax, can be summed up in one phrase: leave Louis Lomax alone, let me be what my brain, my hands, my talents, and my training say I can become. He cited economic integration as most important. Seek ye the kingdom of the dollar bill is the white man's creed, he said. Once we have economic integration, we have nothing to worry about. Malcolm X, former right-hand man to Elijah Muhammad, leader of the Black Muslim movement, said the Negro could find little help from the government in gaining his civil rights. Washington is controlled by the party which embraces the most anti-Negro element of the political spectrum, he said. The Negro must look to himself, he told the crowd of more than 2,000, many of them whites. He must develop his own community to the point where he does not need the white man. He said that in areas where the government has proven itself unable and unwilling to protect Negroes and their property, they must defend themselves. This might mean investing in a rifle or a shotgun, he said. 2,000 Here Malcolm X in Cleveland, The Militant, June 13, 1964. Cleveland. Reflecting and responding to the growing desire for unity in action, Malcolm X, outstanding spokesman for the new black nationalism, and Louis Lomax, noted lecturer and writer currently working on a TV documentary on the Negro in Cleveland, shared the platform at an April 3 public meeting sponsored by the local chapter of the Congress of Racial Equality. An audience of almost 2,000, including many whites, heard the two speakers discuss the Negro revolt. What comes next? The discussion was a symposium, not a debate, and the speeches tended to complement each other rather than pose sharp or irreconcilable differences. Malcolm X's answer to what comes next had the directness his audience expected: the ballot or the bullet. 1964 threatens to be the most explosive year America has ever witnessed, he said. It is a political year. All the white politicians will be back in the so-called Negro communities jibing you and me. But the 22 million victims of American democracy are waking up, becoming politically mature. Malcolm X devoted a major part of his talk to exposing and castigating the Democratic Party, the con game they call the filibuster, and the white political crooks who keep the black man from control of his own community. He appealed to the audience to set aside religious differences, organizational divisions, personal jealousies, and unite for action on their common problems: political oppression, economic exploitation, and social degradation at the hands of white men. I am not anti-white, he said, I am anti-exploitation, anti-oppression. You are not faced with a segregationist conspiracy, we are faced with a government conspiracy, to deprive you of your voting rights, housing rights, job rights. The government itself is responsible for the exploitation. Where do we go from here? We need new friends. We need new allies. We need a new interpretation of the civil rights struggle to include the black nationalists. We have to tell the handkerchief heads and the compromisers we don't intend to let them dilly-dally any longer. Malcolm X projected a black nationalist convention by August, with delegates from all over the country, followed by seminars and meetings to decide what course to take. If it's necessary to form a black nationalist party, we'll form a black nationalist party. If it's necessary to form a black nationalist army, we'll form a black nationalist army. Lomax took the Supreme Court decision against segregated schools in 1954 as his point of reference for gauging the claims of progress in the Negro struggle, and rejected the claims. After 10 years, only 9.8% of the Negro kids in the Deep South are in integrated schools, he said. There are almost twice as many predominantly Negro segregated schools in Cleveland now, 3 times as many in Washington, D.C., 5 times as many in New York City as in 1954. The only gains, he said, have been a few hamburgers, a few restrooms. That's where we are in 1964. Now the objective of the Negro revolt is to provide for the Negro individual the same rights, the same freedoms and the same opportunities as anyone else in America. The first emphasis, Lomax stated, must be on jobs, economic equality. Nonviolence, he said, can be a tactical maneuver, an effective one on a mass basis. This can be debated. But for any tactics to get results, we must quit fighting one another and pull together. Ruth Turner, executive secretary of Cleveland Corps, led a torchlight parade of 300 persons from the enthusiastic audience to a construction site where school segregation was symbolically buried in a coffin carried by black pallbearers. She announced plans to start picketing the building project the following Monday. The Ballot or the Bullet, in George Brightman, ed., Malcolm X Speaks, Selected Speeches and Statements, New York, Grove, White Enfield, 1990, 23-44. I say again, I'm not anti-democrat, I'm not anti-republican, I'm not anti-anything. I'm just questioning their sincerity, and some of the strategy that they've been using on our people by promising them promises that they don't intend to keep. When you keep the Democrats in power, you're keeping the Dixiecrats in power. I doubt that my good brother Lomax will deny that. A vote for a Democrat is a vote for a Dixiecrat. That's why, in 1964, it's time now for you and me to become more politically mature and realize what the ballot is for, what we're supposed to get when we cast a ballot, and that if we don't cast a ballot, it's going to end up in a situation where we're going to have to cast a bullet. It's either a ballot or a bullet. In the North, they do it a different way. They have a system that's known as gerrymandering, whatever that means. It means when Negroes become too heavily concentrated in a certain area, and begin to gain too much political power, the white man comes along and changes the district lines. You may say, why do you keep saying white man? Because it's the white man who does it. I haven't ever seen any Negro changing any lines. They don't let him get near the line. It's the white man who does this. And usually, it's the white man who grins at you the most, and pats you on the back, and is supposed to be your friend. He may be friendly, but he's not your friend. So, what I'm trying to impress upon you, in essence, is this: you and I in America are faced not with a segregationist conspiracy, we're faced with a government conspiracy. Everyone who's filibustering is a senator, that's the government. Everyone who's finagling in Washington, D.C., is a congressman, that's the government. You don't have anybody putting blocks in your path but people who are a part of the government. The same government that you go abroad to fight for and die for is the government that is in a conspiracy to deprive you of your voting rights, deprive you of your economic opportunities, deprive you of decent housing, deprive you of decent education. You don't need to go to the employer alone, it is the government itself, the government of America, that is responsible for the oppression and exploitation and degradation of black people in this country. And you should drop it in their lap. This government has failed the Negro. This so-called democracy has failed the Negro. And all these white liberals have definitely failed the Negro. So, where do we go from here? First, we need some friends. We need some new allies. The entire civil rights struggle needs a new interpretation, a broader interpretation. We need to look at the civil rights thing from another angle, from the inside as well as from the outside. To those of us whose philosophy is black nationalism, the only way you can get involved in the civil rights struggle is give it a new interpretation. That old interpretation excluded us. It kept us out. So, we're giving a new interpretation to the civil rights struggle, an interpretation that will enable us to come into it, take part in it. And these handkerchief heads who have been dilly-dallying and pussyfooting and compromising, we don't intend to let them pussyfoot and dilly-dally and compromise any longer. How can you thank a man for giving you what's already yours? How then can you thank him for giving you only part of what's already yours? You haven't even made progress, if what's being given to you, you should have had already. That's not progress. And I love my brother Lomax, the way he pointed out we're right back where we were in 1954. We're not even as far up as we were in 1954. We're behind where we were in 1954. There's more segregation now than there was in 1954. There's more racial animosity, more racial hatred, more racial violence today in 1964, than there was in 1954. Where is the progress? And now you're facing a situation where the young Negroes coming up, they don't want to hear that turn the other cheek stuff, no. In Jacksonville, those were teenagers, they were throwing Molotov cocktails. Negroes have never done that before. But it shows you there's a new deal coming in. There's new thinking coming in. There's new strategy coming in. It'll be Molotov cocktails this month, hand grenades next month, and something else next month. It'll be ballots, or it'll be bullets. It'll be liberty, or it will be death. The only difference about this kind of death, it'll be reciprocal. You know what is meant by reciprocal? That's one of Brother Lomax's words, I stole it from him. I don't usually deal with those big words because I don't usually deal with big people. I deal with small people. I find you can get a whole lot of small people and whip hell out of a whole lot of big people. They haven't got anything to lose, and they've got everything to gain. And they'll let you know in a minute, it takes two to tango, when I go, you go. The black nationalists, those whose philosophy is black nationalism, in bringing about this new interpretation of the entire meaning of civil rights, look upon it as meaning, as Brother Lomax has pointed out, equality of opportunity. Well, we're justified in seeking civil rights, if it means equality of opportunity, because all we're doing there is trying to collect for our investment. Our mothers and fathers invested sweat and blood. 310 years we worked in this country without a dime in return, I mean without a dime in return. You let the white man walk around here talking about how rich this country is, but you never stop to think how it got rich so quick. It got rich because you made it rich. You take the people who are in this audience right now. They're poor, we're all poor as individuals. Our weekly salary individually amounts to hardly anything. But if you take the salary of everyone in here collectively, it'll fill up a whole lot of baskets. It's a lot of wealth. If you can collect the wages of just these people right here for a year, you'll be rich, richer than rich. When you look at it like that, think how rich Uncle Sam had to become, not with this handful, but millions of black people. Your and my mother and father, who didn't work an 8-hour shift, but worked from can't see in the morning until can't see at night, and working for nothing, making the white man rich, making Uncle Sam rich. This is our investment. This is our contribution, our blood. Not only did we give of our free labor, we gave of our blood. Every time he had a call to arms, we were the first ones in uniform. We died on every battlefield the white man had. We have made a greater sacrifice than anybody who's standing up in America today. We have made a greater contribution and have collected less. Civil rights, for those of us whose philosophy is black nationalism, means, give it to us now. Don't wait for next year. Give it to us yesterday, and that's not fast enough. I might stop right here to point out one thing. Whenever you're going after something that belongs to you, anyone who's depriving you of the right to have it is a criminal. Understand that. Whenever you are going after something that is yours, you are within your legal rights to lay claim to it. And anyone who puts forth any effort to deprive you of that which is yours, is breaking the law, is a criminal. And this was pointed out by the Supreme Court decision. It outlawed segregation. Which means segregation is against the law. Which means a segregationist is breaking the law. A segregationist is a criminal. You can't label him as anything other than that. And when you demonstrate against segregation, the law is on your side. The Supreme Court is on your side. Now, who is it that opposes you in carrying out the law? The police department itself. With police dogs and clubs. Whenever you demonstrate against segregation, whether it is segregated education, segregated housing, or anything else, the law is on your side, and anyone who stands in the way is not the law any longer. They are breaking the law, they are not representatives of the law. Anytime you demonstrate against segregation and a man has the audacity to put a police dog on you, kill that dog, kill him, I'm telling you, kill that dog. I say it, if they put me in jail tomorrow, kill that dog. Then you'll put a stop to it. Now, if these white people in here don't want to see that kind of action, get down and tell the mayor to tell the police department to pull the dogs in. That's all you have to do. If you don't do it, someone else will. If you don't take this kind of stand, your little children will grow up and look at you and think shame. If you don't take an uncompromising stand, I don't mean go out and get violent, but at the same time you should never be nonviolent unless you run into some nonviolence. I'm nonviolent with those who are nonviolent with me. But when you drop that violence on me, then you've made me go insane, and I'm not responsible for what I do. And that's the way every Negro should get. Anytime you know you're within the law, within your legal rights, within your moral rights, in accord with justice, then die for what you believe in. But don't die alone. Let your dying be reciprocal. This is what is meant by equality. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. When we begin to get in this area, we need new friends, we need new allies. We need to expand the civil rights struggle to a higher level, to the level of human rights. Whenever you are in a civil rights struggle, whether you know it or not, you are confining yourself to the jurisdiction of Uncle Sam. No one from the outside world can speak out in your behalf as long as your struggle is a civil rights struggle. Civil rights comes within the domestic affairs of this country. All of our African brothers and our Asian brothers and our Latin American brothers cannot open their mouths and interfere in the domestic affairs of the United States. And as long as it's civil rights, this comes under the jurisdiction of Uncle Sam. But the United Nations has what's known as the Charter of Human Rights. It has a committee that deals in human rights. You may wonder why all of the atrocities that have been committed in Africa and in Hungary and in Asia and in Latin America are brought before the UN, and the Negro problem is never brought before the UN. This is part of the conspiracy. This old, tricky, blue-eyed liberal who is supposed to be your and my friend, supposed to be in our corner, supposed to be subsidizing our struggle, and supposed to be acting in the capacity of an advisor, never tells you anything about human rights. They keep you wrapped up in civil rights. And you spend so much time barking up the civil rights tree, you don't even know there's a human rights tree on the same floor. When you expand the civil rights struggle to the level of human rights, you can then take the case of the black man in this country before the nations in the UN. You can take it before the General Assembly. You can take Uncle Sam before a world court. But the only level you can do it on is the level of human rights. Civil rights keeps you under his restrictions, under his jurisdiction. Civil rights keeps you in his pocket. Civil rights means you're asking Uncle Sam to treat you right.